Hello! How are ya? How are ya, everyone? Alright. Let's see here. We got... Hold on, I gotta get this. How are you? How are you? How are you? How are ya? There we are. Let's see if I can... Actually, let's zoom in. My wife did a great drawing on the board. Oh, Homestar wanna... I am, just like Homestar Runner in many ways. There we go. Welcome to our first ever Ask-a-thon. Is that? There we go. So yes, as you guys have seen, ask me questions. And we'll probably have like a little bit of a grace window, like the first hour or so maybe. And then once I run out of questions, the stream ends. So that could be, I have the cocktails ready. So that could be anywhere between, I don't know, like now and, actually let's do this. Let me turn the music down a little bit. Turn this up a little bit. How's that for levels? Playing with the levels still. See, I wonder if he's the evil scientist under that innocent face. I'm not evil. Thank you for shouting out Cosmolano. That's awesome. Tad blurry. Is it better now? Is it better now? I got better. Yeah, so I will answer questions. Well, like I said, we'll have a grace period because usually people take quite a while to trickle in and I don't want to cheese too hard. So, we'll do, So we'll do a little bit of just hanging out for a minute, probably like 15 minutes or so, and then I'm going to start answering questions. And then once I start answering questions, we'll give it like an hour grace period just in case we accidentally like run out in the meantime. Or not accidentally, but just run out in the meantime. And then after that grace period of like an hour or so, when the questions are gone, the stream's over. So for those of you who are planning to keep me for hours upon hours, you have a little bit of buffer time. But anyways, so you just have to ask him questions and he can't stop streaming. Animaniac, that's the deal. That's the Ask-a-thon. It is to give back, and now there's some rules. Maybe we should talk about the ground rules, okay? So I have a couple ground rules. The first is, I don't know is a reasonable answer to have, okay? So like if you ask me a question, I don't know the answer, I can just say I don't know. That's possible for me to not know things. So that's one ground rule. Another ground rule is I'm gonna limit the amount of textbook questions. Thank you, whoever's in queue. I appreciate that. If my mods could help me maintain the queue throughout today, that would be fantastic. Well, we've been talking on Discord, you know the deal. So if my mods could help me, basically the thing is the queue will only accept one question at a time. So if you want to ask a question, let me see if I can get my hands right. You have to do it this way. I did get it right, yes. You have to ask your question. It will only take one question at a time until someone moves it from one column to another column. And then, your mods are moving too quickly. I couldn't even move things across. I love it. And we'll see. We'll see how many of you guys make it and how long it goes. Because I don't know. Tyrion's being evil. Tyrion, if you're gonna be evil and try to keep me as long as you said you were, then you have to be in the queue. Because that's not fair for Jackson NC. There's 6 already. Yep, we're gonna give it probably like 15 minutes before I go. Hey, I want a quick Q&A. Zay Fourway, I would love it to be a quick Q&A, but unfortunately, Cry. Cry, you actually have to fill that spot with a question. Well, we can start off that way with Zayway. Zayforway, if you have another question, you can put it in chat like this. And I can add it to the list, but I'll answer your question right off the bat because I believe you're new here, Zayforway. Good to see you. Which was harder, Calc 2 or Physics 2? Physics 2 is harder. Physics 2 is harder conceptually. Calc 2 is harder mathematically. That was my opinion. So like you have the physical aspect and the mathematical aspect. I think the calculus in Physics 2 is much easier than the calculus in Calculus 2. But I think that the Calculus 2 is straightforward. You just have to learn how to do things a bunch. Oh, you're I. Watkins. See, I didn't know that. Good to see you. So you cry. Why? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Boring Math Professor, good to see you. You guys are all tricking me with your name changes here. Boring Math Professor. Burning ads in the countryside. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Animaniac, that's a great question. I had it for security warnings. I see. Cool. All right, what is the other rule? The other rules are, questions are free. So feel free to ask me anything. Just do it at one question per question. We're gonna limit the textbook questions for the whole thing. I'm not even gonna, it's a strong bad fool. Oh, burninating. That's what that's supposed to say. Burninating the country. Trogdor. Awesome. Yes, very good. So we're gonna be doing that, and let's see. So it's 108. Also, mods, if you see questions and can throw them into the queue, that'd be helpful too. My thing is a little bit slow. There we go. All right. So, is there any other ones? Oh yeah, and ask me funny. Ask me literally anything. So you can ask me silly questions, ask me, goofy questions, ask me serious questions, and we'll see about how long it takes to get through like textbooks or difficult questions, and then we'll go from there. And then we have a question counter. Oh, we did a question, didn't we? Let's add one to the question counter. Wow, this is really big. Can I make it smaller without it changing anything? I can't make it smaller. Why is it so large? That's annoying. Where can I put it that it won't be in the way? Because it's giant. I guess we'll put it right there. Okay, so we answered one question. Oh, Tyrion did it wrong already. Come on. Tyrion, how long have you been mod here? Are you already drinking? If we do make it long enough, I have a few drinks I'll share with you guys, if you guys are of age. But we'll see if it makes it that long. I have doubt. But we'll see. Alrighty. Let's see here. Wow, you guys are moving fast on the queue. I am drunk already. This will be good. Wait, why is it changing now? Did it really redo it? Okay, hold on. It changed this because I moved it from one screen to the other. Like that has something to do with the way it looks. Okay, there we go. It's the fact that I'm doing on a TV screen. Man, my mods are on point today. We're up to 18 questions so far. Keep going, that's good. We'll have a few more. Your question was not lost. It's number 5 in the queue. Yep, it's in there. I don't know if I thought about going back and forth and showing the queue and stuff, but I'll probably just keep that over there. That way, if it turns out to be like 9 o'clock at night, I'll just cheese and be like, the queue's empty. Don't listen to my mods. Quick ban all mods. They don't know what they're talking about. He only has the Calc 2 versus 2. Yeah, because I didn't know. I thought Zay might have been stumbling onto the stream and had a question, but it turns out he's a regular. Cool. I feel like there's some other stuff. Let's do a couple announcements before we go. Announcement 1, the Wednesday stream is still going to be the normal Wednesday stream. We have a history lesson. I haven't picked the person or the topic to do yet. It's 1,000, Jax. I upped it. Yeah, I upped it to 1,000 because I figured just in case. Why not? And like when we had Kyle on, we got up there in questions. We got like to 30 questions in the queue before I ended up starting deleting them. So I thought, let them come. So let's see here. And then from the questions, and I promise at least to start, I won't be rushing through questions. I'll take my time. I'll give you guys good answers. Hopefully you guys are satisfied. It would be helpful to know if you're satisfied with the answers. Everybody except Tyrion, because he's never satisfied with anything. But if you're satisfied with the answers, let me know. That would be very helpful. And if you're not satisfied with the answers and would like more information, then let me know in chat, and hopefully I can catch it and everything's good. So Wednesday's going to be a normal stream. Fridays are study streams. I've been doing studying on stream. We have another person in the community who's been doing study streams. I think it's Aspirant. Is that how you say his name? In Discord. Noah Royce. That's how you find him on Twitch and some other things like that. I think it's just Noah Royce on Twitch. Maybe one of my mods or something can find out. I don't know if I want to type his name and then have it wrong. So, is it just Noah Royce? No, I don't think so. Okay. Oh, well, I also spelled Noah wrong, so that didn't help. But they are also doing study streams. So if you like study streams, yes, I think that's Aspirant. So if you like study streams, I do one on Friday for a couple hours. Noah tried one yesterday for the first time. So make sure you go give him a follow if you like those types of things, and come by. We have a couple changes with the stream. Notice down below, I have redone all of the stuff down there, so it's a lot less words. There's a lot less wordy words. Though if someone comes to the channel and they aren't familiar, you can always teach them how to do things like ask questions and do things like that. And I did some different graphics and whatnot for that, which was fun. What else is there to do? What else is there to talk about before we begin? Well, it's 1:14. I guess we'll start answering questions. Like I said, we'll give about an hour. So if I happen to make it through these 25 questions in the next hour, we'll give a little bit of a buffer, or 45 minutes, I should say. We'll give it a little bit of buffer. But like I said, once the queue is dry, you can ask whatever you want. This is a ask me literally anything. So yes. Ask me literally anything. I have not updated the merch yet, and see, the Streamlabs merch store has grown quite a bit. I was just talking to my brother about that last night because I was surprised. Yeah, absolutely. You can ask me anything like, where's Jesus? Literally ask me anything. If I don't want to answer it, I will tell you whether or not it's like too personal or something like that. But yes, ask me literally anything, and then we'll go for it. And then, and maybe I should have chose better words. But yes, so this is the Ask-a-thon. Like I said, we're gonna start answering questions now. And when I'm done answering questions, the stream is over. Even if we're only an hour and 15 minutes into stream, that's it, the end. So let's get started. So the first question comes from Cosmolano. Have you learned more general relativity in the past few months? Yes and no. I did some stuff on Schwarzschild. You can find that in the YouTubes. If you're not familiar with my channel, which I'm sure everybody who's here now is probably familiar with my stream. And I've been doing some information on Schwarzschild, and in order to do that, I had to look up some stuff about the Schwarzschild metric, and got to learn quite a bit about the Schwarzschild metric. Unfortunately, I don't know how much has actually been helpful, and I certainly don't think that I've found anything about general relativity that I already that will expand my mathematical horizons. Instead, I think that it was just kind of some cool information, and the things I knew about general relativity, I could kind of like think a little bit more deeply about the Schwarzschild metric than the last time I thought about it, which is pretty cool. Which is pretty cool to think about. I think a lot of things that we talk about, you and I on stream, are fascinating, like the fact that it's just following like straight paths and stuff. Like it's just like light, especially just following straight paths. I think Doe asked the question on Discord, but I didn't actually get to see it. I don't know where it went. About how fast time goes, and that's a really interesting question with this that I would love to look deeper into general relativity. You have mathematical horizons that can be expanded. Okay. There we go. 2. All right. Next up is Tyrion. I'm going to look forward to them. Why do I watch Star Trek without pants? There were shorts. When I go to bed at night, I don't like to sleep in long pants sometimes, unless it's like the dead of winter and very cold, and we keep our house at like 58 degrees. Because Milano is just like satisfied. Are you satisfied with your customer service? Anyways, so let's see here. Yeah, so at nighttime, I don't like to wear long, warm pants, so I wear shorts during the summertime. And yes, I keep the house usually at 58. Hi, Strawberry, how are you? I usually keep the house at 58 during the wintertime, roughly around 58. What's this not autoplay? Come on, autoplay. This will be weird if I don't autoplay stuff. But yeah, because it's like everybody's under like really, really like, no, not 68. 68's boiling. Who's gonna be able to sleep in a house at 68 degrees? That's like summertime with like 8 fans pointed at me. Like my kids get wicked hot too. So like we sleep at 58, everyone's really comfortable. And then when I wake up, I like have to put on the heat like right away though. Cause ain't nobody wanna be out in the living room when it's like 55 degrees. Come on, move over. I can't move that one over. Oh, I hope my queue's not crashing. Everything will stay there. It'll just be like, yeah. Weird. Yeah, so I like the house to be at 58. So shorts it is during the summertime for sure. Way too hot. Way too hot. That's it. Just shorts. There's still coverings. Okay, next. NC. NC says, using at least 3 significant digits, you use neutron scattering to measure the size of your nodes. Oh, man. I don't know what to say. I got nothing on the nose one. I can't move that Animaniac for some reason. Did someone else move it? I don't know. Anyways, we're gonna count that as answered, NC. Tyrion says, do you have books that are just using the prop of, wait, do you have books that you are using maybe to prop up other books or something? As props? Do you mean as props? Gotta refresh the page? Okay, I'll refresh the page. As props, or what if I refresh the page and the queue's gone and then I just leave? Wait, all the questions are missing. Oh, maybe it's just loading or something. What happened? I'm missing a bunch of questions. Hi, Slayer! What happened to all the questions? I'm only at 18 now. I was at like 27, and I've only answered like 2 or 3. Did someone delete questions on accident? All right, we'll get to them. If I missed your question, we'll have to re-up it. You'll have to re-up your question. Astrobeard, you're next. But do I have books? I'm at 17. Yeah, but I was at like 20-something. I don't know. Hey, K-Girl, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. So this is the Ask-a-thon if you guys are just getting here. It's literally, I will answer questions until they're gone, and I won't stop streaming until all the questions are answered. So you guys can keep me here late into the night asking me questions. Or we'll be done at the same time, or we'll be done super early, or whatever. We'll see. So do I have books that are propping up other books? Unfortunately, yes. I do have books that are propping up other books right now. I don't have, on this shelf behind me, I don't have all of my normal books. They are still in my office. So currently, right now, I have a lot of books that are just there because I wanted to put my book stop. Look at these socks. I wanted to put my book stop. I wanted to put my book stop all the way at the end. And so I wanted to make sure that it had books there. So they're literally there to hold up the other books from falling down. Thank you, baby. I appreciate it. Coffee! Oh, there you go. Now some of the questions are making it back. That's Tyrion re-asking the question. I don't know if Tyrion's made it in. So let's see here. So that was that. I do have books holding up other books right now. It's not ideal. It is what it is. Okay, now this won't autoplay. Give me a second while I try to get my music to autoplay. This is driving me nuts. Why would you not autoplay? It says autoplay right there. Let's do... Are we going to... Oh, you know what? Let's do this. Let me do this. Hang on, I'm going to reopen it under this version of media share-ish. This one will autoplay it. Okay. Next up is, I think, Astrobeard. Hold on, I got to add one to the ticker. Pow. This will autoplay. Oh, it also changed the music, the sound, though. Holy smoke. Sorry, everybody. Where's the audio at? How's that for music? That should be pretty good. Okay. Let's go. Back to the queue. Yeah, so Tyrion, I am using books to hold up books. Astrobeard, what happened just before the Big Bang? Oh, no. Okay, so if anybody would really like to know the answer, including Astrobeard, I don't know how serious of a question that is, but including Astrobeard, if anybody would like to know the answer to what happened before the Big Bang, we have no idea. That's a great question. Nobody has any idea. We don't know what caused, so there's a couple things. There was the Big Bang, and then there was the inflationary period, and usually those are thought of as separate events. The inflationary period happened immediately after. I think it's t to the times 10 to the negative 34 seconds after the Big Bang. So, you know, it is what it is. The Big Bang was just something that sort of happened. Now, we think that, I think those two are often like kind of put into one category because, I mean, t times 10 to the negative 34 seconds is kind of, you know, a ridiculous time scale to think about. But that's the, but yes, there was the, but time is relative. But there was the two things that happened. The first thing was that the something happened. We don't know what, but something happened that created all of the matter. And then the space that the matter was in kind of inflated really fast. That's the inflationary theory. And this solves a lot of problems like the flatness problem and the horizon problem and everything like that. But there is but what happened before that stuff popped in, it depends on a lot of things. I think what's nice about it is the fact that we don't know, such that we can actually keep looking at physics that has to do with it. We are up to 32 questions. Wow. So that's fun. But yeah, what happened before the Big Bang? We have no idea. It's an active area of research. Maybe I could even tell you like one or two things that we think. There's one situation where like there's a multiverse, right? Where there's all these universes that are popping in and out of existence. And like the pop into existence would be like just the multiverse, and then something happened in the multiverse that like made a universe. Like some people, you know, might allude to like black holes being universes, the inside of black holes and blah, blah, blah. Or singularities maybe. I don't know if it's singularities or black holes. Maybe Cosmolano would know that one. But yeah, so there's that option. And before the Big Bang, there's ideas about not having a Big Bang, and that would be like cyclical cosmology, where the universe just sort of like expands and then contracts and expands and contracts and expands and contracts. That's the conformal cyclical cosmology. But there's other variations of that. But anyways, that's where we're at. And if so, I missed the beginning of that, Strawberry. Is there a smallest time tick, like a Planck? Yeah, so the smallest the smallest time tick is a Planck length. But again, that has a lot to do with what time is. So time is a dimension, it would be infinitely small, so that we can do things like, you know, infinitesimal time steps, mathematically, and then also like kind of take advantage of symmetries like that and whatnot. But the fact that, but events that happen, a time tick between two events, the smallest length for that would be a Planck length. So there's a couple different ways to think about time in that in the size regime. But yeah, there's basically the two main ones. The ones we talk about where we want to invoke symmetries, and we use like infinitesimal small symmetry, infinitely small time steps. And then the one where we want to talk about time between events, and that would be two events would have to have a Planck length at the shortest. Related to the Big Bang. So it depends. I think when we talk about t times 10 to the negative 34 seconds is something to do with like when we talk about it from like our reference frame, but obviously like as long as you're not going at the speed of light, that t could be all sorts of stuff. That's funny. But yeah, so hopefully that was a good question, or hopefully that was a good answer. Maybe we'll talk more about that later on. Was that 5 or should I go up to 6? I think I gotta go up to 6. Okay, someone else could keep track of the seconds. I guess it would make more sense to say the singularity would be, yeah, I think so too, Cosmolano, because you could still fall into the, yeah, you can fall past the horizon and not know anything different. Yeah, I agree, Cosmolano. Okay, so Jax. Why didn't you name your kids after famous scientists? When I got married, I wasn't planning on being a scientist. I was planning on being a chef. I didn't name my kids after famous chefs because most of them were still alive, and I thought that might be strange. But I've also never really been about naming after anybody. The only thing that I would say that it was like naming after something was my son's middle name has been passed down through many generations. My middle name is William. My son's middle name is William. My dad's middle name is William. My grandfather's middle name is William. My great-grandfather's middle name was William. And that's as far as I can remember. All with the same last name. So, yeah. Yeah, Justin's working overtime. He's working his mind and his body. Yeah, so that's the only thing that we ever did with the naming. Oh, the other thing is we named my, yes, Jax, that's my full name. We named my kids their first initials after my great-grandfather. I wanted to name my son after my great-grandfather. My wife she kind of like talked me out of it a little bit because I don't know, it wasn't the greatest idea to name, yeah, well, either way, my brother named his son after my great-grandfather, so that happened, which was good. But after we named our kids A, X, and then E for initials, I was like, we might as well just name our fourth child a L name so that at least the initials spell out my great-grandfather's name. He was the one that moved from Sweden. He was also very, like, I want to say, like, he was only able to move to America from Sweden because of his success. So he kind of like had a bit of a, hold on, my producer is telling at me. Wow, okay. My wife might have suggested the great-grandfather thing. I don't remember. Yeah, Aspling is a very Swedish name. So my great-grandfather moved from Sweden, but he was also very successful. And that was kind of like the reason why my family was able to like come to the States and be like, okay. He was a bell ringer. Yeah, he was like, what, you know those like, remember those commercials where like people are like dinging bells and stuff and like you go down the line of people and they're all like, and that used to be like a real thing. Your great-grandfather was this real sweetheart. Nice. Yeah, so he was like in a national level of fame in Sweden for being a bell ringer, and then came to the States and played for like the president at the time and like all that other stuff. Yeah, he was really good at ringing bells. Okay, so Jax is next. Oh wait, no, I just did Jax. We're up to 7 questions answered. Let's keep going. Cryogy says, your question. Okay, Cryogy says, fill that spot with a question. I'm glad it saved Cry's questions. So Animaniac says, what if pi was not transcendental? Okay, so if you guys don't know what pi is, most people just know pi is like 3.14, right? But pi is a bunch of things. Pi is also probably the most definitive one. It is the ratio of the circumference divided by the diameter. So if you have a circle, of any perfect circle, you have the circumference of the circle divided by the diameter, and you have that is pi of any circle. Pi is an irrational number, yeah? So that's kind of an interesting thing, right? Like, there's a lot of people who've spent a lot of time studying this. I, of course, have not. I just say that. What happened to the pineapple pie recipe? I kind of forgot about it. Let me write it down on my list of things that I'm going to forget about. That's a good community stream. How about we set that up? I'll set that up, Tyrion. A next community stream will be pineapple pie. Yeah, if someone asks a question, I saw strawberry. There you go, Tyrion. If someone asks a question, just someone else can throw it in the ask queue, and just so that we can make sure that we don't lose it. Especially since I have a little monitor now, my chat window is kind of small. It's easy for me to miss things. But if I don't know, see, transcendental numbers in general are very confusing and heavily loaded. And Michael Atiyah recently tried to prove some of the transcendental numbers right before he passed away. And it was a really unfortunate thing because many people have tried to prove it in the past to no avail. And then Michael Atiyah did it, and that was kind of like the last thing that he did in his life was like try to prove a transcendental number. And that was kind of a big bummer because he was such a famous mathematician who did so many wonderful things. And, so, I mean, I didn't really study any of his work, so I don't really know 100% of the stuff he did. Let's be real about that. I don't know what Michael Atiyah did. But yeah, oh no, Cosmolano. Is it an April Fool's paper? There's no way that's real. Just a Scotch Loud. How's that? Let's see here. What else was I gonna do? Okay, so yeah, so it was a bit of a bummer, but people have tried to prove the transcendental numbers a while. I think the electron charge is a really weird one. Then find structure constant as well. You can write those two kind of as terms of each other. There's that paper. The time variation of fundamental dimensional is constant. Who's Robert Schurer? First we look at the date. Was it published on April 1st? It was published on March 30th. Maybe he was a little bit too early. Maybe he was like shooting for March 1st and or April 1st and didn't make it. We'll have to look at that. We examine the time, hold on, first let's look it up. If he's a serious person, I think it's probably a troll. Who's Robert Schurer? Google search. Vanderbilt University. Yeah, so he's professor and chair of the Department of Physics at Vanderbilt University. So he's a real, yeah, maybe this is just an April Fool's joke. We examine the time variation of previously uninvestigated fundamental dimensionless constant. Constraints are put on, okay, I gotta look at the paper. I gotta look at the paper. Yeah, it's totally a joke if you read it. Okay, so he just missed the April 1st deadline. Awesome. Johann Lambert proved that the number pi is rational. Yeah, it's definitely irrational. Pi is obviously 3 above. It's just, oh jeez. All right, nice. Let's go. Next. So this was from Zay. Previously, I. Watkins. Do you learn about photons in quantum physics? Absolutely, you learn about photons in quantum physics. Photons are the particle form of light. You can think of it about as a packet of wave, or a wave packet of light, which is, and those are the particle. Yeah, it's just the particle aspect of light. Now, there's lots of things. Photons are very, very difficult. I'm not going to go into a long explanation about them. Pi is irrational. Pi for Rio P is imaginary. Oh, come on, Bachman, come on. That's good. So I won't go into an explanation about photons because light is hard. Light is very difficult. But yeah, you treat it like a particle, and you can do all sorts of stuff with it. You can Feynman diagrams. There's QED is all about photons and electrons and stuff. Yeah, but that quantum electrodynamics, so that it's right in the name. But you can also do it in quantum mechanics. You see some photon stuff. Maybe less until you get to like harmonic oscillator stuff. But yeah. quantum physics photons are, show up. In fact, that was probably one of the first quantum particles, right? We talked about that recently. And one of the Einstein, if you are interested, the Einstein history video I put on YouTube in the history playlist, where I read one of Einstein's lectures or pieces of Einstein lectures. That's the key right there. Okay. All right, are we on to 8 now? Photons were first. Yeah, that's what I thought. That was like the whole Planck, was it Planck that had the conversation with him about it? What is that? What is that? Is that electricity? I see like spark gap somewhere. Okay. Oh, that might be spicy. Einstein, yeah. Einstein's photoelectric effect, yeah, based off what Planck did. Yeah, because so Planck found out that there was chunks of radiation, which got really confusing when people were trying to say that like the E&M picture was the end of photons, like that was it, like light has been solved. There's the electricity and magnetism that was done by Maxwell, and like a lot of people were like, okay, we're good to go, we're done now. But then there were some issues with that, and it was Einstein who said, why not both? A wave and a particle. And then that was how that ended. Okay, next question. What if quantum gravity isn't perturbatively renormalizable? Because nature is bad at math and forms horizons to hide their shame. So you're saying non-analytic and also non-perturbative? Or are you saying it could be analytic but non-perturbative? Yeah. I can answer both of those. So analytical would be hard for me to jump on board with. I have a hard time thinking that or any type of gravity is quantum gravity especially is going to be analytic. But there are analytic quantum theories, perfectly solvable. So perturbatively means it's not perfectly solvable. Yeah, I think usually that's what it means, unless you can evaluate it at some infinite amount of perturbations somehow that I'm not familiar with. Actually, it's pretty chilly. I'm gonna leave that on, I think. But an analytic would be like a perfect solution. That's more likely than, well, okay, so let's just, I don't wanna say it's more likely. There's no quantum theory right now that's gonna provide anything analytic as far as I know. Could you do things on a lattice? So like non-perturbative, non-analytical. Although you can do lattice stuff perturbatively too, I guess. But like just thinking about like non-perturbative, the little bit of non-perturbative field theories I know. I don't know. Gravity seems like it'd be so well behaved perturbatively. You got that like long range force. Ooh, we're not gonna disconnect, are we? Alan Lou, welcome. LQG does it on a lattice, I thought. Yeah, but that's because that's the background. So like the lattice would make a lot of sense to have as the background. Thank you for the shout out, Tyrion, for Alan. Alan, welcome. What did you guys do today? My name is Eric. I'm a particle and quantum computing physicist, physics student, graduate physics student. I used to be a chef. We're doing an ask-a-thon. You can ask me anything, literally anything. And the longer you guys ask, or the more questions you guys ask, the longer I'm streaming, even if I leave. I was just on the, okay, here we go, what's this? I wish I wasn't on a phone right now, so many opinions to spew out. He's a particle. Yeah, Justin would know a lot more about this than I would, Cosmolano. Because Justin knows a lot more about non-perturbative solutions. Probably knows a lot more about perturbative solutions as well. But I do think that gravity would be able to be solved better with perturbative. But that's just my uninformed opinion, or not uninformed opinion, but a little bit of informed opinion. Played a couple of short songs. Had to leave to get ready. Oh, ready to move. Cool. Well, have fun and be careful. My question's supposed to be a joke, like horizons There are just because not even nature knows how quantum gravity works, so it's just I see. Think about it. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like, it's a real question. I mean, like, there's people who actually work on this. I guarantee you, if you looked up perturbative quantum gravity, you'd get probably more hits than you can read. But yeah, well, thank you, Alan, for the raid, and welcome. Hopefully you have a good move. Hide their shame. That's pretty funny, though. All right, next up. Where did Darla get her name from? We got Darla 6 years ago? 6 years ago, I think. And we named her from my wife just liked the name. Hi, Seth. My wife just liked the name from Little Rascals, I think it was. She can correct me. I don't remember. I like the name. She said it. I like the name. It stuck. It was kind of arbitrary. But yes. Jack, so that was Jax's question. It was kind of arbitrary. I don't know. I don't got anything else to say about it. Will you show us Darla? Maybe. Maybe if I need to take a break. Okay, so I only phrased it that way because I know perturbative quantum gravity isn't UV complete. What's UV complete mean again? Like there's pieces missing from the renormalization? Yeah. Yeah, when Justin gets here, he's gonna have to answer some of these. I don't know. I don't know what UV complete means. Breaks down at high energies. Oh, really? Oh, high energies. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but like, that just means you just need an effective field theory for it. Don't most effective field theories break down at high energies? Isn't that kind of the point of effective field theories? Burps. I'm looking forward to getting that question. The Little Rascals dog named was Petey. Yeah, they wouldn't name it. My wife wasn't thinking. I think it was the Little Rascals the person, not Little Rascals the dog. For a person from Little Rascals named Darla. I don't remember. I just liked it. Yeah, perturbative quantum gravity is effective field theory. Yeah, most effective field theories break down to higher, but that's almost everything we do is effective field theories, right? There's not many. As far as I know, like a lot of the stuff that we actually use. We'll get to that later. Yeah, I think. Yeah, Justin can speak more. Yeah, the female lead is named Darla. Thank you, Seth. Thank you. Because Justin can't type on, he doesn't want to type long answers out because he's working out and stuff, so I don't want to sit there and make him, like I don't want to ask him for answers right now and make him miss out on his workout when he'll be here later. Yeah. Yeah, Eric, all physics will always be EFTs. Thought so. All physics, no, just kidding. There's a lot, I don't remember. Wait, what's this? Working out as exercising? Working out is exercising. What is this? What did you guys do today? My name is Eric. What did you guys do today? My name is Eric. What did you guys do? I get it. My name is Eric. I'm a particle. And then you stopped. Come on! So will I show us, Darla? Maybe. Undetermined. Maybe if you're good. Can we ever request cartoons from your in artist? Like what do you mean by that, Jax? Can we ever request, so the words are, can we ever request cartoons from your live in artist? Oh, my live-in artist, yes. My live-in artist, yes, that was a struggle for me. But yeah, if you would like my live-in artist to draw something, you'll have to let me know. Hi, Austin. No, Austin, I don't know any of that stuff. What's MadGraph? FastChat? Chat? Someone from chat or someone from Discord might know, Austin, but I don't know what those things are. Root is a computer coding thing. We'll revisit that one. We'll revisit that in a minute. Capture the particle part. Yeah, it kind of cut off a little early. Okay, we'll revisit that in a little bit. But yeah, absolutely, Jax. Just ask away, and I will make the request. So time. What is so interesting about it? What's not interesting about time? The fact that like we could have any type of conversation. The fact that we just talked about how like we have two types of time in physics. One that's infinitesimally. Well, I mean the same thing for space though. So like if you're bored with space, but I think time is like less intuitive, right? Time's not the intuitive one. Space is intuitive that you can have pieces of space or not have pieces of space, right? That seems like that type of thing is like not weird to me. That you can have infinitely small pieces of space and then also chunky space, which is what I occupy is chunky space. And space being infinite is strange. I see. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm just kind of conditioned to think of it that way. But time is certainly not like that to me. Like I struggle to think about infinitely small time scales. I also struggle to think that there's not infinitely small time scales. It's kind of like, now you could go kind of like, I occupy chonky space. You could go all sorts of ways with whether or not time and space could be like the same, it could be treated the same way. Which is also another thing that's strange to me. Like we talk about, so what's the minimum time tick? Like I said, mathematically we talk about infinitely small time ticks to talk about symmetries. What do you think chonky means, Tyrion? That's what it means. Socks for hats, hi. Yes, the smallest unit of time is the Planck time, which is 10 to the negative 36, I think. Planck time. 10 to the, oh wow, I was wrong. It's 10 to the negative 44. Wow, 5.39 times 10 to the negative 44 seconds is a Planck time unit. So it's even smaller than that. So yes. Wait, what's this? Do I have extra things open? No, I don't. That's weird. But yeah, so that's very, very small. So doesn't that mean there's no infinitely small time? No, because there's multiple ways to think about time. Just like there's multiple ways to think about space. You can think about, so a time would be like, you could think about time as ticks between two events. And you can also think about time as like the space-time, like the things that we talk about with time. So like in space-time, we talk about time as being something that's like, it's stretchable, there's time dilation because of the stretchable. It's curved, like you can curve the dimension of time, right? Nothing wrong with that. That's all. Matter and energy curve the dimension of time. And all that's done as infinitely small. You can think of it as infinitely small times. That's the whole dt, dt squared is an infinitely small time chunk, right? And that's why you have smooth curves. But then we talk about events, time between two events, and the smallest time length between those. It's like a proper watch, a proper clock. Proper clock is probably better than proper watch. But a proper clock might have time tick a certain way. Yeah, so that's what's interesting about time. So much to talk about. So little time. Justin just got new shoes. What's the most important thing in clothing shopping for adults versus kids? That's a great question. I don't care for shoes too much. My wife buys my shoes. I never ask for shoes. I always have, the only thing I've ever asked for is a pair of Sambas with shoes. I always like to have one pair of Sambas. And let's see here. But what I do really like as an adult, weird thing, I do really like socks. I don't know why. Socks are like big for me. If I run out of socks, I have to ask my wife to buy some immediately. Like I really want to get socks. I don't really. She buys different pairs, and like it doesn't really matter, because she always gets really good ones, and it doesn't really matter. Like I don't have a brand or anything like that. It's just Slayer. Not yet, but I would like to. Yeah, but I'd like to. Samba shoes is awesome. Socks are nice. Socks are the goat. Okay, so is it? I get that a lot. Cog. Cogitates. Welcome. How are you? Yeah, I do get that a lot though. Yeah. But no, for kids now, I would say it's probably. What's the most important item of clothing for kids? I don't know. They outgrow everything so fast. It's kind of ridiculous. They don't ever need socks. They go around the house and there's like it's not 58 degrees, it's like 62 degrees during the day in the house and none of them have socks on. And I'm always like, why aren't you cold? And they always say no, and then I have to go and go put socks on, and then they go get socks, and then like 30 minutes later, they're like, my feet are hot. These kids don't understand about how important socks are. Cogitates, thank you for the follow. Hope I got your name right. Unless it's cogitates. Maybe you'll have to correct me. Is it one cogitates or two cogitates? Okay. So yeah, I don't know what the most important thing is. We literally have to replace their clothing frequently. Screw their clothes up. So Zay also asks. Oh wait, let me put a tick mark here. Oh no, the queue. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna take some screenshots in case I lose it again. Cogitate. How's that? Cogitate. 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 Correct. Awesome. Welcome, Cogitate. I'm gonna take some screenshots in case I lose the queue, but I got, wow, what are the 44 questions? Holy smokes. But I gotta refresh. Actually, I don't even need to refresh. Someone ask a question and see if it shows up in the queue. Okay. It's just not letting me delete things. Locking Eric up. Okay, so Zayway says, do you learn about photon? Oh, we already answered that one. Cool. Okay. So that one was for the other one. Epoch Varg. Did it. Wait. Could you guys hear that alert? Did it double? How could I hear that alert now? I'm so confused. Could you hear that alert? Was there double alerts? We heard it once. Oh, yay. Slight double. No double. Yes. Okay, so cool. We live in very confusing times. Alrighty. We're gonna move on. The 15 was for Justin, not for Zay. Okay. Bachman says, what was your general experience with music over time? E.g., okay, that's a great question. Yes, okay. When I was a young child, I really liked singing. I went to church when I was a young kid, and I sang a lot in the church setting. And then in choir, high school choir and everything like that. I wanted to learn an instrument. I liked instruments in general. Epoch, by the way, did I say thank you for the sub? Thank you for the sub, Epoch. 7 months. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you for being here. I don't know if I said that or not. Anyways, I gotta refresh this queue. Someone else stay on the queue, and we'll see what happens. I'm at 44 right now. Let's see what happens if I refresh. No, I was like 10 or 8 when I started singing. Yeah, see, it went down to 17. I took screenshots, though. Hold on. I'll have to work off the screenshots for now. How frustrating is that? That's obnoxious. Like, that is incredibly agitating. I'm going to work off screenshots for now. Just handle the queue, everybody. How absurd. 42 to 15. I know. What is wrong with that? How come it just freezes? I should have never left it. I should have just left it up. Well, no, I had to. Where did the screenshots go? Okay, I took screenshots. What is this order of screenshots? Is that ascending order? Oh, there they are. Cool. Okay. Tell us where your screenshots ended. Well, no, because they're right here. Hold on. I can do a bunch of questions, so we'll keep it going. And then just keep adding questions to the queue and keep worrying about it, and then I'll get back to it. How peculiar. Okay, so what was my general experience with music over time? So then when I was in high school, or like middle school, I wanted to play instruments, so I picked up the clarinet because I wanted to play oboe. You're still at like 40-something questions, NC? My screenshot ends at 17 where Slayer says, when you return to school, Wilt's working. And then Strawberry says, well, that's new. So 17 was, Jax was right before then. Oh, you guys are at 46? I'm gonna refresh again, hold on. Maybe like the trick is to refresh twice or something. Nope. In fact, it just dumped the last question on it too. How obnoxious. I'm just gonna start reading them from the pictures I took, and if I missed any, you guys will have to call them out. Add them back to the queue or something. Animaniac, when I run out of questions. That's a good idea, NC. Let's see here. How about if I do quotes and then back to queue? Nope. What if I leave CloudBot altogether? Hold on. Go back to CloudBot. Go back to queue. Saved? Nope. They're not there. How absurd. All right, well, I'll just go off screenshots, and if I miss something, just let me know. Okay. So I picked up instruments. I want to play the oboe, but couldn't play the oboe. Actually, no. X-nay that. Thank you for the follow. It's Nikki. Welcome to the channel. I want to play the bassoon. Yeah, I tried to be in a marching band with the clarinet, but didn't work out. Anyway, so after I was with the clarinet for a while, I picked up the oboe, and I was supposed to move to a bassoon, but once I reached the New York State NYSSMA level 6, I played like a few of the easier NYSSMA level 6, which is like the highest level for like students. I played a few of the easier ones, like the first introductory to like level 6, so they were complicated, but they weren't like, you know, they were by far not as hard as it gets. And then I like tried to audition for the. I was a junior in high school. No, I was a sophomore in high school, and I tried to audition for the senior orchestra for like juniors and seniors because I had like kind of like maxed my skill out in the other one, and the conductors said no, they won't let me audition. So then my instructor was like, well, we'll just take a year off of orchestra. And then I was just like, well, I'll just take a year off of oboe, and I never went back. And then vocals, I liked singing for a long time. I didn't get into like serious vocals until, of course, it's Nikki. Just put it behind !ask, so it goes into a separate page that will sometimes work for me. But literally ask anything. Yep. So then I didn't get super serious into vocals until I joined my band. I was in a band for 2 years and some change. And then it got pretty serious. My voice evolved a lot. I learned a lot about singing, about like projecting, a lot about that, about a lot of that stuff. And then also like I did harsh vocals in the band, but it took me, if anybody's ever done harsh vocals for metal music, it takes a long time to build up the stamina for that. And I ended up injuring my voice. It took a long time to heal. I tried doing some more vocals a little while ago, and I just got really into it, and it kind of injured my voice again. Now I'm starting to heal again, but it takes a long time. You're supposed to start in very small increments and like work your way up. And then it's just like super conditioning. You just got to condition it and condition it and condition it very slowly. But yeah, that's it. That's where I was at. I still sing. I still do some stuff with my brother, but not as much as I'd like to. I am kind of holding him back a little bit because I have too many things on my plate, which is a big bummer. But I still like to sing. I sing almost every day. Sang this morning. Less of like what's it like? It's not really practice, you know. Like practice is very different. But yeah. Anyways, so next, questions 4 is from Jax. Would you ever make a physics cooking book, or vice versa? A book describing physics using cooking. So there's a large field called molecular gastronomy. Now they kind of have everything covered. There's not too much about cooking that you can't cover with chemistry. Now, I'm doing a type of physics now that's very similar to chemistry in that, like, I'm kind of interested in all sorts of elements and whatnot. Yeah, so a food experiment does a lot of stuff with that. There is some cool things that I could do with that, like managing temperatures, working on consistency. But the most of the stuff that you would want to get like real sciencey with is talking about mouthfeel. It's talking about change of phase, solid, liquid, things like that. And that's all stuff you can do pretty wholeheartedly with good old-fashioned chemistry. Didn't know that was a thing. Maybe I should speak more wisely about those words. Too loud? We'll go down to there. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, grid. Okay. The Large Hadron Collider creates collisions hotter than 10,000 Kelvin. Next up. I don't even know. Next up is Tyrion. If the speed of light was not constant but changing ever so slightly, we call that variable speed of light, VSL. Say a part in 1 million, how would you detect it? That's a great question. I don't know about how anybody. It's like the Suez Canal. I have no idea how to detect that. There's a couple things. So the variable speed of light people are very interesting to kind of like watch from afar. I don't know if I could ever do variable speed of light theories. A, I'm not nearly versed enough in general relativity. And B, I don't know if I'd be able to like have a meaningful conversation about that topic. How do you measure that? Because I'm not sure you could. Right? So if the speed of light was changing, and everything we have to do in relativity involves the speed of light, I don't know how you'd be able to tell that it's changed, because it's literally the thing that we use to tell anything about anything in general relativity. I mean, the speed of light, like, there's a reason it's CT versus T. You could look at photons in different frequencies traveling in electrical distances. So you could, but by the time the photons have gotten to you, they're traveling at a different speed, right? Like, there's a couple questions to answer first. One being, does the speed of light, is that a product of the creation of that light? Like, would we have to change the wave function of light? The number one. So we'd have to change the wave function of the light, so that like it no longer has like a creation speed of c, but it could have a creation of faster than c. And then what would happen over time, I don't know. Is it a consequence of the universe expanding? I don't know. There's so many things to be confused. Obviously, like, it'd have to be a consequence of the universe expanding, because like you use VCL, variable speed of light, to talk about these problems in... I gotta stop bumping my desk. I keep forgetting my camera's resting on my desk. I keep forgetting to talk about how... Or I keep forgetting to think about... I don't know. I got distracted by my camera shaking. Hi, Rooster. Good to see you. But this is a question about light or C. The question about both. Does the speed of light change over time? So photons, the force carrier for E and M, which drives a lot of chemistry. So how to make things to detect change, right? Especially when you need light to detect that change. I don't know. It's a great question. I'm sure if you were to ask someone like, what about the mass of the photon? I don't even know what I'm thinking. Yeah, there's no mass. The photons are massless, so they don't have mass. So the speed of light is a special thing, right? The speed of light is like me. It's a special, delicate flower. And it kind of controls everything, right? Like this whole, also like me. It has, if you take the light cone, there's a reason why we have this light cone where the outer edge of this is events that take place at, where the carrier between event A and event B, if this is A and this is B, is only able to be massless, right? So it would change the length of a meter. It very well could change the length of a meter. It could have a lot of consequences, because then the mass of the photon. Well, like I said, photons don't have mass. They have energy. That would be something to change, I guess. Yeah, I don't really know. I guess I'm not as versed as I would like to be in the variable speeds of light. So we'll have to see. All right, what's next? Boop. So NC says, would Transformers take life insurance or car insurance? Transformers would take life insurance. Wait a second. Their car insurance would have to be health insurance, right? Boom. Done. Their car insurance is health insurance. The life insurance would still be life insurance. Nice. Do you mind if we ask what happened to your previous supervisor? So I don't know exactly. I can tell you what I do know, I guess, because he told everybody by now. My previous supervisor was older. I knew that signing up. He had previous health concerns. I knew that signing up. And I knew there was a possibility at some point he could call me and tell me that he was no longer healthy enough to be my advisor. And that's what happened. One day he called me and told me he just came from the doctors and he has to retire. And he thought that I should move on to a new project before anything else happened. It was kind of sad because I valued his friendship as well as his mentorship a lot. We spoke on the phone multiple times a week throughout the pandemic and almost daily when we were in person. So that was a big bummer. I was rather sad. But yeah, that's what happened. So then I moved on. I got a different project. messaged him a few times in the past afterwards. Kind of like just, hey, how you doing? You know, this is what I'm up to. And he's responded, but very cordially. You know, nothing like, it's different, obviously, because he's not, you know, it's just different. So I don't know. There was a lot of, it was a bit of a bummer in my life, but that's what happened. So it is what it is. And now I have a new project. You made it sound a whole lot worse than that. Like maybe he had passed away suddenly. No, he didn't, and he wasn't afraid of that. But things kind of collapsed. Like when you work on a project for 3 years and then it has to change. And also I was right about to go ABD, all but dissertation, and then I had to basically start a new project all over again. It was a pretty lousy experience. And plus, like, well, there was more to it too, Jax, but I'm probably not going to get into it live. But no, he didn't pass away, and as far as I know, he wasn't, like, as far as I know, he wasn't terminally ill, because that's what he told me. But there was definitely more to it than just that, but yeah. All right, let's see what else there is. My queue is changing the people who have asked things as well. Very confusing. All right, what else is there? Hopefully we're still having a thing on yeah. Like I said, if I miss any questions, we'll talk again. Maybe at some point, we can go back and... I can't delete it, Tyrion. Not without... There you go. Sure, absolutely. It was definitely a big shock in life. But anyways. So Slayer says, when you returned to school whilst working, did you have a good grounding in high school physics, or did you have to effectively start from scratch? I had a very strong math background because I studied number theory. I studied number theory when I was the first time I went to school, and I failed not because I didn't understand the material, but because I didn't do anything. I actually was quite proficient at math. I had also taken Physics 1 with calculus in college. So when I went back to college, I started with Physics 2 with calculus. So when I was 27, I think I was when I went back, I started with Physics 2 with calc. Was I 27 or 28? 27 when I went back. No, I was 28. I was 28 when I went back. What? I don't even remember what I had for breakfast. So yeah, so that I was quite grounded with, oh, I answered one. Hold on. We're at 20 now. And now we're at 21. Yeah, so I was quite grounded with physics and math before I started. I had a good head on my shoulders the second time. I had a terrible head on my shoulders the first time because I didn't want to work. I wanted to play. And then I got really sad because I was failing everything, and it was just like, it was a big mess. Do you need to draw ellipses to remember things in your life? No. When I was 28, I went back too. Nice! I graduated undergrad when I was 30, and now I'm 32, and in my third year. I didn't go back, I went forward. Love that. That's funny. Y'all are above 28, I'm 32. Yeah, I'm an old man. I'm an old man. But that's that. That was just it. I had a lot of math background, and the math was fun and easy for me when I started. And then I started to get into, like, partial differential equations required me to do a little bit of thinking. Honestly, I was kind of lucky because all my research was linear algebra-based research. So, like, I had a huge footing of linear algebra. When I was 28, I went back too. I'm 23. What? I just got 18, small brain. Lots of room for growth, though. You're young. You're 18. And you don't have a small brain. That's bogus. Let's see here. Jax is brilliant and young. True. Stealthy Sumo made a time machine. There it is. Had to have. But yeah, no, when I went back, my research was linear algebra, so I had, like, months to prepare before. I had like a year to prepare linear algebra stuff before I went took my first quantum class. It was just a joke while I turned 23. Can you show us the socks? So that's Tyrion. This is number 22. I have, these are Bumba socks. I don't know, Bumbas. I don't know, my mother-in-law got me Bumba socks for Christmas, I think. And they're awesome. They're very, very comfortable. I love them. They're super comfy, and they keep my feet nice and warm out in this cold garage. And then I have like slip-on shoes. Dream Master 9, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Again, so if anybody's just tuning in now, this is an ask-a-thon. I stopped streaming when questions stopped coming in. So if you have any questions, exclamation mark ask. We have a lot of questions. My queue is kind of freaking out. And so we're trying to just do the questions, so just be patient. And if I miss your question, keep asking. Basically, when do I stop streaming? Guys, when do I stop streaming, guys? Okay, so that's the socks. Next up's NC. What is this Otteron thing everybody's talking about? I don't know. Maybe I can look a little bit. Maybe I can look a little bit. So if you guys, like I said, so mods, if I'm missing questions, just copy and paste them back to the chat for me, please. I know I'm not even close to done. That was just the first page of screenshots, and I have 2 more. So if you don't mind just sort of keeping track with me, and we'll do our best to try to get everyone answered. And then if people want to, keep asking, obviously, then we'll keep going. I don't know. I kind of like breezed over an article about it, but I'm not 100% sure. What is an Otteron? It's a particle that briefly forms when protons collide in high energy. In some cases, do not shatter, but bounce off of one another and scatter. Protons are made up of quarks and gluons that briefly form Otteron and Pomeron. I don't know either of those. Are they? Oh, thank you, Jax. Are they baryons or mesons? Are they even in the hadron family? Because I don't see, there's no Wikipedia for it. Oh, there's a Pomeron Wikipedia. The physics of Pomeron is a ray gauge trajectory. I don't know what ray gauge trajectories were. I never got to that part. In string theory, Pomeron sector now called a closed string sector. Region sector, I don't know any of these things. Pomeranians. I thought they were glue balls. I also don't know what glue balls are. I know they have to do with gluons, but I don't know anything beyond that. So there you go. Justin's your guy to ask about Otterons. Ray gauge trajectories are from the Bahamas. False. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. All right, let me see here. And he also says, so I don't know what the Otteron thing is. Sorry. Glue balls are just clumps of gluons. And, okay. That's pretty easy. I thought it had to do with something like that, but I mean, clumps. So Otterons are small water-dwelling particles in the mammalian family. They are 100% mammal. SpongeBob, circa 2011. Yeah, I don't know what Otterons are. Sorry. Apologies. Are ray gauge trajectories? I don't know actually what ray gauge trajectories are. Again, that'd be a question for Justin. He just gave a lecture. Justin, is your lecture online? Perhaps it'd be a good idea to share your online lecture with everybody about ray gauge trajectories. Ray gauge trajectories. Ray J trajectories. I don't know. How am I supposed to know? 23. 23 down. Let's keep going. Did you ever revenge cook food for a customer that was difficult? Wow. Wow. Did I ever revenge cook food for a customer that was difficult? No. I had many opportunities I never had any. I had many opportunities, but I never did that. I did, however, not do the things that people asked. He hesitated because I wanted to say this. There were several people who asked me to do things and I said no, but told them, I said verbally yes. And then I didn't do it because it was nonsense. Nothing that was ever like life-threatening. Like if someone said like I have an allergy and just be like, no, you don't. You're gonna eat this gluten and good luck. Never anything like that. But instead someone would be like, you know, I want a new piece of fish. This one's too small. No. Smush it a little bit and make it wider. I can't tell you how many times I've gotten away with stuff like that too. Because like meat looks different, but it's all weighed. You know, like someone goes into a restaurant and they're like, you got a tree nut allergy? I don't care. I put pine nuts in the pesto anyways. You'll be fine. That's why they have hospitals. But no, so like, there's like, so meat is all weighed. And like, sometimes people be like, there's no way this is 8 ounces. And be like, yes, like it's literally weighed 8 ounces. And someone else, a machine weighed it. Like, and then like, you know, what do you want? Like, what do you want from us? So then I would like take it and I would just smush it down a little bit because people don't like tall things. People from around here don't like tall things. Look at my arm. Okay, anyways. So people from around here don't like height in food. They just don't like it. So like they would rather have like a plate, like a really thin thing that covers the whole plate. Because then they're just like, oh, that's a good plate of food. Even if it's like, you know, 4 ounces of food. But if you put like 12 ounces in a stack in the center of the plate, everybody would be like, that's not good. Look at the serving size of this. But no, I never did anything revenge. I just did that a couple times where someone was just like, it's a nice smooth plate of mashed potatoes. But people, I don't know, like people don't know. People don't know what's best for them sometimes. Like, let's be real about that. Hey, Angel, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, but people don't know what's best for them sometimes when they go out to eat. And they think they do. They really do. 12 years working in restaurants before going forward to physics, so many stories of how irrational the public is. Right? It's ridiculous. I prefer my mashed potatoes in the hollow globe shape. A spherical shell. I only eat mashed potatoes served as a spherical shell. Okay, so first screenshot down. Let's go to the second screenshot. I'm glad I took these screenshots. Next. We might take a brief intermission in a minute here where you guys could ask a ton of questions while I'm gone, and then I'll come back and be like, what? Okay, let's see here. This is inspired, by the way, because a lot of time people were like, did I miss questions? I did. Hold on, I missed questions. We'll see. So you guys, mods can add these to chat if I missed them. Next question I have, Jax, is from NC. What's it like having kids while being in grad school? So if there's anything in between those two questions, I missed it. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So if you haven't been here for this, the reason we're doing an ask-a-thon is because I think the subathon format's pretty funny. Except I'm not gonna do subathon because, well, it's just a dumb idea. So instead we'll do questions where you're gonna ask me questions and I'll answer them and not stop streaming. Those were your questions, Jax? Oh, they all say NC under mine. My thing's been so screwed up. I should probably just close it and reopen it and see what happens. Okay, so anyways, it says, what's it like having kids while being in graduate school? Which I guess was a Jax question. Oh no, maybe Jax's question got missed. That's probably what she's saying. Yeah, probably they got missed in the middle of the gap there. So it's not as bad. So graduate school is hard. The first year of graduate school is unbelievably difficult. The first year of graduate school is unbelievably difficult. Kids or no kids, it was just really, really, really hard for everybody, in myself included. It's not as bad though as people might think. I think like some people just have a 9 to 5, and NC was trying to read the questions, so they say NC because of that. Oh, I see. Yeah. So I think like when I was a cook and I was working 70 plus hours a week, which didn't happen every week, but I probably averaged. I think I calculated to average like 61 or 2 hours a week. So some weeks I was like 50, and other weeks I was in the 70s. But like, I think I averaged around 61, and there was like, you just don't see your family that much. Like they're gone during the day, and then I'm gone at night, and then like, that was that. So that kind of stunk. Now, when I'm in graduate school, I'm always working. I liked to work. Boring Math Professor asked this. Cool. I like to work, so that's not a problem with me. Like, I like working. I like being busy. But the fact of the matter was that, like, now I could work and just hang out with the kids. So it's not as bad, because at least I can just work from home and be like, hey, kids. That's almost 16 hours per day, yeah. Yep. There was a couple restaurant weeks where I did, I would get to the restaurant at 5 and be done at 11 at night, I think. Something around those were the hours, roughly, during restaurant week and stuff. There was a couple days during those weeks that I did that. Those were the hardest days. But like, did you get paid double time? No, I think I got time and a half for overtime. But then you always get yelled at too, and they're the ones that understaff the restaurant. So it's a very toxic work environment. You don't make a lot of money. You don't make a lot of money at all in a place like that, where you're doing like 500 plus covers. There's like 5 line cooks, and you open a restaurant at 5 in the morning. You get out of the restaurant at 11 at night, and like I made more than average because I did everything. I literally did everything in the restaurant, could do everything, and was always like the had to do it. Hi, Ra. How are you? So that was really rough. And like it's miserable. You're just miserable all the time. So then basically going back to school was for my kids. It was so that I didn't have to live my life like that forever, and so that my family didn't, or my kids didn't grow up thinking like, okay, so you're stuck, so then you're just stuck. Like I want my kids to know that if they're unhappy later on in life, then they're not done. Roosted, that's a great question. Huge. Not only myself, my close friend circle from the restaurants. We've all moved on now, and we've kept in touch. And that was one thing that we've talked about a lot, is how much our mental health has improved. My wife noticed it with me. All of their wives noticed it as well. Yeah, right. It's an AMA of sorts. Last AMA we did, I ended the stream early with like 13 questions left, because the 3 hours were up. So this time I'm like, let's just do it until the questions stop and see what happens. So that was the point. The point was that it was brutally difficult to be happy. Yep. But now, like when I left, we noticed that everything for all of us was a lot better. Next up, what got you into physics? So when I was in the restaurant industry, I hit like an all-time low. I have a blog post about this that I've written, which has gotten 133 views. So I thought that's pretty cool. So it's a blog post that basically just says the long, kind of drawn-out story about like what actually went down and how bad it got for me mentally. I had a bit of a low and realized that if I didn't change my life, then my kids would see me as unhappy as possible. I was not be a good father, not be a good dad, not be a good husband or son, I meant to say. So then what I did is I was thinking about all of the things that I used to like. And I used to like thinking and being involved in academics and stuff like that. So I started watching or listening to podcasts while I was in the kitchen cooking. And then after I did that for a while, I realized I needed to do something in that field. And physics was the thing that really stuck out to me as the most inspiring. Neil deGrasse Tyson was kind of like the first thing with Star Talk Radio, and then I found Brian Greene in the World Science Festival, and then I was hooked. So it's pretty much Brian Greene in the World Science Festival that got me into physics. And then after that, I started finding like everything. It was really exciting and cool. Leonard Susskind's, I had enough math to be able to do Leonard Susskind's videos on like string theory and gravity or general relativity and quantum mechanics and stuff from Stanford, the adult late night classes where you go, that sounds weird. But it's like classes that are made for people with some math background who want to learn these physics concepts. And I had enough math to understand all of those, and I thought that was a lot of fun and cool, so I did all that. I did like a bunch of those series, and I was like, this is where I want to be. So then when I tried, if people are new to this, I tried to do some independent research. It kind of failed miserably. There's some pretty embarrassing stuff that happened where I like met one of the most elite physicists, or I corresponded with one of the most elite physicists in the world, kind of accidentally. And he was another person that kind of inspired me to actually go to school and study physics. Yeah, so that was really cool. It would be cool if someone got into physics after BBT. What's BBT? Oh, Big Bang Theory. Big Bang Theory. Cool. Yeah. Who was that? Eric Weinberg. He was a graduate student of Sidney Coleman. And Eric Weinberg and Sidney Coleman did a bunch of revolutionary stuff in particle physics. He's a professor at Columbia University. Let's see, what else is next? So Tyrion says, what kind of question is this? Tyrion says, if you were a veggie, which veggie would you be and why? Oh, come on. Let's see here. If I was a vegetable, what vegetable would I want to be? I would want to be a... What kind? I don't know what kind of question this is. I don't even know how to think about this question. I was asked that question in a job interview for an IT position at Yale? What? I think it would be potato. I think it would be potato because of the versatility of potatoes, right? I mean, listen, you got French fries, you got tater tots, you got hash browns, which are a little different than tater tots, but kind of the same concept. Then you got scalloped, mashed, baked. You got vodka. Stealthy. That's good. That's good. Potatoes. There it is. I'd be a potato. Not far off of a potato. Cry says, so the double slit experiment, the place where the individual electron hits the detector is determined by probability, but it is deterministic that we will get the striped pattern. Where do you get your milk? So I don't drink dairy milk anymore. I don't drink cow's milk anymore. I only drink almond milk. So I drink almond milk. I like Almond Breeze, plain, not vanilla, no sugar, nothing like that. And I don't drink a lot of milk anymore, to be honest with you. But when I do drink, I had a glass of milk this morning. Sometimes I just feel like a glass of milk. But I don't drink cow's milk anymore. The old Tum Tum doesn't handle it too well these days. As some of you guys know, I have a chronic disorder in my stomach, in my guts, so I can't eat beef or pork. Well, I can't eat a lot of lean beef, but I just don't, because beef is something that everybody should probably cut out of their life, and they'll be happier for it. It's not even that good. Steak is overrated. Nobody asked me this, I hope, but steak is the most overrated food by a landslide. So overrated. You know why you like steak? Because you like seasoning. That's why you like steak. If you eat your steak without salt and pepper and you still think it's the best thing, then there's something wrong with you. Then you eat pizza with a fork and knife. Oh wait, let's get a little check mark to that. So I like. I spit some heavy fire there. If anybody's still here after my last, I don't mean to hurt anybody's feelings. But yeah, so my stomach doesn't like a lot of heavy dairy. I like hard cheese. I'm a bit of a hard Chesney guy. And I still eat ice cream. I'm not supposed to eat ice cream and butter, but I do anyways. It doesn't hurt, so it doesn't bother me. Whereas milk hurts. In the old country, pizza is eaten with a fork and knife. This is a Milko conversation. I don't want to get involved. I just thought it would be a funny joke. Like heavy whipping cream. Yeah, but there's coconut whipped cream nowadays, and it's really good. Heavy whipping cream. So actually, whipping cream for the sake of heavy cream. Yeah, it's. I can eat a small amount in things like vodka sauce, but I can't eat like if it's something that's like heavy, like whipped cream. Yeah, that hurts. Yeah, steak is like quantum mechanics. We like the cool seasoning, but after that, you just want to add a little dash of seasoning on your quantum mechanics. Make it extra nice. It's very rare. Okay, anyways, what else we got? Bam, fork, and knife with pizza. What class did you hate the most in undergrad and in grad school? Okay, so I'm going to be kind of front with you. Okay, so we'll say there's no physics in that, so let's say physics. Let's say non-physics and physics. Non-physics, I took a couple classes that I did not like. They were just boring. I took a sociology class that I thought was kind of nonsensical, but I will tell you that it definitely started to make me be more thoughtful about things. What I didn't like about it is I also felt like they complicated everything. Like for one thing, they always kept talking about fundamental, and their fundamental was far different than my fundamental. They're like, what's something that's fundamental in the universe? And I was like, quarks. And they were like, no. They were like, we mean like, what did they mean? They meant like self-preservation. And I was just like, what? That's not fundamental. That's emergent from quantum processes that happen in the brain. And they're just like, no, that's fundamental. Like, this is the professor. And I was just like, oh, okay. And like, I have to admit that I was very, very closed off with my thinking before I did that class. So it did open me up a little bit to the world of non-physics. But like, that was literally the first day of school. He said, name something that's fundamental to the universe. And I said, quarks. And he said, no. He said, something about self-preservation. And I was just like, that's not fundamental. And then it was just like, after that, I approached him after class, and I was just like, when you say fundamental, what do you really mean? And then he kind of elaborated, and I was like, I guess that makes more sense. And then I did better in the class after that. But that class was kind of like annoying some days. I remember like we always had to do the circle thing. You know, the circle thing is gonna be the least favorite class, right? Like if you were in a class, is there anybody in chat who did the circle thing where everybody faces each other, and then they can honestly say that that was one of their favorite classes? Because the answer is gonna be no. Not gonna be one of the favorite classes. Least favorite, probably. But yeah, this is how right? Like, this is terrible. You have to sit across from people and then the teachers, like, I don't mind if people want to, like, if the teacher wants to, like, promote class, like that, or promote discussion in class, that's fine. Like even if they're like, just turn your chair so that you're facing somebody. Like that's one thing. But like turn your chair so that everybody faces each other and then we'll always like talk. Like that was weird. And the professor, like don't get me wrong. We did a half a circle. Half a circle wouldn't be so bad because there's nobody directly across from you. A circle is awkward mostly because of that person across from you. That's one of the worst things about it. And I had a lot of like weird people in the class and stuff. It was a weird time. It was just a weird time. And it was like once a week, 3 hours late at night. It like started at like, it was like 6 to 9 or 5 to 8 or something like that. And I was just like late at night. It was 5 to 8. It was past my bedtime. I missed Matlock. By the time I got home and got my slippers on, my robe. What is that? But there was like 15 of us and we spent most of the 4 years together. So that'd be different too. Like if it was like a bunch of, that is rough. If it was a bunch of people that I knew, like my physics classmates, then I think I could actually have meaningful discussion. It would be fun. But instead it was a bunch of people who just kept spouting off ideas that I was just like, that's kind of annoying. And this one guy kept quoting Jordan Peterson. And if you've been around for the channel for a while, we know better than to think that Jordan Peterson says anything that's meaningful. We know better than that. So like, and I've known better than that for years now. But like he kept quoting Jordan Peterson and he kept saying in the words of Jordan Peterson, every single class. And it was so obnoxious. Because he says a bunch of, he says the same nonsense, he says the same like, okay, like it's void of content. So instead he would just be like, well, in the words of Jordan Peterson, and then he would say the same nonsense the worst word salad that had no content, and that was the class. And then there was like a few people who like were really into social justice, like really, really into social justice, which they honestly were the people that had me like open my eyes a little bit more to the things going on in the world. They said some good things. They did say some good things. But then he would get involved and then it would just be arguments and the teacher would have to step in and it was obnoxious. So that was the worst class. Andrew, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free experience. Chonky. Can you repeat the question? Chonky space. Mandry, thank you again. Cosmolano, longtime member of the channel. Thank you, Mandry, for the gifted sub to Cosmolano. Okay, what's next? My favorite, what was my least and what class? Oh, in grad school. What did I hate in grad school? I don't think I hated a class in grad school. I think I liked them all. They were all physics. What's there to not like? E&M, both quantums. Statistical mechanics was lit. That was fun. I'm drawing a blank on the other ones. I don't remember. Physics ain't got time for ads. But why? I don't know. Good question, though. Good question. That's from NC. I don't know who actually asked it, but thanks, NC. Okay, so Slayer says, what steps do you take when encountering a symbol, a formula that you do not understand? That's actually that's a great question. Okay, so if anybody who's studying on their own or researching, it's going to constantly be a thing where you find equations, symbols, like signs, things you don't understand, things you don't know. People use different notation. Particle physics is terrible for this. Particle physics constantly changes up the notation. You ask people. You ask a lot of people. I have no idea what you do. Like if there's no surefire way to like get a symbol that you've never seen before and know where to look to find the answer. Almost always you just have to ask someone else, and then like that's one of the pure benefits of having okay, so if there's a good reason to go back to school, it's for stuff like this. Like this is really important for going back to school, that like you have an advisor, because an advisor will constantly be the one where you're like, okay, I don't know what this is saying, and then your advisor's like, oh, well, that's something that we do that looks like this. So like right now, this is a good example. Right now, I'm learning quantum computing and condensed matter, because I used to be into particle physics and cosmology, but now I'm in particle physics and quantum computing. I'm switching projects. We talked about that a little bit earlier. And I can't tell you how different condensed matter people talk than particle physics talks, and they're both doing quantum field theory, but yet they say things so differently. Like, here's a good example. In particle physics, creation and annihilation operators are A, B, C, and D. That's it. A, B, C, and D. In condensed matter, they are seemingly always just C. Like, they're just C. Always. You get a Lagrangian and it's C in it. The other thing is they don't talk about Lagrangians. They talk about Hamiltonians. So, like, I'm always, like, the first, like, few weeks of actually, like, doing condensed matter physics, I'm sitting here being like, how do I do a Feynman diagram with a Hamiltonian?
Welcome to the channel.
What?
Things get a little bit weird.
History buff! You got me all choked up. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow. Oh, my alerts are on top of chat. How come I'm not seeing? This is the first time I'm seeing this. Let's put them up here. That should be better. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Let's see here. What's next? Yeah, so that's my, questions, we did it. So that's what I do when I don't find things. I ask someone. And if I don't find someone to ask, I Google it and look until I can figure it out. And there's no good way to do it. No good way. Okay, so we did the smallest time tick for the length of Planck length. I don't think I put a tick on for that, so let's do that. How would you detect if the fine structure of the universe had changed over a large period of time? Yeah, so that's the same thing. So fine structure constant changing as a function of time would be the same thing. Oh, actually, would it be the same thing as? So I guess maybe the better question would be variable speeds of light and fine structure constant. Are those fine structure constant changing over time? I don't know. You could measure, okay, so there might be one way to measure the strength of the electron, or the strength of an electron interaction, so like the Coulomb force. If there was a way to measure radioactive decay, probably around the same thing, right? So if you measure a Coulomb force that happened back in the early universe, in old rocks, I guess it depends on the precision of the measurement, but sure. I mean, you're only talking about like 4 billion years or whatever for the planet, so that might not be enough time. You might need more time than 4 billion years. But you could do like, so if you could measure Coulomb interactions from like early universe stuff. But again, like maybe it would just be hidden by the, oh man. These transcendental numbers with the fact that they could be changing in time would be nutty. Like, can you imagine in our life finding out the transcendental numbers, the numbers that like are just like the constants of nature, like electron charge, speed? Well, I think speed of light is a transcendental number. I don't know. Is the speed of light being a transcendental number? Is that? Do people think that? Current attempts haven't been able to measure any deviations in the fine structure constant. What did they use to measure high altitude? I wonder. 4 billion is a decent chunk of the universe's life. Yeah, it's only been like 13. Well, isn't it like 46 though? I don't know, I get those kind of mixed up. I think the universe is, no, it's only been 13.7 years old and it's 46 billion across. There we go. Mandry, thank you again for another gifted sub, this time to High Altitude. Thank you, thank you. High Altitude is another, I think, physicist, graduate student, or maybe practicing, who answers a lot of questions, is very helpful in Discord, and has been around for a long time. Okay, so it's 13.7 billion old and 46 billion light years across, is what I'm thinking, if I remember properly. And I wonder what they did use to measure Okay, so we used multi-photon interactions such as Bragg diffraction and block oscillations to increase the phase difference for the interferometer to over 12 million radians, which would reduce the statistical uncertainty enabled control of systematic effects of the 0.12 part per billion level. Wow. Just Googled it and clicked on the first archive link. Nice. So they've measured that. So that's interesting. So there's good reason to believe that it's not changing. Unless, of course, something else is changing as well. But there's that one point where you got to stop asking questions, and that's a good place to stop. Next. Okay, so Justin says, a box is at rest on a plank of wood with coefficient of static friction mu. At what angle can you lift the board before the box starts sliding? Okay, so this is a force problem. So let's go to the board. I'll set it up, and then this is a good time to take a break, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then I'll come back, and you guys can tell me what you think. Okay? Maybe. Let's see here. We have some nice chuggy music to go along with it, too. Is my microphone being weird? It sounds weird in my ear, but it might just be my headphones. All right, so the box of wood is on a plank. There's a theta here for the angle. It's being picked up. So what we do is we always start with a free body diagram. So we have the force of gravity. Actually, we have to have a angle theta. So we need the static cable against... It's distorting. Okay, is that better? Stop acting weird, dude. Maybe that's better. Manager, thank you for the gifted stuff to Alan Lou. Thank you, thank you. The raid from before. I don't think it's doing that. Maybe I just need to turn it off and turn it back on. Hold on. All right, maybe that's better. Okay, so when you're solving a force problem, well, there's no general point where you have to stop asking questions. It's just that in practice, you eventually get to the point where you don't care about the answers anymore. Awesome. Okay, let's see here. So that should be better with the distortion stuff. Okay, let's see here. So we want to start with a free body diagram. So we always want the x-axis to be on the angle with the plane. So this is going to be the x-axis. This is going to be the y-axis with the normal force. And we are going to want a static friction. We actually don't want a force in that direction. And if mu sub s is the static coefficient of friction, let's see, we have gravity this way, which has two components, one in the y direction, so F of gravity with y, F of gravity in the x direction. And then really the goal, and this is the force of friction. So really the goal is to find the, well, let's just start adding up components. So the forces in the y direction are going to be the normal force plus, actually minus, the force due to gravity. So that's going to be, let's see, F, G, and where's the angle? The angle's going to be right here, theta. So it's also going to be right here. So let me see if I can get this right. FGY is going to be also right here. I think I want to do, we want angle theta, so triangles are hard. I want to do cosine of theta. Yeah, cosine theta. Is equal to 0, because it's not going to be moving. Hey, all, how are ya? Wait, I have a question. Well, you can literally ask me anything. Right now, we're solving a problem that Justin put in chat. And then I think I'm going to take a quick 5, so I'll go to the bathroom, and then I'll be right back. We're going to do a quick break for this one. And then I'll be right back, and we'll keep rolling through the questions. If you have questions and want to keep asking, exclamation mark ask, space, then your question. And we're going to go until I don't have any questions. Okay, so now we're going to sum over all of the terms in the x component, which we have the force of friction, actually minus the force of friction. So we'll start with the force of gravity. So if that's cosine, we want this one to be sine of theta, minus the force due to friction. Now the force due to friction is going to be, oh, I think my battery's died. Yeah, my battery's died. So the force due to friction is going to be the normal force hold on. There we go. Starting that up again. Okay, so the force due to friction is going to be the normal force times the static coefficient of friction. That's going to be, oh, and we have to figure out what it's equal to. What do we want to figure out what it's equal to? I think we want this to be equal to 0. We need to solve for the coefficient of friction. That's what we need to do. Yeah, so let's see. So the coefficient of friction is just going to be, we don't want kinetic, we want static. Is going to equal Fg sine theta. Now Fs max is going to be the force required to slip, and that's going to be given by mu sub s times the normal force. So that's just going to be mu sub s times cosine theta, or f of g cosine theta. Okay. Now, what's the actual question asking? What do we want in terms of what? At what angle can you lift the board before it starts sliding? Does that rest on a, oh, so that's easy. So we don't even need this part right here. No, we don't even need that. Yeah. So what we could do, that's more to figure out if it is sliding. So then what we could do is just say, okay, so theta has to be equal to what's supposed to be on the other side of the equation? I don't know if I have enough information to solve this. Do I not have enough information to solve this? Well, we can say a couple things about it, I guess. Because ultimately, you need to either know this. You have too many unknowns in one equation. So it would be the S max divided by, so it would be the cosine inverse of this. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me so much. Cosine inverse of Fs max divided by mu sub s f of g. What else do you need to know? I've always had more information than that, I think, unless I'm missing something. Let's see. Set f of s equal to the f of max thing. Well, you don't know if it's sliding down at max. Yeah, you could do that for sure. That'd be one way to solve it. So usually what you do is you try to figure out what the box is experiencing, and then you try to figure out if that's the highest coefficient of friction. So this is going to be covering a lot of f of s's, though. Because the way it works is like, so if you've never taken introductory physics, the way it works is you have, hey 486, how are you? You have a static coefficient of friction, and how much static coefficient of friction is applied is only as much as needed. So there's a couple things you can do. you can find out the force due to static friction, and then compare it to this. That's usually how we teach it. So what we do is we say, let's find the static coefficient of friction, find what the force is experiencing, and then that's going to be, because like I said, there's this question I like to ask for my students, and it's and the question goes like this. It's a person is pushing on a box, but the box is not moving with 200 newtons, right? So they're pushing on a box, it's not moving with 200 newtons. And the static coefficient of friction is like something, or yeah, max coefficient of friction is something, they give that. And then it goes, what's the amount of force of static friction? The answer is 200 newtons, right? Because that's what he's doing. He's pushing on a box with 200 newtons. But I got so many people who who try to find the max force of friction and say that that's the force. But it's not. It's not the force because friction works up to max. And yeah, so static coefficient of friction. So usually what you do is you compare the two. So if you want to say it's at the static coefficient, the max static coefficient of friction, then you could just plug this in for here and donezo. The force due to gravities cancel, and you just get the cosine inverse of sine theta over mu sub s. Oh, you'd have double thetas. Interesting. So I guess you'd have to put that down there first, and then you can divide out, and then you'd get that. That's where the tangent comes from. There you go. Cool. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Otherwise, the friction would push the man. True. Okay, so like I said, let's do it. Let's take a quick break. I will be right back. I'm going to use the lavatory, and you guys can keep asking questions. My moderators have control of the queue. Where are we at? We're up to 26 in the queue, but I know some of them are kind of mixing. I still have a bunch of screenshot questions to get to. So we're going to go probably over 4. So you guys have already going to keep me over time, which is good. Let's go. I'm down with this with you guys. So if you guys have questions, I want to answer your questions. And we're not going to stop streaming until your questions are answered. I have stuff out here to hang out and be with you guys. So ask me a question. There's an assumption here that static friction is equal to kinetic. I don't think anybody's made that assumption. Like, I don't think anyone's. Maybe at the limit that we say f of s is equal to f of s max. But that's, again, there's nothing wrong with this. This is good. Usually what we say is the force of friction equal to the max? And if it's less than the max, then the box is stationary. If it's more than the max, then it's going to break. And then you do and then that's not necessarily the force that the box is feeling, because then you have to redo the calculation with the kinetic coefficient of friction. These are the steps. I'll be right back. Watch this. Keytar. Hello, we are back. What did I miss? Sarah has subscribed for 9 months. 9 months of dropping knowledge. 9 months of being part of the community. Thank you, Sarah, so much. Appreciate it. Sarah's been a longtime friend of the community, and it's good to see you. All right, so we're still going. We got more questions to go through. We just did a box on a plane. It's always good to push a box up an inclined plane. Definitely the best thing ever. Let's see. Every day. Oh, okay. That was a reply to someone. Okay, let me see here. So Jax asked, that's what it says, how is Dennis the laser god doing? Dennis is good. So I mentioned this kind of on stream recently. Dennis and I have soup dates. We missed our soup date this week because of being very busy. Not a problem. Miss Dennis. Okay, I think the best we can do is friction equals g sine theta. Yeah. Sine theta equal, do FR over G equals sine theta equal FR over G? Yeah. Friction over G. Yep. And then it just depends on what the force of friction is. And is it close to max? Yeah. No, you're good. Oh, inverse sine theta? Inverse sine of FR over G equals theta. Yeah, that's also a possibility. Animaniac. So much commotion. Okay, so what was I asking? What was I answering? Oh, Dennis is doing good. I miss Dennis. I didn't get to see Dennis this week, but I get to see. But I'll probably have a soup date next week, I hope. But Dennis is doing good. We're kind of like a support system for each other, which I love. He's a great friend, and I like I said, I get to see him almost every week. And we chat and we do a little bit of research together. Not much, just sort of talk about projects that we're working on. We might have some work together in the near future, which will be a lot of fun. So we've been talking about that a little bit. But he's doing well as far as I know. Actually, I didn't get to say this yet, but I'm getting my vaccine on Friday. Hallelujah. I think Dennis either already got his or is getting his soon as well. It's now open to like state employees. I actually qualified because of hypertension a while ago, but I didn't get it because I didn't know that. So I found out at the same time that I found out that I qualify because I'm a graduate student. So and I teach and stuff. But yeah, either way, getting it soon. Is it the anti-nerd vaccine? Yes. Yes, it is. But anyway, so our next soup day will be this week. But he's a good friend. I see him almost weekly. And I very much value my time with Dennis. Chris, Dr. Topher, is another friend I see less frequently because he doesn't live around here. He is at home usually, which is about 3 hours away, 2 hours away, something like that, closer towards the city. I see Chris probably once a month on average. I think it's been over a month since I've seen him last, but on average it's probably about once a month. So good friends, very very nice to have them to talk to about grad life and whatnot. Very trying time for most of us. Okay, next up. Jack says, "Are you Swedish?" Is that where Aspen comes from? So if you weren't here in the beginning of the stream, yes, I'm Swedish. My great-grandfather is from Sweden. It is only like I'm only like a quarter Swedish, I think. But we are back in the garage, Sarah. Yeah. Yeah, we're very happy to be back in the garage. And I've repaired a lot, so it's actually warmer with my heater running than it used to be. So it's actually quite a chilly day out. It's like 50. But it's but now I've repaired a bunch of it, so my heater actually makes like a 50-degree day feel like a 60 or 70 or 80-degree day. Like right now it's quite warm, but if I turn the heater off, it won't last very long because there's no insulation. So anyways, but yes, so my great-grandfather's from Sweden. He was a bell ringer, and came over to the States to tour, and then eventually came back to live. He was also, I didn't mention this, but he was also in the Swedish Army for World War I. He was part of the mountain patrol and would patrol the borders of Sweden on skis. True story. I have pictures of him somewhere. I think in my... No way. Right there? That would be wild if I had pictures right here. If you guys want to see them, let me know. I just moved something from inside the house to outside the house, and I'm pretty sure I might have pictures of my great-grandpa Axel in here. In ski attire. I have all sorts of pictures. Holy smokes. I have too many pictures. I have baby pictures. My mom made me like one of those books. I just lost a bunch of pictures out of it. As a bell ringer. It's true. Let me see if I can find a real quick picture of him as a skier. I have all sorts of stuff in here. Holy smokes. My mom saved a lot of stuff. Bachman, look at. Music. I got a certificate for music. Let's see here. I don't know if it's in this one or not. This is all my mom's family. I don't know where the pictures are of him as a bell ringer or of skiing. So this is a picture of my great-grandpa Axel right here when he was young. And he's with my grandpa when my grandpa was a baby. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it was, where the pictures are. I don't think they're in here. Here's a picture of him with an accordion when he's a bit older. So you could tell he was musical. Anyways, that was my great-grandpa Axel. I wonder what all this stuff is. Besides stuff saying I played soccer. Oh, no way. Oh, I probably can't show it. Stink. I do this, though. Old picture of a license. Look at that young boy. He had no idea what he was getting into. Anyways. Thanks, Mandrian. Thank you so much for all the gifts. I appreciate it very much. But yes, that's young Eric in a license form. That over. It's not like it has my current address on it. It doesn't have my current address on it. Oh, we're losing track of the queue. Hold on. I gotta repost Sarah's thing. Copy, paste. There we go. Oh, I didn't. Oh, I did the. Hold on, I gotta redo it. There we go. There you go, Sarah. I got it. It's the queue is finicky. I have to move everything over one at a time. Huge pain in the butt. Anyways, so be patient with me as I make this work. So that's it. I'm Swedish. Yes, you saw pictures of my grandfather Axel just as he moved to the States and started his family. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, I think that's it for that screenshot. Let's go to the last screenshot. Jax, if you're still here, I'll tell you what I've missed, or what I am missing. Maybe you just copy and paste some questions for me. The next question I have on here is from Tyrion, and it says, did you ever pass... Did you ever pass gas during a TA session? That's a question from Tyrion. The answer is no. I did not. There's way too much of a fear of getting caught. So, there's that. I feel like if you tried and you got caught, then it would be a devastating occurrence. So, stop. So, yes. Always with the serious question. So the answer is no. Too nervous about being caught. Good. Okay. There you go, altitude. I feel so seen right now. What's your prediction? So this is from Strawberry Jesus. What's your prediction on when we'll achieve quantum supremacy? So I don't think, what's it called nowadays? I think they're calling it quantum advantage now. I think that we'll probably achieve quantum advantage in the next, I might be bold and say 5 years. Thought we did. No. Nope, not yet. No, there's nothing that, no. Oh, that was not quantum advantage. People reproduced it with classical computers a lot faster, as far as I remember. If I remember correctly, it went that, like, they didn't actually try against a classical computer, and then someone went and did it better and faster on a classical computer. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it went down. I'm pretty sure it went down that, like, someone was like, no, I think we can do that with classical computers, and they just went and did it faster. I heard that IBM made their classical thing faster, but that didn't beat the but that it didn't beat the QM? Oh, the quantum machine? I don't remember now. We'll have to look it up. I'm pretty sure, so the best source for this is, there was a podcast, I want to say last December, done by the FQXI. This is where I got this information from, which makes me feel like I'm hesitant to think that it happened already. By Ian Durham, through the FQXI. It's not this year's end of year recap, it's the year before's end of year recap where he talks about it. And he talks about, so I guess it'd be 2019 end of year recap on the FQXI website. He talks about quantum advantage and how, I thought he said something about it, that the classical machines just did it better or faster or something like that. It was something where it wasn't real. It wasn't truly quantum advantage. That it was just, it just looked like it. Yeah. Kind of a hype killer.
Welcome to the channel.
Mono3, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Wikipedia seems to still give it to Google, and another group has since claimed to do it for photonic setup in China. And Scott Anderson has endorsed the latter. Aronson, not Anderson, Aronson. You love quantum physics. Awesome. We do a lot of quantum physics on this channel. Justin, I'll have to look into that, though. Actually, why don't we just look into it now? Who achieved quantum advantage? So this was by, so this is a report in Science by a bunch of people, all of whom I've never heard of. A light approach to quantum advantage. I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit deeper. I'll have to ask. This is the first Twitch stream I've seen that even knows what quantum physics is. Yeah, we actually talk a lot about it. I do quantum computing and quantum field theory, so that's what I practice on the day-to-day. And then I like to stream and talk about it with y'all. So if you have any questions, this is our Ask-a-thon, our very first ever Ask-a-thon. And I don't stop streaming until questions are all answered. We're on 33 questions. I forgot the timer! Oh well, I'm gonna run it consistently, so we'll just you have to do uptime. I forgot to add the timer. I have it set up too, it's just chilling right here. Look at it. Dang it. Oh well. Too late now. Bon voyage timer. Anyways, no, it's to my knowledge that most people don't believe it's true quantum advantage yet. But maybe this new one from December 18th of 2020 is something different. Absolutely, Manu. Actually, I think that I have questions like that coming up. So if you want to ask a question, it's !ask, and then followed by your question, and it will go to a separate window that's been kind of testy. So if I miss any of your questions, feel free to do it again. Okay? And don't feel like I've missed them because I still have like 20 questions right now that I'm behind, I think, 30 questions or something like that. So if you ask it then and I get to the end and be like, oh, I'm almost done, then be like, wait, I have another, you didn't answer my question. You are underestimating him too much? I don't know. I get overestimated a lot. The only subject Eric has problems with is remembering putting. The only subject Eric has problems with is remembering to put the square in the kinetic energy. It's true, but at least I know it. At least I know that there's the square in the kinetic energy term, and I don't make statements like force is inversely proportional to the radius, and then stand by those statements. But I don't know anybody who does. I'm not saying anybody does. I'm just saying that's as an example, as an aside, if you will. As an aside, I might say that like might be somebody who would say that it's, force is proportional to 1 over r. As an aside. But yes. What do you mean, Melko? Why would Melko? What does it have to do with anything? It doesn't have to do with anything. Anyways, where were we? Oh yes, I'm still on the screenshots. I'm not actually back to the queue. Okay, next up. I think we've got 34. I think we're at 34. But yeah, so I think that a lot of people don't believe that quantum advantage is achieved yet. The other thing, Justin, to say about this is that there's quantum computers, there is people who argue that they're not truly quantum processes yet, that it's just classical computations bundled up like quantum computations. Because there's not a true quantum computer yet. You know that guy? Me? Or the guy that argues that? Huh. I might argue that. But I don't know enough about it. I'm new. I'm new here. I'm new to quantum computing. Scott Aronson and a big guy who argues that always go back and forth. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think my advisor is in the second camp, but I don't know 100%. I'd have to ask him. I think he's in the camp that we don't actually have like a true quantum computer yet. The noise is just such a problem. Like the decoherence of states is such a problem that like you can kind of mask it with like letting classical bits just sort of go through the machine a couple time steps. But then like the question is like, is it really quantum? Are you doing an actual quantum process, or are you just doing probabilistic classical bits? Because of all of the noise and the decoherence and whatnot. But I'd have to ask him to get a better answer. I don't know off the top of my head. Anyways, next one. So that's Strawberry Jesus. So Seth asks. Seth is a former student of mine. He's in Bachman's class. And always love to see my former students. What's your favorite easy midweek meal to make? Okay, so I'm gonna skip all of the easy stuff like any type of chicken you put in the oven. And I am a big fan of making one dish meals. So like one thing I made a little while ago was I took a bunch of small potatoes, cut them in half. It's like the bees, potato the size is bees. Oh my goodness, he's here. Hi, Professor Melko. Good to see you. Can I get a shout out for Professor Melko? Excellent chemistry streamer. Excellent. He's a physical chemist, so he has some, he's interested in some of the physics. Tyrion, why do you always, I feel like Tyrion calls him. I feel like Tyrion calls him and it's just like, yo, PhysicsOH said something about the inverse law with force again. No, but Professor Melko's an excellent, I'll do the shout out. Professor Melko is an excellent chemist streamer. You should absolutely go give him a follow if you have not followed him. Very, very good. Tyrion is just too caught up on just getting me clips of me just saying stuff. Look at that, he clipped it. Guaranteed it was in Professor Melko's Discord. Guaranteed in Professor Melko's Discord. What was I even talking about now? Oh yeah, so you take bee potatoes, the small potatoes, you cut them in half. This is something I did recently. Throw them in a pan, okay, with broccoli and oil, rosemary, salt and pepper, toss everything in it. And then what did I do? I did just, and this is not like something that's like, this is literally something that I just like looked around my fridge and just grabbed. It's not like something that I'd be like, this is a great meal. It's, you know, it's served in French restaurants. It's a fondue pain, or whatever French nonsense name of a meal. No, this is just something I looked in the fridge and grabbed, and it was really good. And it's just like, you season a bunch of potatoes, broccoli, and turkey kielbasa, okay? And season it all heavily, and then start baking it with the lid, covered at first, at a high heat, and then take the lid off and continue at a high heat. And then I just melted a bunch of cheese on it, and it was awesome. Because broccoli and cheese, who doesn't like broccoli and cheese, right? But then also the potatoes are really good, just like that. Like that's just simple roasted potatoes. Lots of garlic, salt and pepper, rosemary. I put some, what else did I put in it that time? I think it was just oregano. And it was just easy. And it's like you can do that stuff in the middle of the week on like a Wednesday. Takes like 10 minutes or less to prep. Like, quick. You can even just, it's just cutting stuff and putting it in a pan, tossing it with some stuff, and it tastes good. If you were trying to say kielbasa in Russian, you gotta stress the kielbasa. Kielbasa? I always thought it was kielbasa. Isn't it Polish? Polish kielbasa? Kielbasi. Some people say kielbasi. That's an American thing though, is kielbasi. In Poland you have kielbasa. It's Russia? No way. Okay. You're about to change my life. Hold on. Is kielbasa keto? Polish. Yeah, it's Polish sausage. Gotta do kielbasa. Place of origin, kielbasa. Poland. Hold on. Wikipedia never lies. Pa-pow, pa-pow, pa-pow. There we are. Oh, wait. Why did it do that? Is that enough of a link to get you there? It's kielbasa. I mean, there is a Russian word for it, that's for sure. Let's see what kielbasa. I believe there's a Russian word for it. Is it a different thing though? It's a different thing. No way. They're different. Kielbasa is Russian. What is this? What is this magic land of mixed meats? Kielbasa looks mega processed. Kielbasa's not much better. Well, actually, I don't know how they actually make it. I meant like store-bought kielbasa is really processed. It's all force meat. In Wikipedia it says, in Russia it is known as kielbasa, mentioned as early as... Yeah, it's all just force meat. So force meat is when you just take a bunch of meat stuff and you force it into a sack. Like, I don't know, a casing, we'll call it. Manu, I could probably skip ahead if you've got a second. Let me see here. I don't want to leave you without getting questions answered. We're going to skip ahead to Manu's question really quick. I don't want to. How do you feel about multiverse versus Copenhagen interpretation of collapsing wave functions? So multiverse is very interesting. You get a lot of cool things from it. Like you get free unitarity, which is nice, which basically means that things look the same forward and backwards in time. It also means that like, oh, I've opened a program. Oh no. You also get, like, it works out nicely for a lot of things. The problem is it doesn't do a lot of explaining. You just sort of use, and when I say explaining, I mean in a classical sense of explanation, which is really what we want to get down to. We want to get down to fundamentals. But the problem with the fundamentals is the more fundamental you get, the more complicated it is to interpret what the experiment is actually telling us. And with the multiverse, you get a lot of these nice things that you want for free, like unitarity and you know, the fact, and it's deterministic. But it doesn't do a lot of explaining things in the classical way like we like, you know? Whereas Copenhagen, you kind of have a mixed bag. It's probabilistic, so it's not deterministic, but you can sort of wrap your head around some way of understanding it classically, where like after you have the information, it's classical information. Before you have the information, it's quantum. But after you make that measurement, so like you're measuring like an electron's location, or electron's, well, okay, we'll say electron's location, not spin. You measure an electron's location. Like after you have that information, that's classical information. You have the location of the electron. The issue is, like before the measurement, when you want to predict something, that's where the quantumness comes from. And Copenhagen says, don't worry about it too much, just do the measurement and then you'll have the information. Whereas many worlds, like you don't really know how to interpret it, like because it's, the many worlds you don't really know how to interpret it because yeah, you have classical information, but literally all of the events happen. And like then you just say, well, yours happens where you are, so that's what matters. It's confusing. I like Sean Carroll's theory that it splits into multiverses. I like that the idea is just to believe that we're seeing without without adding extra steps. Yeah, it's definitely a lot, like you get a lot of nicer things out of it for quantum mechanics. And like the fact that the universe is just splitting into, entangled universes or whatnot, then that's a nice idea. Like it's easy to understand or easy to grasp, I guess, for once you've really truly like have understood where Sean Carroll is approaching. It's nice, but it just feels me like it fills me with a feeling that we're giving up too early on understanding more about how classical mechanics and quantum mechanics could be like combined or simplified.
Chat, brightness of knowledge.
Tropical!
Amidst my broken computer, I see you.
Good to see you, Tropical. Seems like the best way to do science is to take the simplest route. It's true, and that's definitely the methodology for this one. But yeah, I myself is more of an agnostic to which is correct. I think that we don't have the correct one yet. So we're still looking for the correct one. That understanding time will give us a better, and this is an idea that's kind of pushed by Gerard 't Hooft a lot, or Gerard 't Hooft, is that time is kind of like the thing we don't really understand in quantum mechanics yet, and that it will kind of make it less of a mysterious thing to us. But great question. Yeah, we haven't found the right answer yet. I hope that's true, because I would like to be on the team that finds the right answer. Well, I appreciate you coming and asking a question. I will see you around. Thank you for stopping by. All right, let's add it to the list. 35 questions answered. Let's keep going. All right, back to the screenshot. Okay, so that was my favorite midweek. It's just like, my favorite is not an actual meal, Seth, but instead it's like a class of meals. And it's what can I throw, starch, veggie, sauce, and meat, protein, all into one pan and just get done because it's fast and it'll also taste good. I like that. I like crock pot. I like crock pot. Let's see, what else we got? How old is Darla? Darla is 7 years old. I think she's turning 8. Is she turning 8? Is she turning 8? I think she's turning 8. What? Oh, wait. I'm hungry too. What is percolation theory? Firstly, let me Google to make sure it's not a real thing, and then I'll tell you what I think percolation theory is. Oh my goodness, I think it's a real thing. Dang it. In statistical physics and mathematics, percolation theory describes the behavior of a network.
We do not live with Darla.
Wait. She's turning 7. Okay, I thought so. That's what I thought. I thought she was turning. Oh wait, did I get that wrong? Senior citizen. She's gonna be a senior citizen like her dad. I don't know what this is, ergo it doesn't exist. That's true though. I mean, I want it to be true. Percolation theory describes the behavior of network when nodes or links are removed. This is a geometric type of phase transition since a critical... I have no clue what percolation theory is. It looks like it's in machine learning type of network style, whatever that's called. What's that field called? no idea. It's some sort of graph theory style. Yeah, like machine learning. I don't know.
You make coffee with a percolator.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought it was. Percolation, more like the math behind putting together pergoflow. Yeah, so it's just, you do stuff, I guess. And that's about that. Oh, look at this. Hold on. Does this even work anymore? Hold on. I don't even know if this works. I didn't set this up, so forgive me. I wasn't planning on using it. Look at this fractal, though. I think it's a fractal. Zoom in a critical percolation cluster. I guess it's not a fractal. I guess it's just a cluster. Click to animate. Well, it looks like it's doing a pretty good job itself. I'm no wizard. But I'm kind of a wizard. Let's be real. Anyways. It's CFT. Everything's CFT to you. You're no wizard, Harry. Wait, is it true that it's CFT, though? It's statistical physics. Yeah, I'm not. It sounds like there's more to it than that, though. It sounds like it actually tells you something about the phase transitions.
The Wizard of the Burnt Down Garage.
Yeah, it's so burnt down, right? No, it's just fallen down. It's not burnt down. Crystal field theory. CFTs describe things at phase transitions. Gotcha. So I was right. So here's the deal. I was right, okay? I have no clue what it is, right? That's what I was correct about. No idea. Absolutely no idea. It sounds kind of interesting. Maybe I feel like percolation theory is going to be one of those things where, like, I'm, like, researching my topic, and then my advisor's going to be like, oh, yeah, just do percolation theory. I'll be like, okay, another thing to learn. Very interesting. Next. It is. I know it is. Guaranteed. 6 months from now, I'm going to be neck deep in percolation theory. Okay. Will you name your second dog Alfalfa? No. Next. What is your source of inspiration? What's corpus active mean? What's corpus active? Active. Is it like now? Oh, geez, that's not good. Translation. This is from Jax. What? No, it's not English, it's Latin. Latin to English. Active body. Oh, so like current. Like a current source of inspiration. So, my current source of inspiration is probably just teaching. So, like, my ideas, ever since I started streaming a year ago, my overall goals might have changed a little bit. Like, I really like science communication. Certainly, dream job changed. My former dream job was to work at a research facility. That's what I wanted to do pre-stream, pre-COVID. I wanted to work at a research facility like Institute for Advanced Study, Perimeter Institute, things like that, researching. That was my original dream job. Now my dream job looks a lot more like something that exists like at CERN, or at like the World Science Festival, or there's a bunch of like big science communication things, Fermi Labs, stuff like that, where I'm doing research, but also my main responsibilities, the main thing I'm getting paid for is science communication, either like production or working like with people or education, I guess, in general, not necessarily science communication, but education in general. I don't know, like something about being in this presence with you all and like learning and teaching and like experiencing you all and like all of the things that I did, like that's that's been a lot of fun to me, and also hugely inspirational to myself to keep going, to keep working. So not to be cliche, but like y'all inspire me. There, I said it. I wouldn't be sitting in my garage on a Sunday afternoon with, you know, who knows how long the stream's gonna be, just answering questions and chatting with you guys if I didn't like it. I actually really, really like this. And this would be more of like, that's the dream. Likelihood, who knows? But definitely, Slayer, you definitely inspire me. So you're working on your own to study physics. You have good questions. You're genuinely interested and want to talk about physics. That's inspiring to people. Keep going, because it's awesome. And that makes me want to like hit, go live and like go and like tell you all about something cool that I learned, or make a fool out of myself by building something that is a catastrophe. That's awesome to me. It's wicked exciting. So, yes, that's my major inspirations right now, is to continue going and doing this professionally, in some way of doing education or science communication, primarily, and research secondarily. I still love research. Yes, you're in the middle of an ask-a-thon. I don't stop streaming until the questions are done being answered. So continue to ask me questions, and I will continue to give you answers. And then when I'm done answering questions, I will leave the stream, but not before then. Next up, I'm still on I have 5 more questions on the screenshots, and then I can revisit the queue. Let's see here. Austin says hello. Oh, yes, Mad Graph. Let's look that up really quick. And root. I don't know what Mad Graph is. I want to say the science and technology people would know a lot more about that. The coders on science and technology, Austin. I don't know if Austin, if you're still here. Oh, really? It's the Monte Carlo software that the Phenomenon people use. Interesting. I've never even heard of it, to be honest with you. So, is it just really good at statistical stuff? Or is it good at, is it good at other stuff? Probably, Austin, my resource would be to go check out people on the science and technology, the coders, and ask them. They would definitely... Simulios. Let's give them an actual name. Simulios would be a great person to ask for this. Simulios. Hopefully, I don't know if you're still here or not, Austin. Oops, I forgot to do shout out. I don't even know if I spelled it right. Simulios. Nope. Something like that. Oh, there you go. Slayer's got it. Slayer actually introduced me to Simulios. I think it might be mod only. But I can do this. Got it. Nope. I don't know. It's Simulios. Go look him up. That'd be a great resource. He's a physicist who does a lot of coding stuff. So he can definitely help you with statistical stuff. Unlike most other LHC software, which is uncommented jargon. Oh. I'm not sure how it runs, but they have tons of manuals and stuff. Cool. Perk. Are double integrals necessary for operating with particle physics? Yes. Yes. You will do a lot of integrals. Some of them double. Fourier transforms and stuff like that are no joke, and you'll get lots of double integrals in those. Plus, you have like solid angle theorems and things like that you constantly have to think about. So double integrals do show up. Sometimes more than double, it's true. Sometimes not even real. Let's talk about Grassmann numbers. Like, what's the deal? You introduce these these non-commuting integers. So they don't commute. Basically, like, you know, a commutation for people who don't know is like, if 2 times 3 is equal to 6, 3 times 2 is also equal to 6. That's a commutation. So you could say 2 times 3 minus 3 times 2 is equal to 0. Those numbers are commuting. In quantum mechanics, it's very common where if you have like operators where you multiply together, it's not the same thing as if you switch the order and multiply them again. It's not the same thing. Graspin numbers are integers. They're just integers. They're not like, you can't establish one by saying like, this Graspin number is 2. You have to open your mind to like what integers are. Yeah. And just say, hey, they're integers. And they don't commute. And then what you do is you introduce them
get a little bit weird.
into your equation. And then at the very end of the equation, you integrate them away. So you just integrate, and you follow the rules of Graspin algebra and Graspin calculus, and then they leave the equation, and you get something different than if you never added them. It's very interesting. Hi, everyone. Yes. Bicklin, how are you? Good to see you. Putin Roaster, good to see you. It's been a while. Jor, hello. I'm gonna put Putin. I'll put yours in ask. That's a great question, but it's gonna require me to actually talk a second about it. Let's see here. There we go. Got Flying Falcon and that one. Hello, Flying Falcon. Good to see you, by the way. All right. Where are we at? Oh, and thank you for the follow, Flying Falcon. Where are we at? I still have a couple more on my screenshot, and then we're gonna head over back to the queue and see. Do you like the phenomenology of particles? Asks Austin. I do like phenomenology. So, if you guys don't know, if you haven't been here, I'm a bit of a fanboy of Murray Gell-Mann. Murray Gell-Mann was basically the inventor of the quarks, and he did the whole thing. He was like one of the greatest phenomenologists of all times, and he was a really good theorist in the less phenomenological sense, too. But the stuff that he was able to do just by thinking about phenomenology is truly amazing. Really, really cool and exciting. Yeah, so I do like that. But personally, myself, I'm no good at it. I'm much more driven to study theory built off of other theories, not theories built off of experimental results. But model builders are very common. There's a lot of people who do model building based off phenomenology. Very good. Yeah, it's very, very cool. I like that stuff, but I personally am not too good at it, but I do like to follow people who do it. When I first got into physics, I thought it was nonsense. And then seeing some of the results and actually meeting a bunch of model builders, going to talks where people did the model building things and stuff, that was really cool. Very, very cool stuff. But yeah, I personally am not the best at it. Okay, next up. Justin says, if I don't believe there is a smallest time length, what would you say to convince me otherwise? The first question I would say is, then I talked to a bunch of model builders. Yeah, they're interesting people. I do feel like sometimes people who, especially young model builders, are far too ambitious. It's a difficult field to not be ambitious in. Because like you instantly get in there and be like, you realize model builders have lots of freedoms that people who follow theory don't have. Like the people who follow like pure theory, they don't have the freedoms that model builders have. And then you find out that like young model builders are really ambitious folks. And it makes like people who follow straight theory to be a little bit concerned about how ambitious they are. It's just like, you want to do what and how? I remember like when I went to a conference, APS April conference, there was someone, like everything was just about, if you do this, then you could see this. And all of the results that we get, we don't find this. And I went to like 4 talks of those in a row, and I was just kind of like, so that's kind of boring. I did like the people, I like their ideas, but it seemed like the older model builders in the crowd always had to like say things like you should have known better or something like that. And it was always kind of like, I think it's nonsense from a different era. Interesting. Well, like, so phenomenon nowadays is very different. I can actually understand that. I think I'm a little bit more enamored by phenomenology when it was cool, like when in Gell-Mann's era. But nowadays there's so few experiments to gauge yourself off of. How are you supposed to know what to even like look for? Is model building like trying to model hypothesis and see where it goes? Yeah. It's like tweaking things and then just running the numbers. A lot of it is just tweaking things and running the numbers. The thing is like I said, young model builders will tweak things that you really shouldn't tweak. Like, it's trying to match certain experimental parameters by tweaking numbers and not building up theories. Model building isn't like building a scale model train set. No, it's not. It's much more like, yeah, like I said, it's like taking a theory that doesn't really work and then just sort of like twisting it to match numbers and seeing where it goes wrong. And usually what happens is it's like, actually that's just how I see it, but I think there's other ways of doing it. Some of these model builders will like build things all the way up to experimental data and then like go to the experiment and it's like all wrong. And that's like a real bummer because then they like spent all this time like building things up and like they're not even close. Whereas the model builders that I'm a bit more like enamored with, like Gell-Mann and stuff, we're getting experimental results and then building models to match it. And then going and seeing what else they could find. That's like, but like Justin says, that's from a different era. But great question. Yep, thank you. So what else is up? So then there's, oh, where was I at? Oh, so what would I say to convince you? I would probably say that, ooh, this is a great question. Okay, so Justin's question again. If I don't believe there is a smallest time length, what would you say to convince me otherwise? Serious question. Ooh. I'm not good at debating. How many push-ups are too many push-ups? All right, we'll do push-ups after this. Nobody caught on, ABC. You're the first person to see that it's a thing. Okay, so firstly, I would say that if you were, firstly, I would probably ask you what an event is. And then I would probably say, how do you describe going from one event to another event in time? I'm not good at debating. So like, we could probably do this by having like an open discussion about it on Discord or something sometime. An event is just a coordinate in space-time. So the distance between events is just, you know, some distance scale via a metric. Right? Which could be infinitely small. I'll grant it that. I'll grant it that it could be infinitely small. But then I would probably say, now how would you do that quantum mechanically? How would you describe an event? Is my sweatshirt inside out? No. How would you divide a sweater? How would you divide a sweater by a pair of leggings? How would you divide events quantum mechanically into infinitely small time steps? And you could use a metric still, but I don't see that working in practice. And I would probably say, I don't know how you would do it in practice. There's a good chance that it doesn't exist in practice. And again, like that's just a way to look at time differently as events in quantum mechanics as opposed to events in special relativity or in general relativity. That would be my argument. Maybe at scales that short gravity has played an important role, that doesn't make sense to talk about time anymore. Yeah, there's certainly scales that doesn't make sense to talk about time anymore. But like when I talk about a shortest time scale, I'm not really talking about time. I'm really talking about like energies. Like what's the shortest energy scale? And like there's some subtleties with that, right? Like maybe that's the wrong way of saying it, you know? But like, yeah. How would you maybe one thing would be again to say, how do you talk about like an event happening at one space and time, or at one space, and then an event happening at the same space? Like, how do you describe that? When you come for a conference, I will just trap you and argue for days. I love it. I love it. Let's go. We're gonna do that though. But in the meantime, that's probably something along the lines of how I would argue it. Even about things I don't believe in. Good. Good. We have a lot of things to discuss, you and I. Many things. Many things. Next up is Slayer. What are some examples of everyday things you were able to understand much better after studying physics as an undergrad? I don't know if, so maybe like things like light, and like for instance, I never really knew why the sky was blue until I learned about Rayleigh scattering. I don't really remember, like I can't really say a lot of stuff, but I don't really remember. But optics are kind of the thing that to me kind of stands out the most about the Rayleigh scattering from Griffiths. Look at the events perspective, temperature influence times, right? Yeah, so that's another thing to do too, definitely. Because temperature and time have that close relationship as well. Anyways, let's move on. But optics is one of the things that stands out to me the most. That's the thing that like when I was studying undergraduate physics, like optics was the thing that like made so much more sense. I don't know. The way polarizers work. Lightning was another one. Lightning was like the thing that I never really understood until I took physics in undergraduate. So things like that. I would say like it was just an understanding. My life didn't like change. Like I wasn't like this changed man. I didn't like, you know, emerge with my degree from 4 years in slumber and was just like, I know your frequency. You know, I don't know. I wasn't, like, I could probably do some engineering jobs, not all, but some engineering jobs that had, like, some things, like, much overlap with a lot of, like, the basic physics. But, like, I don't know. Yeah, world didn't change. But no, I like, those are some everyday examples of things that I understood much better, which was the question. And that's what I did. That's what I did. Okay, so do you think Minnie Melko will disappoint her parents and go into physics? So that was probably not Jax who asked. Ethereal, how are ya? I'm getting my PhD in physics. I have a bachelor's and a master's in physics. I'm in the PhD program. Studying particle physics and quantum computing. That's me. That's a good question. Okay. Let's see. Do you think Minnie Melko would disappoint her parents and go into physics? So A, that was definitely a Tyrion question. B, no, never going to disappoint the parents. Those parents that Minnie Melko has are the best parents. Save myself and my wife and my parents and my wife's parents. And they're good parents. But will Minnie Melko go into physics? Probably. But that's just because physics is better. You know what I mean? Like why would anybody do chemistry? I think people who do chemistry is because they haven't got to experience physics. And like Professor Melko and I are gonna be best friends forever. So like Minnie Melko will definitely be like some influenced, that really was you. Minnie Melko will definitely be influenced some by physics because Professor Melko and I are best friends. And because of that influence, Minnie Melko will go into physics. And I mean, okay, so let's be real about something. Professor Melko likes physics. more than chemistry, I think. Like, I think what happened, this is what I think happened. Let me tell you. No, Animaniac, no. It flagged that word though, which is pretty funny. I think what happened, come close, chat, come close. I think what happened is, like, people, big chemistry knows what's going on, right? And they go and they secretly have to hire a bunch of physicists, right? And they swear them to secrecy for the rest of their life, right? Like Milko. Anyways, Professor Milko is, he's a physicist like me, okay? And big chemistry like cornered him and threatened him to teach chemistry. So now he goes by physical chemistry, or he goes by the title of physical chemist. And then, you ever notice when I show up to his channel, his chat, he looks at his camera and he's like, help me. I am a physicist. Anyways. Yeah. We gotta get him out. We have to get him out. The plan is in motion. Alpha Charlie Bravo. Follow me on my socials. Anyways, what were we talking about? Justin. Okay, anyways. Okay, so I think we can move to the queue now because I'm all out of my screenshot. So again, if I missed your question, now I just am getting to the queue. So there's a lot of people like Tropical and Animaniac and others who I have missed I haven't got to their questions yet. Okay, so we're getting there now. So Animaniacs, we did that one. Were you ever popular? Okay, what's this one? Were you ever popular with the science edits in college? Tyrion, what's an edit? Science edits? I'll come back to that one. So I did the advisor. Hi, Dan. I do physics too. Welcome. Let me put Ethereal's behind an ask, because that's an absolutely great question, Ethereal. So I'm gonna answer that in a second here. Ooh, here we go. I didn't do a space. There we go.
Welcome to the channel. Things get a little
Dan, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay. Ethereal, I will definitely answer that question. That's a great question. What was I doing now, though? Oh, I was waiting for Tyrion to say what an adit is. So this Otteron thing I didn't understand. Revenge cook for a customer that was difficult. We did that one. Can you use your higher level maths to calculate how long it's going to take for my present to get through SA Customs? Still waiting. I'll call Stream Elements and see what they say. There's got to be a line to call. If they're like a legit merch place, there's got to be a place for me to talk to. Yeah, there's got to be a place for me to talk to. I'll hop on the horn with them and see what's going on with them. Okay. Next up. Oh. Pow. What's my favorite order at McDonald's? I don't eat McDonald's anymore. I have not been able to eat McDonald's for years. For some reason, whenever I try to eat McDonald's, I get sick. I've stopped trying. Now, I will tell you that my favorite order for McDonald's is coffee. That's it. Their coffee is actually not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. It's like, it's just coffee. And it didn't make me sick. But any food I have tried to eat from McDonald's has made me sick. Even salads. Hi, Graham. Good to see you. Good to see you. And I don't know. I don't know what it is about McDonald's. Maybe it's in my mind. I don't know. Can't eat McDonald's food at all. Did Tyrion ever answer what an addit was? You said, were you popular with science addicts in college? No, I don't know what an addit is. Unless it was an addict. I was friends with all sorts of addicts. No, I'm just kidding. Well, that was when I was at a restaurant. And then when I was in the restaurant, I was friends with all sorts of addicts. My wrist? 13 minutes ago. I don't remember my wrist. Addict. Okay, so was I ever popular with science addicts in college? Yeah, kinda. Let me tell you a little something about me. I have a deep, dark secret. Okay? I don't know if you guys are ready to hear this or not. You've been with me for over a year, Twitch chat. Okay? You've been with me for over a year. So there's going to be some things about me that are dark and deep and serious. Dan, not yet. I'm in my 3rd year. And this is the deep secret. In college, I was a LARPer. It's true. Live action role play. My character was a lizard. I was a lizard alchemist. I would throw potion vials. I did live action role play. Graham, I see that. Let me see if I can grab it really quick and just do it again. It's really finicky today, Graham. I got it. What's this? Yes, I was in a live action role play, and as some of you know, I think I've told this before, I was rough. I was too rough, and I got kicked out. I was in fact too rough. Dude, I wasn't a LARPer bully, okay? That's not a dark secret. You were talking to a group of nerds and geeks here. I know, it was just funny. So I was in a good group of friends. We did stuff like LARP. We played cards. We played a lot of I played a lot of Diablo 2 and like other fun games like that. Well, I didn't really play Minecraft, but we played card games. And I played a lot of World of Warcraft. And I played World of Warcraft card game with people. That was a lot of fun. But yeah. And but LARPing was... I worked at GameStop. That's where I met my friend who got me into the LARPing. And we would do things, we would just talk about LARPing in GameStop to the point where the manager stopped scheduling us together. Because we would just talk about LARPing all the time, and she would get really annoyed. So then eventually she started not scheduling us to work together. And we were both really bummed because we just wanted to talk about LARPing. I never really made it far. The thing about LARPing is you find people who like to fight, moi, and you find people who want to just like role play. It's like I wanted a PvP server and I got an RP server, right? Like that was the reality. And then I was just like, the RPers were like really bummed when they had a PvPer who kept, out of combat attacking. Yes. Was I a card shark? Not really. I didn't really do a lot of card games. I never did Dungeons and Dragons, believe it or not. I always kind of wanted to, but now I don't have the time commitment, and now is when I know that it would be something I wanted. I never knew that I wanted it when I was in college, but now that I'm older, I'm like, well, if I knew that about that in college, I would have been a lot better off, and I would have done it a lot more. Oh, boring math professor. There's your question. What's it like having kids in grad school? That's weird. But yeah, so that's that. I had a lot of friends. We did a lot of fun stuff. What got me into physics? I did that. Oh, Animaniac, here's your longer question. Imagine a situation where you are standing on a weighting machine with an apple in your hand. Now you leave the apple from your hand. Now if you leave the apple from your hand and take another identical apple in another hand instantaneously, and allow the first apple to free fall, and see the, oh, it skipped it, Animaniacs. I wonder if I can pull you up to your messages really quick. D&D is the most fun you can have with your brain. You have 124 messages. Hold on. There we go. Okay, I got it. And then see the weighting machine. Logically, the new weight should be equal to the previous weight, but the apple that was under free fall would also give acceleration to the Earth towards the apple, which would look like a pseudo force, and increase my weight. Okay, so it's true that every object will have a gravitational force. But when you drop the apple, it's good enough to say that the apple's weightless. So you letting go of the apple and replacing it with another apple is just going to give you it has energy than stealthy, so gravity is an energy mass effect. Yeah. So yes, light should have gravity, or massless objects should have a gravity field. As long as it has energy. If it has no energy or mass, then it doesn't exist. Some of us experience more gravitational force than others. True. Even if it's just a little bit, but still would my weight increase? Sure, if you're going to put an apple near you, then yes, it's going to have some sort of force. And it's going to change, gravitational force is going to change. It's inversely proportional to 1 over r squared, so as the apple falls further away from you, its effects on you will be smaller and smaller. But does it have an effect on you? Yes, technically, yes. But yeah, it's not worth the calculation. No, not because of the apple, but because of the free fall of apple. Yeah, so the apple is falling away from you. So it will have a gravitational effect on you. Yes. Both apples will have a gravitational effect on you, but the one falling away will have a gravitational effect on you. And as it falls farther away from you, the gravitational force will change by 1 over r squared. Like I said, what's the change? You probably couldn't even count the amount of decimal places you'd have to get before you actually got to a real number. Or to a number, I should say, not a real number. Real numbers are a thing, so. Gravitational attraction is the only reason people are attracted to me. Stealthy! Commentator says, if I stand next to Melko, will his gravity increase my weight? Next to Melko? Probably not. Because I bet you he'd probably be pulling you towards him. What? If you say you, I'm assuming you're talking about an energy or an entity of mass. So I'm gonna assume that we're gonna say that he's also model it as a particle, and you're gonna he's gonna pull you towards him. Whereas the Earth's gravity, which is obviously significantly more massive, so if you and Melko destroyed by tidal forces. If you and Milko were in space together, arm lengths apart, okay? A spherical Melko. If you and a spherical Melko were in space, and you were each at fingertips length, then you will very slowly come together. The force of gravitation will very slowly pull you together. It's true. Like I said, you're welcome to try to calculate that. It's a pretty easy calculation. I mean, what's it? M over r squared? Yeah, mass of spherical Melko times the mass of spherical commentator times the gravitational constant over r squared. You can figure it out. Straightforward. What is G, though? G is going to dominate that equation, though. What is the gravitational constant? Gravitational constant. And that's all just using Newtonian physics. Yeah, so the gravitational constant is 6.67 times 10 to the negative 11. Usually that's counteracted by the fact that you have a radius which is enormous. But if you're arm's length away, you're probably like 1 or 2 meters away or something like that. Nope, ego's not real. And Melko doesn't have ego. So there's no mass there. There's no mass in that ego. Unlike blah. Or where is G? That's the question. What is G or where is G? I don't even know if I answered a question, but we're going to put a mark there because I talked a lot. Oh yeah, I did answer Animaniac's question. Very good. Pig squeals, yes or no? Yes, in very small amounts. Small doses of pig squeals, please. These people who are doing the songs and are constantly just like, no, like that's not something that you want in a song often. It's like an accent. You put the accent on when accents are necessary, but you don't just squeal. Yes, I did. You said, does the apple have a gravitational force effect on you? I said, yes. But you're not satisfied, so tell me what I missed, and then we'll do it again. The fun part is when you think about it, really. Didn't I think about it? Didn't I really think about it? Try to draw it. Okay? So here's you. You have an apple, and your scale is the mass of u plus mass of apple. So the force is going to be the plus mass of u plus the mass of apple times the acceleration due to gravity. That's going to be your weight. Then you instantaneously have another apple in your hand, and at the same time this apple is falling. Okay? There's no interaction forces there. Who is G? Why is G? There's no interaction forces. Like, you're not pushing off the apple. Now, there's another thing to say that if you threw the apple, then yes, that's a different interaction force. But we're just talking about gravity, because now the Earth is accelerating above. Right, but you already have the acceleration due to the Earth. So if you drop an apple and you want to talk about the gravitational effect of the apple, then you're going to have a very small gravitational effect. So forces work with this rule of superposition, so you can add them all together. Add them all together. And this would be the force due to you and the apple, plus some gravitational force due to the apple, which I wouldn't even know how to calculate the acceleration due to an apple. It'd be incredibly tiny and small. No, I'm not talking about the gravitation of apple. So you're talking about the act of throwing the apple, or what are you talking about, I guess? Maybe reiterate, and we'll revisit. Reiterate and revisit. I have deducted one question answered. I guess I didn't understand what you were actually asking them. Okay, so NC says pig squeals, and I say as accents. Too much pig squeal in metal music sometimes. I'm gonna be here forever anyways. Stop that. Oh, I owe you push-ups. Let's do push-ups. Okay. Stop that. Can you see me? Good enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, head up, sorry, 19, 20, oh. I can hear Strawberry yelling at me, I can hear my wife yelling, I can hear everybody yelling at me. Head up, head up. Oh, C.S. Loudy. I would love to become famous. Thank you so much. Why can I not ban now? What's going on with this? Oh, there we go. Bye-bye. Okay. Whew. Good push-ups. Let's keep going on questions. Like a row. My program is Twitch chat harassing me. That's my program. Is the polarization the reason pearls reflect light from perps? Good question. So I actually don't know. There's ways, so there's polarization is kind of like one way to think about light. Another way to think about light would be like whether or not the material will absorb it. So reflective surfaces is less likely that the material will absorb the light and more likely for it to just reflect it. Let me think. So polarization could definitely work in this situation. Let's see. Oh, I got another one. I got a ban. Let's see here. How do I ban him? It went from it's only a minute, okay? It's only a minute. You don't think he deserves that? You don't think he deserves that? I'm joking. It's a joke. It's only a minute. I appreciate everything he's done. I'm drawing your pony. I'm drawing your pony. Well, I'm thinking about this pearl question. So it's definitely a polarization thing. There's, I don't know how to talk about it with polarization. Instead, it's like a lot easier to talk about, for me, it's a lot easier to talk about whether or not the atoms can absorb the energy or not. That's just how I sees it, though. I've always been terrible with polarization. Perps, it's absolutely possible to talk about it with that. Let's just say that. I will say that it's absolutely possible to talk about it. But I don't know exactly how to talk about it with polarization. You could insert like Snell's law and like total refraction and reflection and stuff like that, where the index of refraction of the pearls is great enough so that it's, you know, the angle that the critical, whatever it's called, the angle of reflection or whatever that is required or necessary to like reflect the light is, you know, all angles or whatever. I don't know. You could talk about it like that somehow. I don't know exactly how. So instead, I'll probably just be like, it might be easier. So I would say, is polarization the reason pearls reflect light? Yes, you could talk about how pearls reflect light using polarization. I'm much more keen to think that like the chemical compound of pearls, or the atoms that make up pearls, I don't know what they are, but probably carbon, have an energy gap such that they won't absorb a photon. Unless it's a very, very high energy photon, and that will change the state of phase of the pearl, which means that it would like melt the pearl or break the pearl, or it would cause those chemical bonds to break. Those bonds to break. It's not chemical. What is this? What is this place? Not chemical bonds to break, but it would cause the bonds to break, and then you get it burn up or something like that. So you could do things like if you were to make a high enough energy photon, then sure, the object will absorb it, but like right now, if it was just to go out in sunlight, it's low enough energy such that they won't absorb the photons. Instead, it will just kick them out. And that's what reflection is. How'd I do? That's my understanding of reflection. It makes so much more sense in my mind to think that the structure won't absorb photons. Instead, it will just kick them back out, as opposed to thinking about polarization. But that's just my own fault. The pony! our beloved pony friend, will be with us until I get another question that requires me to erase. Pony, beautiful pony is here to join us. And see, did you hear my pig squeal explanation or my pig squeal answer? That was your question. Beautiful pony, awake unto me. You are so pretty. Let's get a Homestar and Strong Bed in there too. The Three Amigos. Okay. Little bit. Oh wait, so Animaniac is back. Let's see if we can turn that 47 into a 48. He goes back and he says rude. Rude. You know how many times I've said, oh, you're no longer a mod? Oh, I hope I didn't screw that up. Oh no. That would be terrible. Okay, I think you're back. I need you. I'm sorry. If you get timed out, it removes mod. Oh, good to know. Like I would have any other, like I'd have a reason to, you know, time out any of my mods, right, guys? Brand new Halo. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow. Is that a spherical cow in the vacuum you just drew? No, it's a beautiful pony. It's definitely a pony. It's a pony. I can tell it's a pony because of the way that it says pony. Also looks cute and lovable. Okay, so let's see what Animaniac said. Let's see if we can understand a little better. So I have an apple in my hand. I leave it. I get another one in my hand while standing on the machine. As I do it, neglecting force of gravitation by apple on me, as it will have no effect on weighing machine. Now the Earth is accelerated above because of the falling apple. But while the apple is falling, the Earth's acceleration upward will cause to show more weight on the machine, but when the apple falls to the ground, my weight comes back to normal as shown on machine. No, when the apple falls, it's weightless. So that sounds to me like it's a misunderstanding of how gravity works. Gravity works by curving space. So when something is falling, it's actually just weightless traveling in a straight line. It's not even traveling, really. It's just in a straight line. What's accelerating is the ground toward the apple. That's what we say as accelerating. So, like, I understand how this communication would be, where, like, this miscommunication would be, like, where you think that if an apple is accelerating downward, then it's possible if you drop it to be accelerating upward. But that's actually not how we see gravity. If something is falling to the Earth, it's literally just weightless. That's it. There is no weight. Wow, it's pouring outside. Can you guys hear it? In the microphone? It's absolutely pouring. Wish I went to the bathroom. Oh no, there's a package out there. Uh-oh. There might be a package that can't get wet. Hold on. So instead, I will. Wait. Oh, it's pouring so much. Oh no. The package is gone. Someone came out and got the package. Okay, good. So yes, Animaniacs, maybe that will help clear up. Oh, time. Say something time-outable again. Einsteinway, that's a fun name. If you answer faster, we can wait less. It's true. But I want to make sure people get questions answered. Also, if I answer faster, I can leave sooner. So that's nice too. Just kidding. So It's Nikki says SpaceX are using stainless steel for their starships, about 4 millimeters thick, possibly to reduce. I missed it. Hold on, I can look this up really quick. I have the user power now. Sorry if you are waiting and you want your answers now. I do apologize, but there's a lot of people who ask questions. Okay, so It's Nikki says. About 4 millimeters thick, possibly being reduced to 3 millimeters. I was a nuclear reactor operator in the Navy, and the reactor vessel was made of steel. One design consideration for the vessel was neutron embrittlement, where free neutrons from the core knock atoms out of the crystal lattice, out of the crystal lattice in the steel and cause point defects. Do you think neutron embrittlement should be a concern for the lifetime of the starship? I don't think neutrons are everywhere. Are neutrons like that freely flying through the atmosphere? Or not the atmosphere, through space? This is a good question, but I don't know enough about neutrons in space. Cosmic rays are mostly, as far as I know, they're mostly not neutron radiation. It's for one last... Alistair. Yeah, this is true. They keep blowing up. I don't know. That's a great question, It's Nikki. I would imagine... Don't neutrons decay pretty quickly? Which would make a lot more sense for being in something like a nuclear reactor. PhysicsOH. Neutrons have a finite lifetime, so you won't run into space usually. There's the answer. Thank you, PhysicsOH. You don't really hear about them in space too much. That's why I was kind of like, I don't think they existed in space that much. But yeah, so that's the answer. Thanks, PhysicsOH. And Roosta, too. Also right. Very good. Cool, cool. Okay, so, oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, I know I'm not talking about that the Earth is relatively accelerating upward, but the Earth must have some acceleration toward the apple, as they are two different bodies. Oh, I see, yes. Okay, yes. The Earth is, in fact, accelerating towards the apple. Yes, that's correct. Okay. Nope, you're right. That is fun to think about. You have two objects, but you could do that a lot better without the person. Just talking about apples accelerating, or apple and an Earth accelerating. If you have an apple and Earth in space, they are technically accelerating towards each other. The Earth will be slightly moved towards the apple in some ridiculously small, finite way. Yeah. I mean, we're talking about might as well be infinitely small way. But yeah, that's true. An interesting question for sure. But yeah, so the Earth will move towards the falling apple ever so slowly, ever so smallly.
Weird.
Nah. But then you have the Earth, because then you have the mass of the person too on the Earth, who's also weighing down the Earth. So you have to add up the mass of literally everything. Yeah. But true. So if you drop a rock and a little toy parachute at the same time, which one does the Earth accelerate toward? Probably both. Probably both. Probably some like center of mass stuff you could do. Yeah, so then you're doing a three-body problem, which is far more complicated. But I think this would be like an easier solved three-body problem if you found the center of mass between the rock and the toy parachute. Then it can be bought into a two-body problem. Honestly, like that approximations for that are just a one-body problem where you have the Earth and nothing. And it's not accelerating towards anything. We like one-body problems. Interesting question. We understood it. I think I'm gonna give myself a little tick mark for that one. Kern Alzak says, "Hey man, any tips for someone with dyslexia who stubbornly wants to absorb as much physics as possible?" So I tutored a couple people with I tutored a couple people who had dyslexia, and I don't have it, so I don't 100% know what's best, but if anything, it requires a lot of work, right? So any type of getting good at physics or getting good at any type of that stuff, like anything at all, really requires a tremendous amount of work. Physics is no excuse. It requires, or not excuse. What is it? There's no exception. There we go. Physics is no exception. It requires a ridiculous amount of work. The students that, thank you, Rooster. Yeah, it took me a second there. The students that I had who had dyslexia, The only way they were able to succeed, unfortunately, is through tremendous amounts of much more work than average. Because people, if you don't know what dyslexia is, it's not like reading backwards or anything like that. Usually it's just reading up kind of like, things can kind of appear to be jumbled or it can just be difficult to read things. And I get it, lemons and melons. Yeah, but it's like just switched up. Perps, we tried. Perps, I don't know. So percolation theory, the conformal field theories that have to do with phase changes, I don't know. That Justin knows some about that, far more than me. Surprise. So maybe he can answer some questions, but I don't really know. But yeah, so dyslexia, the people who were successful with dyslexia were only successful because they worked far harder than the average student. Yeah. So any tips with someone with dyslexia, stubborn? Yeah, unfortunately, it's just work incredibly hard. I really hate to say it because I would like to have like a way where like I could just be like, well, if you tried this. Now, there might be people who have dyslexia who can tell you what worked for them. But unfortunately, I don't really know. And the people that I know, like I said, there was no like instant fix for it. They just had to do, like the one calculus student that I tutored, he had to do like at least 2 or 3 times the amount of exercises that people had to do before he understood a topic. But I mean, boy, was he an inspiration to watch work. He would bring to me like sheets and sheets and sheets of exercises worked out. And I would go through them with him and be like, this is good, this is good, this is not good, we have to redo this, we have to talk about this. And we would do all of it, and like that was another thing that he utilized was the tutoring service at the college. But yeah, unfortunately I don't have like a, just do this and things will be easier. I wish I did. Okay, so K-Girl says, in the hydrogen super collider, hadron super collider, can you do an explain 5 to me what it is? Sure. So the Large Hadron Collider is a LHC is a particle collider where they'll use magnets. I think magnets. Do they still use magnets to accelerate particles? Or is that just the what is it? G minus mu or whatever it is? Is that just the G minus mu machine at Fermilabs? Magnets. Okay, I thought they used magnets. I know they used it for the G minus mu or whatever it is. Or mu minus G, something. Accelerator at Fermilabs, formerly Brookhaven. But yeah, so they use magnets to accelerate particles. Protons, usually. I think protons. But I think they have different branches that will take other particles. But again, that might just be the one at Fermilabs. Snaky Wolf, by the way. Or Snaky Wolf. Snake Eye Wolf? Thank you for the follow. Snack Eye Wolf. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the channel. Yeah, so they accelerate the protons around a circular system of magnets. And they accelerate them to relativistic speeds, and then they'll turn the beams into each other and just smash. That's it. They'll just smash. They want to smash, and they smash. So that's how they smash. That's how they accelerate it fast enough. You accelerate it fast enough, you introduce a high amount of energy. That's why you can split them and break the bonds. So like if I just take 2 things and hit them together like this, right? They're going to just deflect. But they're not going to shatter and split up. But you can easily imagine that if I were to shoot those 2 things out of like some sort of gunpowder gun, and they come together and hit, they're just gonna obliterate, right? That's what happens with the Large Hadron Collider. You hit 2 protons together, just like clap them, not much is gonna happen. You hit them together after accelerating them at relativistic speed, and boom, they shatter into smaller things. And then we look at the smaller things and say, what is that? Right? So like Yeah, you need to make sure they hit each other. I did! They did hit each other. You guys saw them hit, right? Wait, you guys saw them hit, right? You saw, they hit. I threw them together and they hit. Like I got first try, no practice. I'm feeling unappreciated. So how is that, K-Girl? If you're still around, that's what the LHC does. Smash this stuff together. Oh, Corpus Active is a username. Hi, Corpus Active. He asked what was, there we go, I got that. Jax asked, what's your favorite order at McDonald's? We did that one. Roostus says, has anyone asked what an energy gap is yet? Nope, nobody's asked that. Go ahead and ask what an energy gap is. Okay, so let's just say what an energy gap is. So energy gap, Jeffer. Oh, hi Jeffer, good to see you. I was thinking about it must be wrong somewhere until the apple falls down the way. No, that's exactly, like you got it right. You were right. They do accelerate toward each other. That was 100% correct. It wasn't stupid at all. It was very good. It was a well thought out question. Very thoughtful. Most people don't think about this type of stuff. Okay, so an energy gap is basically like how much energy is necessary to kick an electron off of an atom. So atoms have electrons. Sometimes they're free, sometimes they're not. Obviously, if an orbital is full of electrons, it requires a significant amount of energy, a lot more energy to kick electrons off. But like, so some atoms want to give up electricity or electrons. Other atoms do not. I found out that oxygen apparently is one that likes to hoard electrons from other atoms in molecules, whereas other molecules are kind of like willy-nilly to give up their electrons. So like if you were to write out a system, I have to do this for an assignment. If you were to write out a system and you have like oxygen and like strontium were the ones we used, and strontium has like an extra electron, the oxygen is just going to eat it up. It's going to take it. And that's one thing about just moving electrons back and forth from atoms to atoms. But like you could also take an atom and just hit it with a high enough piece of energy, like a photon, and it will knock off an electron. But the amount of energy needed is what we call the energy gap. I did some homework. The first Tyrion. Oh no. Alright, so Jax says. Oh, I already did that one. Where are we at with the queue? We're at 37, holy smokes. Stealthy Sumo says, if you could visit any time period as like a ghost, where you can't interact with anything, which would you choose? That's an awesome question, Stealthy. I'm kind of a sucker for like old stuff. Probably like the birth of agriculture. Oh, the future. I didn't think about the future. Ooh, the future is a good one. No, I don't know. Well, the future, it changes things. I would definitely go into the future. But if I had to choose somewhere in the past, I would probably say the birth of agriculture. Like, what is that, 150,000 years ago? Okay, I'm at 38. I'm good. If I lose it again, I'll do a bunch of screenshots again, but I don't think we will. I think we're pretty good now. Oh, Mandry's gone, I think. I didn't get to answer his question. Bummer. If you could visit any time period, yeah, I would probably say, if it had to be in the past, I would probably say I would like to see the birth of agriculture. If it had to be in the future, probably 200 years. Any farther, and I feel like I wouldn't have any idea what the heck was going on. Any earlier, I would feel like I'd be curious about the next 100 years. So 200 is not very far in the future. But like I said, if I went like 300 or 400 years, I would feel like that's too far for me. Like I wouldn't understand what was going on. And I feel like when I go into the future, I want to understand it. Like I don't want to go into the future and just be confused. I want to go into the future and actually understand what's happening. Tyrion. Come on. I thought the queue was doing great. Like he'll every question is a new question 1. Yeah, so it shows up in the one side, and then I have to approve it. So I could deny your questions or approve them, but I've been approving everything. And then if I deny it, it's on the second side. Great question. I have no idea if I've been missing things, but we'll just go with that. But yeah, birth of agriculture. We're 300 years in the future. What is best in life? What a question. Mandry killing it with that question. I am so disappointed that he's not here. Can one make an investment before traveling in the future? That would be good. I think you're just visiting as a ghost. You make an investment and then you go in the future to see how you did. And then it's just a matter of waiting. Okay, let's see. What is best in life? Wow. That is such a good question. Holy smokes. I don't know. I think it's the feeling. A feeling. You asked me 10 years ago and I guarantee you I would not have started that sentence with a feeling. But I'm older now and I'm wiser. I'm older and wiser. Much older. Like really old. Like 10 years ago, I didn't age like 10 years. Tyrion gets it. He knows. Oh, I lost my cap. No cap. I lost my cap. Surprise. It's backup cap. So I think it's a feeling. It's the feeling you get when, like, everything is just good. Like, it happens for me a couple times. It can happen with my wife. It can happen with my kids. It can happen when I'm alone in nature and, like, the sun is shining and the weather is nice. There's, like, a feeling. Like, you guys know that feeling. Right? Like, you guys know that feeling. When things are just, when everything aligned and things are just good. It doesn't happen often. But, like, sometimes things align where everything just feels good. They make 42 sectors. Okay. I think that's it. I think that's my answer. That's, like, the best thing in life. I know I'm chasing feelings, but, like, what else is there? Yeah. Okay. Kearns, this next question. Kunauzac says, why? I don't know. I really don't know. It's like... So, I'm assuming he meant why to my answer before, right? At least you're not... don't go chasing waterfalls. So... Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, like, there's a lot more... Like, there's always going to be... So here's my big why, okay? This is the why for that. It just came to me right now. And it came to me based off of, like, a WandaVision thing that I've thought about a little bit, right? Why do those feelings matter? Right? Why does the feeling of really good matter? Why do I even care? That, like, why am I exciting for just feeling really good? And that's because, nope, not yet, Tropical. You are, you're coming up. You're 12. I'm on 1. There's a lot of questions. I don't know. Tropical. There's no favoritism. If there was favoritism, I would answer your question immediately. But there's no favoritism. Anyways, I'm going to have grandchildren. I don't have... Feelings are what make us human, but I think I think we chase those feelings of just feeling like everything's really good because of struggle, right? Because of all the things that are not really good, because of all the hardship. Like, the hardship makes it worthwhile. So, like, someone might say, like, oh, like, my favorite thing in life is the hardship because it makes me better. But really the thing is like, your favorite thing in life is feeling really good because you got through the hardship. Because those two things have to go hand in hand. Or else you're just always in good and nothing's ever wrong, and then you don't feel, and then you don't feel really good. You just feel normal. As opposed to, like, you go through struggle, you know what struggle's like, and then you get to the really good feeling, and you're like, It's true. It's true, Tropical. Everything always feels so much better when you made it through hardship. But that's the why. Like, you need the hardship to feel good. And then you feel good, and then that's the best thing. Getting through the hardship and feeling good again. Okay. Okay, so high altitude Trankhoff says, who draws the most terrible Xi you know? I'll call it Xi, but I've heard multiple versions. It's not me. I don't. Mine's killer. Ready? My advisor has terrible handwriting, so probably my advisor. That's a little bit sloppy. There we go. That's much better. Or capital. Boom. Ain't nobody. It was really funny. Like, one time I was just hanging out with my grad student friends, and I just casually wrote a Xi on the board, and they were just like, how'd you do that? What is this magical letter? And then they tried, and it was pretty bad. It was pretty funny. But I've had a lot of practice. So they're commonly used for Majorana fields, which are chargeless. They're their own antiparticles. So I did a lot. A zeta? Zetas look like this. Let me just crash into my computer and just shake everything. Right? Maybe a more curved. I don't know. Maybe it's one of those two bottoms. I don't remember. Something like that. Something like that. But who does the worst one I've ever seen? Probably my current advisor. His handwriting's really bad. What the hell happened here? We're doing an ask-a-thon. Ask me questions. We still have in the queue. We have 38 questions in the queue. It's gone up. I don't know how it's going up. Cosmolano says, I watched a lecture from Ed Witten where he talked about the Jones polynomial. Oh, I got it. Hold on. I talked about the Jones polynomial being the average value of the Wilson operator. What is the Wilson operator? Is he talking about Wilson loops? I have no idea. We're almost to the phase where I'm going to stop Googling things. We'll see. Wilson operator. He's talking about Wilson loops. He is talking about Wilson loops. Oh, yeah. Wilson loop operators. There we are. Yeah, I don't know a lot about that. I don't know a lot about that at all. Path ordered exponential of a gauge field. Okay, cool. I know roughly what those words mean. Couldn't use it, but I do know what it means. Wilson's ball. True. Did you take a break to eat yet? No, not yet. What's my uptime? I think we're going on 4 hours. Oh, 3 hours. Oh, I disconnected. We're going on 4 hours. That is a question. I meant take a break to eat. I'll probably just eat with you guys, right? I'm also going to probably drink with you guys, which I think is a question coming up on queue, if we make it that long, which it looks like we're going to. But the answer is yes, he meant Wilson loops. I don't know what that is. Yeah, 4, because I disconnected once for a brief period of time. What is my favorite Greek letter? Xi, definitely. It's just, if you can write a good Xi, or Xi, however you want to say it. I'm going to say Xi, because it's easier to say Xi than Xi. But there's apparently multiple ways to pronounce it. But I like Xi. It's easier. If you can write a good Xi, then you're the cool kid, right? Like, you show up, and you're just, like, writing Xis, and everyone's just like, I just wrote a Xi. And then they're like, let me try. And it looks like this. And you're like, yeah, that's your Xi, all right. All my Xis are just scribbles. We found him. Le vieux bot. That's funny. Just scribble a bunch. Oh, jeez. That's my favorite Greek letter, is Xi. Because I feel like a champ when I do it nicely. So Sarah says, soup dates with Dennis. What kind of soup? I'm a tomato soup guy. Like, I love tomato soup. Now, I buy a lot of Progresso soups. hold on. Let me show you something. Behind the scenes footage of physics office hours. Okay? Never before seen. Soup. Okay. Shared that moment with you guys. Capital Sigma is a really good one though. No, capital Sigma is good. That's good. That one feels crisp. You know what I mean? Like when you do a capital like capital Xi is like lame, right? Like capital Xi is kind of lame. It's like you do a bunch of weird things. You don't even have connected things. It looks like some 90s like bad guy in Super Mario or something, right? Like it's not, you don't feel like it doesn't feel like up to date or crisp. Capital Omega is a pretty good one too. But capital Sigma, that's like crisp. That's what you do when you're like signing. You're like, capital Sigma. Anyways, I like progressive soups because they're budget friendly. They're budget friendly. They're like I can buy 6 and it's like less than $2 per can. When I buy 6, it's so good. It's so good. And like. Do I think it's the best soup? No. Do I think it's the best soup for the buck? Yeah, definitely. I'm a big fan of tomato. They have a tomato red pepper soup. Tomato red pepper is really good. It's really good. And then they have a little New England clam chowder, which I like with a little bit of Old Bay. A little bit of Old Bay. Old Bay. Okay? It's good. You don't need to do anything like nutty stuff. Just Old Bay. Oh, you said the back room is dry. That's amazing. Sorry, my wife texted me. I didn't understand it the first time. That's amazing. Okay, cool. You can also mix water, ketchup, and salt and make tomato soup. True. But the tomato red pepper soup, put a little cheese on it, a little pita bread or something. It's a great lunch. It's a great lunch to share with your friend Dennis. So Zert asks, can chat have beers with you? Absolutely. So I'm probably gonna wait until about 7 if I'm still here at 7. Maybe if I finish the queue, we might just have a celebratory beer before then. But if we're here until 7, I'll drink with you guys. We'll have a couple drinks. We'll hang out a little bit. And then maybe I'll do a power hour where I bust through queue in about 30 seconds. What is that, commentator? Is that Zeta? That looks like Z. What is it called? Is it Zeta? I don't remember what it is. So let's see here. Tyrion, someone's waiting for a whiskey on the rocks. Wondering where it's at. Amazon doesn't sell whiskey. I did look last night. Disappointed. So Slayer says, I'm currently brushing up on calculus. What textbooks website do you recommend? Have a few, but could always do with more. I highly recommend just Khan Academy. Whoa, Khan? Ethereal, I did not. You are still a few questions away. If anybody has to go, just let me know. Ethereal, where is your question? Oh, I put your question in, didn't I? Was it, I would like to hear more about your decision to go back to graduate school? Was that your question, Ethereal? Because I put your question in. Oh, that's Russian. Is that Russian? No, that's Greek. Those are Greek letters. Hey, Night Snipe, good to see you. I saw you a little bit earlier. Let me see, Ethereal. I could actually do user. I'm getting good with this user thing. If I could spell your name correctly without looking. I can't look. 925. Did I get it? I did get it. I can see what your question is. If you have to go, let me know. Oh, there you go. You said for the jet. Did I put that in? Oh, so you do have to go. Oh, you say try to skip the line. I could do your question. What was I on? So I was on Slayers, but I don't really have anything good for math. So boring math professor. Okay, so a few things, Slayer, if you're still here. Not Prof is a math professor on Twitch. Teaches calculus. Also, Professor Peter teaches calculus. Those are two resources I would use. Also, Khan Academy. Also, probably ask NotProf and Professor Peter what they would suggest, because they would have a lot more online. They would have a lot more online presence in this field than I would. I don't really know, but Khan Academy is kind of like the go-to. You know what I mean? Okay, I am gonna let Ethereal skip the line because I don't know if he actually has to go or not. Let's see here. But yeah, I would check that, Slayer, if you're still here. About PhD of engineering versus physics. Okay. I bet you I can just click on your name instead of... I can just click on your name instead of writing user. What a doofus. This guy. What does this guy do here? Oh, I gotta pop it out, though. Oh, that's kind of annoying. I guess it's not that bad. Wait, where does it go if I pop it out? Extra confusing. Okay, I'll just find it on here. For general job market, would you advise someone to go get a PhD in engineering or physics? So physics is highly, highly marketable with a PhD. Sarah, with the 2,000 bits, I don't have a cool alert yet. I'm sorry, but thank you so much. 2,000 bits, 2 hours down. A very low hourly wage. But this will get you a bowl of soup and a beer. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. That's so thoughtful. Thank you. We gotta make a cool thing for that. Wow, very cool. Sarah, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Okay. Let's see here. So a PhD in physics is highly marketable. You will be sort of in the field that you're in. So like, for instance, if you went into quantum computing for a PhD, the job market is really good right now for quantum computing. Other PhDs in physics probably aren't going to be using their research a ton. You can get a job in like finance or things like that, but you don't necessarily have that specialization. They're just going to hire you because of your ability to do things like program and solve complex problems and things like that. It's like finance is like that. They like programmers. They like people who can deal with like Brownian motion or like statistical mechanics at a high level. They like things like that where you can do statistical models. Twitch even hires PhD physicists for researching. Things like that. But an engineer is going to give you a specialization like quantum computing. So if you're in a quantum computing PhD, you're specialized in quantum computing. You're going to get a job because everybody's looking for quantum computists who can actually do quantum computing. And also like practically and experimentally. So like you'll have lots of job opportunities. But like I said, it's the engineering one, you're gonna have a specialization like that. Like where you're gonna, like I don't know of an engineering thing where it's like theory. Unless you want to go and be into academia, and then it's like another thing, you know? So academia would be one thing where you could go and get like a PhD in engineering. Yeah. That would be more of a specialization. I don't know what the specializations are, but like, yeah, I couldn't even tell you what a PhD in engineering would look like. But I imagine it'd be a lot like it is for quantum computing with this specialization. I think I missed a plus. So we're gonna go up 2. String theory PhD, but you work at a yarn store. Okay, anyways. So yeah, because I answered Slayer's question too. Okay, and then I answer Ethereal. So there you are, Ethereal. I hope that's helpful. But yeah, so like I said, if you're going to do a PhD in physics, if it's not something like quantum computing that's like highly, highly sought after right now, your industry job won't be as... So like that's not true too, because energy is another one. Energy is huge right now, working on clean energy, and that's a physics problem. That's condensed matter all the way. Photovoltaic cells, making better batteries, everything like that has to do with making heat transfer. All of those things are condensed matter problems. So you could be highly marketable in that as well, going into the energy industry. So that's another one. I'm just trying to think of examples. But like I said, if you go into particle physics, it's like, you know, if you're going to industry, you're probably not doing particle physics. I can't imagine a place that would need a particle physicist to sell something. But they'll still hire you. You're just going to do what they want, programming, statistical mechanics. statistics in general, things like that. Okay. So, this one was from someone who I don't remember. Who said this one? Oh, geez. Who asked this? Because it got cut off. I would like to hear more about your decision to go back to school, graduate school. I have heard your stories about the sequence of events that led there, but I am at a precipice of change in my life, a fork in the road. Can you talk about the way you weighed? Can someone finish that? Who asked that question? I don't want to miss it. I am thinking to take engineering physics because BTech because I want to do something for physics. Right choice. So Sarah, that was you. Okay, cool. Let me see where we're at. I want to make sure I get the whole thing. So I'll just go click it. Let me see. It's going to load up here in a second. Where's the... How long does it take to bring this thing up? My old computer. Drink of water. Choose to do school, maybe? So let me just tell you, let me tell you, so I don't know why it's not loading. I tried to pop it out, but I don't know where it went. We'll try one more time. So the idea for me going back to school was, so I've talked a lot about the emotional and the struggle with the mental. Here's the nitty gritty of it. One, could I afford it? That was probably the most important thing, is I had to be able to afford it. Okay? After I figured out whether or not I could afford it, which was basically going to the financial aid office and sitting there for I think at one time I sat in the financial aid office for 3 hours at the community college, going over all the stuff with everybody. And then I had to go back later and not do it again, but I was there for a long time later as well doing the same thing. But the thing firstly was, can I afford it? Secondly, because that was rough. That was one of the hardest parts about going back to school, is the finances. Secondly, I had to work. So I found out right off the bat that I had to work full time while doing it, which was rough. But I had the bonus of working at nighttime. So I also had the bonus of being highly desirable in the restaurant industry, which was a lot. So there's a lot of blessings that sort of made this possible, in the nitty gritty of it, you know. It was a blessing to be able to work at night. It was a blessing to be desirable, because then I would go to my boss and say, I need this day off. And then they would be like, I really can't lose you. And I'd be like, you don't really have a choice. And then there was one time where my one job was fantastic. They said, whatever you need, we'll do. They were like, we'd rather just have you keep your schedule, keep 3 days a week with us, keep working those 3 days. If you can't work a day, let me know, and I'll put one of the other guys on it, blah, blah, blah. That was one of my jobs. I love that job. I love that. That was a great restaurant job. But what was great were the people, not the industry is still garbage. But then there was another job that was, another job that was a lot worse than that. And they were like, I need you to work this day. And I told them I can't, I have class. And that was messy. They were like, you need to not take that class. And I said, no. And then they didn't want to lose me, so they kept me on and just rearranged the schedule. And they just didn't want to deal with the hassle of rearranging the schedule and going to that person. Then the person came to me and they were like, you took my day. And I was like, I didn't take your day. I was like, I just can't do the day they want me to do. And then I was like, you're welcome to try to figure out something else with them. And they did, and it didn't work out. So then they had to work, and then they were annoyed at me for a little bit, but it went away. So there's that aspect of could I afford it? So I had to work full time. I had the benefit of being able to do that at night. And then what was some of the other things about it? The thing my wife will tell you, probably, I think we're on the same page about that, but my biggest fear for going back into school was whether or not I would actually be able to do the work. Not time-wise, but at all. I was afraid that I couldn't actually do physics. I went to a class that was, my first class ever was a class that I failed twice, maybe 3 times, the first time I went to school. It was probability and random variables. I failed it at least twice, if not 3 times, when I went to undergraduate. And usually what would happen is if I failed a class, which happened a couple times, you don't fail out of school for not failing classes. So I failed the class a couple times. So I went back and then I failed it again, and then I was kind of surprised that I failed it again. I can't remember if I took it a third time and just said forget it and stopped going after I signed up for it, and then just failed it a third time. I can't remember if that was what happened. But that was the first class that I stepped foot into again as an adult, as a 28-year-old adult. And I was terribly nervous that I wasn't going to be able to do it physically. Like, I just didn't have the mental capacity. But I got a B+, so it worked pretty well. I guess I would like to know how you decided your passion for this field was enough to make you jump to pursue, change hobby, interest in career. Was lots of sacrifice to go that way. When did it cross the line or doable or worth it? Honestly, the crossing the line thing was my family. Like, that was the thing that made me like, so like when you're in the restaurant industry and you're 30 years old, that's when you start settling down. Should I abandon my... Okay, so that's when you start settling down. So it's super circumstantial. So let me just tell you about my circumstantial. So you start settling down when you're in your 30s in the restaurant industry. What do? You work. You go out afterwards and you have a few drinks with your friends and then you go home. And then you sleep really late and then you wake up and then you do it again. And ethereal, I was a chef/cook. Worked at a lot of restaurants. Worked as a chef for 9 years. Yes, for the lamb sauce. So there's a moment when I realized, and this was the moment where I realized, where like that's where I was heading. I was heading to the, stay out late, argue with my wife about staying out late, sleep in, miss sending my kids to school so that I could sleep in, wake up, play video games and be miserable and go right back to work. Like, I was legit miserable. Like, legit miserable. Like, this is, I think I was full-blown depression at that point. At the very, very end of I don't know about how long I was in that status, but at the end of that, like, really bad mess, and that was what did it, is I didn't want my kids to see me like that. So, like, it was kind of like a thing, like, how do I not do that? How do I not turn into the thing how do I not turn into that? That was it. And what did I think about how do I not do that? Well, I just started listening to science podcasts because I knew I liked to think before, and I thought I never was thinking, right? So I did the thinking thing where I just listened to science podcasts and just thought about stuff, and immediately I wanted to do more of that. That made me happy. And when I was in a state like where I was really, really, really depressed, like, thinking about science made me happy again. So that was the thing. It was just like I really want to do that. And like I want to do that particularly because I want my kids to realize that that they're not stuck anywhere. That if my kid, like, my biggest thing was like my son and my oldest daughter, who I had at the time of this. I did not have my two younger kids at the time. They don't remember this side of me. But like, I didn't want to get to the point where like my son was really, really sad, and I went to him and be like, well, that's life. I didn't even want him to think for a second that that was life. Like, I just didn't want him to think like that. I wanted him to think like, my dad was really sad, so what did he do? He pulled like a crazy audible and just changed everything. Like, that's what I want him to see. And my daughter to see if they feel like that at some point in their life. Like, that you're not stuck. If you feel really, really stuck and really, really disappointed and down, like, I don't want to say pull an audible because the amount of work required to pull that audible was far more than I was ready to do. Like, it was really difficult. I was succeeded. I at least got my bachelor's and my master's, and now I'm on my PhD. Like, I succeeded in that sense. Cool dad certified, yeah. Like, I just didn't want that for my kids. I didn't want to be that, like, I just didn't want to be that dad who sat down my son, and he's like, Dad, I can't go on. Like, I can't go on. And I'd be like, Sometimes life stinks. You gotta put your head down and keep going. Like, I just didn't want to do that. I didn't want that to be the mantra that I left my kids. So I pulled an audible and I changed everything. And that was really, really complicated, very difficult. And then, like I said, the practicality of it was spending hours in the financial aid office, going over my budget with my wife over and over and over again, still not having enough money, and then having to like struggle for years until then when I got to graduate school and I started getting paid to do work, it was a lot easier. Financially, the first year of graduate school was still the hardest year of my life. But then the second year of graduate school was a lot better. Then things started to click. Then things started to loosen up a little bit. But the second year of graduate school was 3 years after I started. So those were pretty rough 3 years. I developed all sorts of stomach problems. I have high blood pressure now. I have health problems. A lot of it is stress-induced. It was, I don't say it lightly. In order to do that audible, it was incredibly challenging. Engineering teaching, went back to school. His traditional mom lectured him. He took a cartoon. Your high-pitched accent. But yeah, so that's it. But no, so Ethereal asked what I studied in physics the first time. No, first time I studied pure math. I did number theory. I loved number theory. I was good at it, but I was undisciplined, which led me to be sad, and that kind of destroyed my life at that time. So that was what that is. That was a long-winded answer. I don't think the queue got very big after that, though. Good. Next up is Roosta. How difficult was it with 4 kids when schools were closed and things back to normal for them now? Things are not back to normal for them now. They were supposed to go almost normal. But they pushed it back 2 weeks. Well, I guess it's just picking the path that gets you out of bed and fascinated every day. Yeah, exactly. For me, that was physics was something that I was always wanting to know more about. There was never a podcast or a lecture that I wasn't Googling stuff afterwards to learn more about it. So I chose physics specifically because it had that set on me. I loved math. I didn't know 100% if I was going to choose physics or math when I went back to school, but I started the physics path because I had that reaction to physics. Math is you get to a certain level of math and it's a little bit disconnected from reality, which is awesome in that sphere, but I don't think that was a sphere I wanted to be in. Yeah, so physics was that thing that made me Google everything that I learned. I was constantly looking up things that were what has string theory? Explain to me I'm 5 string theory, things like that. That's what I was looking up. So that's why I wanted to do physics, because that's what drove me to do anything. Yeah. I wouldn't have dropped everything for... Okay, never mind. No more chemistry jokes. So the pandemic, I think my wife handled a lot of the educational stuff with the kids. She was a saint because it was really difficult when everybody first got there. There was so much to do. Some of the teachers had just boatloads of work for the students. And I was trying to switch online and stuff for my own students. Of course, Sarah. Of course. I love answering questions. That's exactly how I'm in right now. Currently in undergraduate study of physics. I just can't get enough of the information. It's awesome. That's awesome, Snakey. I'm so glad you're studying physics right now. Very, very cool. But yeah, so my whole thing of going online, I struggled to keep up with. I wanted to help my wife with the education for our kids. I got a little bit overwhelmed really quickly with that. She did it great because I was still back and forth to the restaurants until everything closed down, and then I was home. And then I helped a little bit more, but not as much as I could have, should have. But my wife took the brunt of the teaching the kids at home, and then I tried to help by bringing them out to the office so that she could have the living room or the house, without all of them in there. So I tried in that regard last spring and summer. But yeah, they go back to 4 days in a couple weeks. So then life will get back to semi-normal. Yeah. I think that's it. It was rough, like anyone else. But my wife was a champ and took the brunt of the education stuff. And then I liked teaching from home. Personally, I liked teaching from home a lot. And now my setup is sick. I got like my keytar, has like a stream deck. I got lights and cameras, and it's a lot of fun. My new students, they're like, they come in, they don't really know what to expect, and then I'm at a blackboard with like lighting and teaching and like showing them Tesla coils and things like that, and they're all like, this is cool. Yeah, some normality is definitely on the horizon. And I'm getting my vaccine on Friday. My first one. Get your vaccine. Okay, so if Melko, so this is from Tyrion. Oh, wait. Yay. If Melko was a physicist, would he be your number 2, or would you be his number 2 in like Batman and Robin? I would be his number 2. He's better than me at he probably knows, does he know more physics than I do? I don't know. I don't immediately think I know more physics than he does, which is a weird thing because he's a chemist. I might know more physics than him. But if he was a physicist instead of a chemist, he would have had all that knowledge just transferred in physics, and I would be his number 2 because he would know a lot more. But he's a pretty cool guy, and I'm much more of a Robin kind of guy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not much of a Batman. You know? Am I more? Who's more Batman? Do a poll. Who's more of a Batman, Professor Melko or myself? And whoever loses will be, or whoever doesn't lose, it's not a win-lose. Whoever has less votes will be Robin. Okay? So the question is, Tyrion can do it, or someone can do it. Someone's better. You guys are better at polls than I am. Who would make a better Batman of physics? So you say you are a Watson. Yeah, I'm definitely a Watson. Might need to take another break in a second. We'll keep going. We'll go to like 65. If Melko was, oh yeah, I did that one. So Sarah asks, what are some good ways to prepare healthy items that taste different when done? For example, I found out recently that turnips taste like potatoes when baked. No bitterness. Did you know you can make tofu taste like bacon without any meat? Maple and I think it's soy sauce. Something like that. And then you press it and slice it. What's a healthy alternative? Well, I don't eat dairy, so I eat a lot of coconut now. Melko is more Joker with his endless memes. Let's see here. BMP? Where did he come from? So if BMP is Batman and I'm Robin, then Melko is definitely the Joker. Radishes, not turnips. Turnip for what, though, I guess? Radishes, yeah, it tastes like potatoes when baked. Interesting. Yeah, what's a good healthy tip? Okay, we're going to take this opportunity. You guys have a poll live. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to think about this. I'm not 100% sure, but I will be right back. I'll be right back. BMP1. So I guess BMP is Batman. I'm Robin, and Melko is the Joker. Awesome. That's funny. So, Sarah, I can't think of anything. Here's the deal. I cooked comfort food. I cooked I cooked a lot of vegan and gluten-free and vegetarian food at one of the restaurants that I worked at, an eclectic restaurant that I worked at. The idea is, what's a good way to prepare healthy items that taste different when done? Okay. So for one thing, substitute honey for sugar often. That's one thing that's healthier. I think it's healthier than putting sugar in stuff. And it tastes better in my opinion. But that's the kind of an opinion thing because I like the taste of honey. But like, okay, so the idea is that like vegan food is often just not as good. It just doesn't taste as good. Like I cook comfort food with butter, and I don't do heavy cream, but maybe like a little bit. But like we used to do things like substitute heavy cream for like ground up tofu or coconut milk. They just don't taste good. I happen to love vegetables, but cooking for others, I want to make veggies more appealing. Oh, so season. Just season heavily. People underestimate season by a landslide. So if you just want to make like healthy, healthy things taste better, season is underrated. Like look up seasonings, make seasonings. People are like, if I season something with like Indian food type of dish, yeah, Indian food is fantastic. They have all sorts of great spices. But like, I would say like look up pre-made spices like Indian food, like chana masala. No, chana masala is the actual. No, chana masala is good. Chana masala is like one of these like spice mixes. I think it's gram masala. That's the base of it. But they have like, yeah, seasoning is so underrated. People will like do a dish, like for instance, like the potatoes. They'll do potatoes. And then, oh, capers. Oh, capers are so good. I love capers. Capers are the sleeper of, yeah, capers are the sleeper of flavor. Try to add big flavors. I don't remember what paneer is. I think I've used it before. I just don't remember what it is. But like use big flavors a lot. So like capers will take a dish that's like really bland and just add so much life to it. So much life. So experiment with stuff, but seasoning is the sleeper. People don't realize that like they'll make potato and they'll be like rosemary potatoes. And it'll just be like salt, pepper, and rosemary and olive oil. Yeah, good. But like, where's the pizzazz? Like add like, okay, so you need garlic, you need rosemary, you need oregano, thyme. Go nuts, add a bunch of stuff. Like, what else is there? Add basil, sage. You can even add, well, maybe not sage. Maybe not sage. But add like a bunch of seasonings. Onion, yeah, definitely. Like, people underestimate the power of seasoning by a long shot. And now I'm more hungry. Oh, that's funny. That's my advice about cooking healthy stuff. Is it require? I'm Batman. It requires a lot more seasoning than people think so. Does asking who is a better Batman make you a Robin? I hardly ever add salt to anything because I like the flavors of things naturally. Pretty sure I'm a super taster, but I need to add more seasoning combos. Yeah, it's some people just like less salt. That's not a problem. It's yeah. I season things pretty heavily. But yeah, seasoning is the sleeper in when it comes to cooking healthy. So when will you? Oh, tropical. So when will you be done with your PhD? I want to come for the party after vaccine party is like 1990. Gonna party like it's 1999. We're shooting for 2 more years. Probably gonna be, I don't know if it's gonna be a little bit longer than that. I hope not. It depends on how the spring goes, honestly. The spring has been kind of a disaster, especially the past few weeks. But I'm still shooting to have my preliminary, I'm still shooting to have stuff done by the end of May. But I don't know yet. My advisor has been a saint because he's been working on my project without me being able to. But we're gonna start having like regular meetings again, and I'm gonna get back on track with everything. So I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, that's when I look seasoned. I'm a seasoned chef. But yeah, I don't think I did this. Pow. Yeah, okay. So the one for tropical too. But yeah, we're still shooting for 2 years. No, it's just water. It's just sparkling water. Lots of talking. I'm not practiced at this much talking. It's good though. What are we going on? Are we going on 5 hours now? Is that what it is? Yeah, because I started at 1. So we're at 5:36. Flying Falcon 23. Is it ever possible that humans can use quantum tunneling as a form of transport? Mathematically, yes. Physically, no. Let's talk about that a little bit though. So this idea of finding a particle on other barriers is, it's like, so here's like the general understanding of it, right? Here's the baseline of it. A particle's like location is kind of smeared out, right? If you put that smear near a barrier, then some of the probability of finding the particle is on the other side of the barrier, okay? So you have some probability of finding on the other side of the barrier. For that probability to be on the other side of the barrier is small for one particle. Then you do that for every single particle in your body. It's unlikely that it's going to happen with one particle. Now you do that with every single particle in your body. Yeah. The probability of that happening is like probably, yeah, so a human has a wave function. Yeah, so it becomes classical because of the size, though, right? Due to the correspondence principle. I have to refresh my memory. Googling it. I said I would stop Googling things, but I'm going to Google it. Principle. I just want to remind my memory. System described by a theory of quantum mechanics. So quantum doesn't go away with size, right? Like quantum mechanics is true for all sizes. But there's a level at which the probabilities of things just don't matter anymore because of how easy it is to mailbox on Monday. Okay, cool. It's energetically too high. Well, there shouldn't be a limit on what's possible, right? Except unless you want to say like the amount, like the way I've heard of it described and the way that I've always gone with it is that the probability is so unrealistic that it's not going to ever happen in like a large amount of lifetimes of the universes type of deal. Not like, you know, it's not going to happen in your lifetime, or in, you know, the lifetime of the Earth, or in the lifetime of the sun. It's like not going to happen in the lifetime of like many universes start to finish. From like birth to heat death, it's like many of those unlikely to happen once. But that's a statistical game. I wonder if what LaViewBot is talking about is like a more of a physics restriction that's not a statistics game. Limit of large quantum numbers. In other words, say that large orbits and large energies, quantum calculations must agree with classical calculations. We just saw that as a statistical game. Okay, so it's similar. Okay, so it's similar. They're similar. Okay, cool. Cool. What's that, commentator? Okay, where are we at? Let's keep going. But great question. Where I'm lost. Okay, great question. Flying Falcon. But yes, unfortunately, it's not possible statistically. Okay, so this question was asked. I forgot who asked it, but I put it in queue. Why is there no maybe it was Putin Roaster. Why is there no analytic solution to the Navier-Stokes equation? I don't know. There is no solution to the Navier-Stokes equation. If you solve the Navier-Stokes equation, you get $1 million. True. It's a millennium problem. So, listen, we have a smart chat. Okay? Did you answer my question? No, you're down there a ways still. I think. Yeah, you're down there a ways still. I still have 32 questions in the queue. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be having some drinks together, everybody. Navier-Stokes is a... Let's just solve it now. Easy. That's it. We'll just get $1 million. We'll split it with how many ever ways are in chat, which is pretty cool. And then we'll just walk away with lots of money. But no, it's not solvable. I don't really know why it's not solvable. I don't think I think it's just like the, if I were to understand, I would say it's just like the Riemann-Zeta hypothesis, which is another millennium problem, where like people haven't figured out the way to prove that it's possible to solve it. Like, proving that something's possible to solve is really difficult. Let alone solving it. I'm taking a nap. Can you repeat your answers in about 30 minutes? Yep, no problem. But proving to solve something is so you have to prove that you either can't solve it or solve it. Those are the two ways you can get the $1 million. Proving that you can't solve something is incredibly difficult. So that only really leaves proving or solving it. You can find dozens of ways that it's not gonna work. But like, so it's just, I mean, like, people have to solve that something is true always is a really difficult thing, which people can do. They have done. It's basically that you're proving like that certain differential equations are smooth. And these certain differential equations having smooth solutions, which I'm not 100% sure I understand that definition. But it's basically like if you can prove that they have smooth solutions, like continuous, I guess, maybe, then, if you can prove that, that all of these solutions are smooth continuous functions, then that's a solution, or if you can prove that they're not. But I think proving that things are not is more difficult. We have 20 push-ups, yay. What does Cosmolan say? It says, we're going to solve it, and who's going to write the details in the paper? I hear Terrence Tao likes that. You just say, hey, you solved something, you want to write a paper with me, and then you give him all your work, and then he'll write the paper. Navier-Stokes unsolved because everyone with technical knowledge would rather study black holes and stuff. That's swirly air. A couple of swirly boys. They don't want to study a couple of swirly boys. They want to study black holes and string theory. I know why the Riemann is it. I don't know. Yeah, you don't know why. That's the problem. Which are both very new in the. The issues that tools needed to solve it probably has relations to complex and/or chaos theory. Interesting. I mean, turbulent flow is pretty chaotic, which is definitely part of Navier-Stokes. Smooth is infinitely differentiable, so continuous. Cool. All right. Well, I guess I'm doing some push-ups. Let's get this over with before I keep moving on. Oh, let me click that up to 64, though. Definitely worthwhile on that. Get my socks all fixed up here. 20 more push-ups. Let's go. It's an ask-a-thon and also a push-up-a-thon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Ooh, take a break. Take a break, chat. Hi, chat. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh. You guys notice that I downed it from 25 to 20? I did make it so that 100 are possible, but it has to be a team effort. One person can't do them all because I limited how many times people can use them. That's using the old noodle. All right. You noticed? All right, so why there's no solution to Navier-Stokes? It's hard. You solve it, you get $1 million. One of the Millennium problems did get solved, though, right? I think one of the Millennium problems got solved in the last 20 years. Okay. Whew. Thoughts on the psychological arrow of time? Written in Stephen Hawking's book, what if it is opposite to the cosmological arrow of time? I don't know what opposite means. You might have to explain what you mean by opposite. Continuous can be, it can be a piecewise function. To me, it's the same point. I see, Stealthy. Thank you for the clarification. Gotcha. Rooster, what time is it over there? It's got to be late. Okay, so psychological arrow of time. If you want to look this stuff up, very, very fascinating field of study. Lara Boroditsky, Lara, L-E-R-A, Boroditsky, B-O-R-O-D-I-T-S-K-Y, studies psychological arrow of time. Very, very fascinating. I think, if you are new to the channel, haven't heard this, the most fascinating thing about the psychological arrow of time is its influence on our intuition. Earlier heard me and Justin talk a little bit about time as never too late for physics. About how the intuition of time can get in the way of our actual calculations. And it's one of those things where, like, studying a psychological arrow of time could be hugely beneficial for the field of physics if we can separate what we see as the arrow of time. One of the biggest things we struggle with is understanding how time behaves because of the way that we have understood it intuitionally, right? Like, it moves in one direction, it does this certain thing, it behaves a certain way. Physics tells us that things are time reversible. Entropy tells us that things are not reversible. Physics tells us that the physics are reversible minus entropy. Like, what does that mean, right? Of course, the processes can be reversed, but like physically, entropy can't go down. Okay, so there's lots of issues with time. Okay, to date, the only Millennium Prize to have been solved is the Poincare conjecture. Oh, that's what Cosmolano was saying earlier. Cool. I think I saw Cosmolano say that. After 5 hours, I need water, pizza, pie, cake. So yes, I think the psychological arrow of time is really important. It will help us understand how to separate our biases to work on other things. It's like the same thing with quantum mechanics. Like, how do you separate your bias to think classically? You just do it a lot. So I think people do the same thing for time. They focus on understanding like a reversible and infinitely small time, you know, completely time symmetric, and then they do physics that way, and hopefully their intuition follows. That's just how I understand it. Okay, that's my thoughts on it. Very helpful to understand, but not necessarily going to give us a good, well, actually, like I said, it could actually help quite a bit. There you go, Animaniac. Great questions from you tonight. ABC1, how many push-ups are too many push-ups? How many have I done? 40? 40 is too many. 20 is too many. What is the most controversial opinion? Oh, here we go. Okay, Justin. What is the most controversial opinion you have about physics? Controversial among physicists, controversial among scientists, or about science enthusiasts, popularizers. Okay. I have a couple spicy ideas. Let me think here without just I don't want to talk off the cuff. I want to actually say something that I truly, truly believe, and not just something that's gonna that's not a meme. Dare I say centrifugal? I'll talk about that's one of them. The centrifugal force is people need to stop saying it's not real. That's a complete misnomer. But that's not like a controversial opinion. That's reality. So y'all better deal with that. But people have to stop saying centrifugal is real because there's going to be a shift in, I think a shift in what we consider why people think. So the reason that people think that the centrifugal force is fictitious is because people think that inertial frames of reference are what's real. Why? What? Stop. Like, inertial frames of reference have nothing to do with reality. They're part of how we do physics. They're part of how we do special relativity. There's nothing about the inertial frame of reference that tells you that that's what's real and everything else is not real. Like, that's silly to define reality as something that's inertial. Sean Carroll had a good definition of fundamental, which was, he said time is fundamental, time is real, but also emergent. And that's something that you have to think about for a while. You're talking to too many particle physicists. No, it's true. Said people have to stop saying it. It's confusing. Because then I have to try to explain it to my students. Like, and I just tell them, I'd be like, people say it's not real because if you're watching the person, you can describe all the forces like this. And then I say, but if you're the person, you're going to describe the forces like this. And I was like, so they're going to say it's not real because they're going to say that the person who's watching the system has some sort of preference over the person who's in the system. And I think that's nonsense. Like, that's silly. Why is how am I to tell a student that the person outside the system is the real person and the person inside the system experiences things that aren't real? Those are the experiences of the person in the system. They're very real. Yes, so that's a hard thing to kind of, it's all momentum, baby. That's it. It's all momentum. Literally describe everything. You know what? You guys ready? You've heard of the electromagnetic universe. Now prepare yourself for the momentum universe. Everything in the universe is described by momentum. Everything. No, stop. E&M, fake. Momentum. It's just momentum. Okay, I want my momentum with fries. My biggest controversy is that he secretly follows Alexander Unzicker. I don't know who that is. But I might just do this. Take that and save that for later. Put that up here. Glad I'm not speaking out loud right now, because that would be bad. This is a good thing this is just happening in my head. I had a guy I played games with that thought all general relativity was rubbish and there was only E&M period. It's like actually a common thing, is the electromagnetic universe. Like how gravitational forces are inertial forces, and they're just the Christoffel symbols. It's all Christoffel symbols. Christoffel symbol universe. Okay, I'm done. I'm done with that meme. What's next? Yeah, so I guess my most controversial opinion is people need to stop teaching undergrads that centrifugal is fake. I know it's not as sexy as people wanted. I'm also, okay, so we'll do another one that's a little bit more sexy, I guess. Did I? Oh, no, hold on. I think, though, it's just saying that you can transform the force that way. It's not tensorial. Yeah, but why you gotta say it's not real to an undergraduate who's not gonna understand what the difference is? You know what I mean? Yeah, that's my problem. Is real is a terrible explanation for that. Absolutely terrible. Real is a terrible explanation for physics in most cases. Please do a take on a quantum. I did that. Many worlds gang. Hashtag many worlds gang. You know what I mean? Yeah, saying real is so bad in physics always. It's so much worse when you try to teach it to a bunch of undergraduates. Because they have an understanding of what the word real means. So then you tell them that something's not real, and then they're going to be like, oh, okay, that's not real. Cool, it's fake. Anyways. So that's my spicy take. But the other spicy take is that I think people should let off of people studying ideas. And be I guess it's probably a pragmatic way, where it's if someone can get if someone is is charismatic enough to convince people to get funding, or to convince a university to hire them, or to convince pretty much anything, or willing to not have any of those things, then to just let them study what they want to study and leave them alone. I don't understand why people in physics and in the academic in the academic community, feel like they need to dictate what other people study. Seems strange. Feels weird. Feels weird, man. Feels weird, champ. I don't even think that's an emote. But it's like, it feels weird to me that someone who, and like you can poke fun at them if you want. I mean, like everybody should get poked fun at. That's like the best thing, is to poke fun at people. But at the same time, like, don't try to be writing like, because they're writing like, what are they called? I don't want to say kill articles, that's the wrong word. What are they called when they write an article going after somebody and like calling for their resignation or something like that? Physics feels weird, man. Cancellation, it's not so much cancellation. A hit piece, that's the one. A hit piece. People are constantly writing hit pieces on other physicists and stuff because they don't agree with what they're studying. And it's just like, don't you have better things to do? Like, if they're smart enough and clever enough and charismatic enough to get a job at a university, or get funding, or if they don't care about those things and they just do it on their own, just let them be. Let them do their thing. Why do you got to write hit articles and hit pieces on them, trying to take them down, trying to get them fired, trying to get their grants revoked, trying to do all this? If you don't like it, prove it wrong. And then they don't have to care what you say. Like, that's my thing. Maybe that's a less controversial take than I think, but with the amount of people who will constantly go on to like New York Times and just write a hit piece on a scientist that they don't like what they're saying, like Avi Loeb is a good example. Just let the guy go on about aliens. You don't need to write hit pieces trying to get him to resign. You want to poke fun at him, poke fun at him. Everybody deserves to get poked fun at. Everybody. That's easy. Okay, no more ranting. On to the next question. 67. Pew pew. Where are we at with Q? We're still in the 30s. So Zinas says, how do I keep learning stuff after school is over? You're in the information age. The internet is a great place to learn stuff from. You can come with me and ask questions. Yeah, Tyrion did get timed out, which is really funny. It was really funny because I didn't. But yeah, so you can come, you can learn with me, you can learn with others on Twitch, you can learn with other people on YouTube. This is the information age. Google stuff, YouTube search. There's free textbooks. Go to the library. Library, that's a sleeper. If people go to library, you just look up the physics section and go get books. Books galore. Books galore. And then you just take them home. Write down a bunch of notes. There's a lot of things that are difficult. I try to make my stream where people can like come and like learn with me very actively, and that they don't have to feel like they have to, or actually, okay, let me say that again. They learn with me very passively. Like, you don't have to do much to just show up to my stream and like watch. Now, you might not understand things if you didn't start at the beginning with us, but like, you're welcome to ask questions. You're welcome to like look around. You're welcome to do stuff. The thing is like, I think that some people like, they want to know something and it's difficult to like start from square one. But ultimately, like the E&M series that I do, that's a good series to learn E&M with. But if you haven't seen E&M before, you have to start the first video. And there's like hours and hours of video now. So it can be difficult to like have the motivation to be like, well, I want to learn about electric potential. Or like, I want to learn about the Laplacian equation. But I don't want to necessarily go back and start watching all that to get up to that point. And then these things that this tall weirdo is talking about, I don't understand. Why is this tall weirdo saying things that I don't understand? And it's just difficult. So in that sense, doing things like just YouTube searching, libraries, all that stuff is something where you go and you can actually just search for something. So like you say you want to search for potentials, so search for potentials. And you might have to backtrack a couple chapters in the book or something like that. But that's, usually physics is relatively linear. So like if you want to learn something about like the Laplace's equation, or like the heat equation, I should say, then you have to start and work your way to it. It's not something that you can just like start at the heat equation and understand the heat equation. Yes. I learned on the internet by Googling things and confirming to confirm my bias. The Susskind lectures are fantastic. They really are. Okay. That's how I would learn stuff when school is over. There's lots of resources nowadays. You just got to go find them. I bet you Batman can't play the Star Wars theme on a recorder. But boring math professor can. That's awesome. I haven't heard that. Is that a channel point reward? Because I have lots of channel points in BMP's channel. That's going to happen. So this was a question I've already answered. Putin Roaster, which came first, math or physics? Great question. So math, definitely. The reality is that like people didn't know they were doing physics when they were doing physics. They just did what they thought was math that would describe the world. So I don't think, and maybe someone can, okay, so I need a mathematician, BMP or someone in chat to correct me on this if this is wrong. But people who were doing math in the old times, were really only doing math as applicable to real world instances, correct? What's the first, like they knew that though. Like they didn't think that they were doing math for the sake of math. They thought that they were doing math for the sake of understanding something about the world. That's physics. But they didn't know they were doing physics. They were just doing math, because math didn't exist like it exists now. In fact, I would say they were all doing philosophy, natural philosophy. Very true. Which came first, math or physics? Philosophy. But yeah, that's the reality. The reality is like they were doing math to describe everyday world things, which is actually just physics. They just didn't know it was physics, didn't call it physics, they just called it math. I think math though, like, so I guess like, except right when complex numbers were discovered, and then physicists took those and turned it into reality anyways. Ooh, ABC's got a cartoon, let's see what that is. I like the XKCDs. Oh no, oh no. this old thing. Yeah, it's funny. Did you guys see the one that Melko did with that one? That was funny too. He had to keep photoshopping on the fly because people kept saying things. Pretty much, yeah. So I think so too. And then eventually math became something that like wasn't immediately connected with the real world, and then people could start like exploring it a little bit more, just following it like axiomatically. Is the universe expanding or contracting? I'll hit that one right up now, but like, so not to be weird, I will answer that question right now. Because Redmond, welcome to the channel. I assume you're a new person. Welcome. But I am doing an ask-a-thon, so if you want to put your questions in queue, do what Tyrion did and put your question like that, and it will go into queue. I have a lot of questions in queue. And we're doing the ask-a-thon, so we're going to keep going until the questions are answered. But I am going to answer this one right now because, like I said, I think we want to encourage new people to come and ask questions. Redmond says, is the universe expanding or contracting? It is expanding. It is accelerating. It's not only expanding at a constant velocity, but it's expanding at a constant velocity, or it's expanding at an accelerating rate. Now, there is a little bit, I'm going to say a little bit, asterisk, because maybe Cosmolano or Justin will correct me on this, but recently there was a little bit of controversy over it, where if it was accelerating the same in every way, in every which way. But, oh geez, come on guys. With the nice, really? Isotropically means the same in every direction. Yeah, so right now there's a little bit of controversy over that with people like Joe Silk who are like in the head, like the lead, maybe Joe Silk was a different one. Maybe Joe Silk was a different project. Yeah, but I don't know if that got resolved or not. It's like a year or two old, that argument. But whether or not it was accelerating in every direction, the same. Brian Schmidt was on the World Science Festival this week. I saw a lot of that. He got a Nobel Prize for discovering the acceleration of the universe. It was an ace. Yeah, and he's an excellent speaker. I don't think I've ever heard Brian Schmidt speak before. That was really cool. Isotropically. Isotropic geek. I like my martinis isotropically. Yeah, so there's a little bit of a controversy. In my opinion, the bigger, the more exciting thing is the discrepancy measure of the Hubble constant. Yeah. That's a big controversy right now. I don't know a lot about that though, so we're not gonna take too many questions on that because I don't really know. All I know is the Hubble constant, which kind of is like something that you use to describe like distances. I think is a little bit. There's a bit of a controversy over either how to calculate it or the numbers they're getting from experiments or. I sprained my isotropical. So yeah, so it is expanding. It's not contracting. More so, it's not just expanding, but it's accelerating, which is exciting. Okay, very good. Oh, no colon though. Here, I got you though. That will be from Redmond. There we go. Okay. So Putin Roaster said, "What comes first, math or physics?" Philosophy. Why do round? Oh, so this was Graham. This was from Graham. I hope Graham's still here. Graham, it's good to see you. Thank you for the shout out, whoever did that. Graham was interested in building some physics stuff. I don't know how his stream's going, but he was interested in building some physics experiments, which was exciting. Okay, so why do round lenses produce square rectangle pictures? So, guys, do you remember when I was going over the ground rules? How I said very specifically that I don't know is a valid answer? I have no idea. So it would be the material. I assume it would be the material, the Snell's law angle of refraction. I mean, you know, terminologies. Would make it such a way that, like, as it changes throughout the material, the light hits a certain way and reflects a certain way, so that it's the medium that is exposed to light is square. Well, it'd be a circle. It'd be a circle lens that makes a square, but it'd be 100%. It'd be like the angle that the light hits and reflects would do so. Like, so you have a material that you can calculate the Snell's law, the reflective lens, or the reflective angle, and then you make it in such a way where you can add concave pieces and then just bend the light so it's a square. I imagine it's something you can manufacture. I don't know if it happens naturally in nature. If it happens naturally in nature, I would have zero idea. Cry, you got me. You got me so good. That was good. The sensor is cropped. Wait, so the shape of the lens does not determine the shape of the image? Oh wait, is this just on a camera? I was assuming he was talking about a lens. Oh, I think this was just a, oh, this is a camera lens. I was imagining in my mind that there was a round lens that you could engineer a way to get a square image. I was not under the impression that we were talking about a camera. I was just talking about, yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Because I'm sitting there thinking, like, how do you just engineer a light? I mean, it seems possible to understand you say that again, Samsung. I really overthought that one. Get this out of here. Jeez, you guys. Hi, Altitude Ringo. Do you have any pictures from your LARP time? I do not. I do not. Oh, man. To be fair, from my LARPing days, I only got to play the lizard creature one time. One time. And it was a bunch of, it was just me painting myself in green. Yep, that's it. The Cavalier I played a few times, but I had to stop playing that because I was way too aggressive with that shield. That was bad. But no pictures, sorry. The shape of the lens and the shape of the photograph can be different. Yeah, definitely, I guess definitely it depends. So a camera, I have no idea how a camera works. But it seems like you do. So the shape of the lens, yeah, so it says the medium that is exposed to light is square. Yes, that's the That's the key. Or gets digitally filtered through a square. Sure. So I have no idea how cameras work. Absolutely zero clue. I have a decent idea of how lenses work in Snell's law. Zero idea of how a camera works. But interesting to say the least. Okay, next up. Stealthy Sumo. When I jump, how far do I push the earth? You don't? Yeah, you don't. That's a equal and opposite reaction one right there. That would imply that something gets transferred in the system, but the Earth and you are a closed system. So if you push the Earth, you're just going to pull it back together when you land. That's the force that you push off is the force that gets attracted back to you. So, yep, that's that. I don't even think like heat would have anything to do with it because the heat is all trapped in the Earth's atmosphere and U system. Someone did a video on this. Was it Vsauce that did a video on this? Vsauce has a video on this. I'm almost 100% sure that Vsauce has a video on this. You should absolutely watch. Eric, I discovered a remarkable fact lurking in the equation of a black hole thermodynamics that the textbook of this Twitch chat is too small to contain. 1/8 billionth of 12 trillions of the distance jumped using 65. I don't even know. You hear good guitars. Who is this? This is probably I Built the Sky. Oh, wow. This is Stream Beats. This is Harris Heller. This is good, though. Wow. No, it actually is pretty good. No, Harris Heller is a pretty good guitar player. Yeah. I like the rock album, the music part of it, for sure. Very good. They did really good on that. But yes. The Earth outweighs all humanity collectively by a factor of 12 trillion to 1. The average mass of a human is 65. Oh, I get it. Okay. Graham's back. Could taking a plant for a walk benefit in any way? All other conditions being equal. I have no idea. Period. I'm above average. I have absolutely no idea. Could taking a plant for a walk benefit in any way? I like plants. It would make me happier. I don't think it would clean the oxygen around me. If the plant is over 18. What? The plant may grow to be more symmetrical instead of favoring one side of that light is typically on. Oh, so you mean for the plant or for you, Graham? So for the plant, sure, right? Fresh air, sun, all the things that plants need. It's like, you know, you're giving it to it. I assume it's on, I mean, if you take it on a rainy day, it's just getting water, right? That's good too. Unless it's too much water and then it drowns. Oxygen, fresh air, yeah. Good, all good things for the plant. For you, I don't know. If you like plants, then sure. I like plants. I don't know if I'm gonna take it for a while. I have a succulent somewhere. Over here. You guys like my succulent? It still has the tags on it because I don't know how to take off the tags. Just height. There's no. See? There's no tag on this. Hold on, let me show you this side. Oh, it's a heart. It was for Valentine's Day. I got this from my bride, my lovely wife. I love that plant. It's called the scissor? I thought it was called a succulent. As long as the plant is not. Stop that! Plants grow better indoors from a CO2 perspective. They like more. Oh, snap. Interesting. Insects might eat you. Do you go on walks? I have lots of insects around here. They bite. You know, it is what it is. It is called the scissor. I don't know. But we're going to mark that as answered. With probably. Probably better for you in the plant if you like plants. Thorny relationship with chat. Yeah, How would you go about unstucking the ship in the Suez Canal using your physics power? All right, big brain physics. I haven't really seen it. Big brain physics mode coming. Ready? Here we go. What's the problem with the ship? It's stuck in a canal. Why is it stuck in a canal? It's too big. How long is it? How long is it? See, the problem is you have one size of a ship that's bigger than the size of a canal. What do? You set everything equal to 1. Natural units. Then the ship goes right through. No problem. They're the same size. They're both 1. I don't know why I don't know what's taking so long. I don't know why everybody is struggling so much. They never learned how to use natural units? It's disgusting. Yes, I know, but what is the metric? What is the metric? Just redefine the metric. It'll be fine. The ship will just go right through. Why don't they just move the cargo and destroy the ship? Why is everyone so worried about the ship? Move the land. Just, I know. They have excavators. The standard model, 3 sigmas. I know they have excavators and stuff. It's a joke, everybody. I don't know how to do it. Do I have to do a real answer? I don't know how to do it. Do I have to do a real answer? Probably can't get a crane out there. Yeah, they have excavators that are trying to move the land. I built my ships using Gaussian units. But why? They're trying to move. Yeah, they are trying to move the land. Okay, so real answer. How would I do it? Can't they flood the canal? I don't know. Can canals be flooded? I feel like you can flood a canal. What's the canal? The Panama Canal you can flood. Can't they flood this one? Right? I don't know. Just move everybody away and just... Q's answer is nice. Change the gravitational constant of the universe locally. It's not stuck. Oh, it's not stuck in a lock. Oh, that's a lock. That's different. Okay. That's it. I stole your answer? Why don't they just add more water to the... There you go. I didn't see that. So it's not a lock. I see. The boat is from Panama because drum rolls. Oh, no. Oh, no. Wind blew to shore. It needed to reverse. Only the locks can be flooded in Panama Canal. I see. I see. Complicated. This is complicated stuff. Yes. I don't know. I still think they should just change the units to 1. Easy peasy. People got so many problems. Okay, so that's a good one. Did I click that one? I don't think I clicked that one. I don't think I clicked it. All right, we're going to do this one. Tyrion says, want to become famous. Okay, so time out Tyrion. Let's see, click that. Time out. Oh, ban. Ooh, ban. Delete. Purge. Purge Tyrion? Does that purge Tyrion? I don't know how that works. Want to become famous and buy followers? I'll buy some followers. That's not true. I won't be buying followers. Okay. But that's a question, and I'm counting it. Commentator, is energy and information the same thing, or does energy transform into information? That's a good question. I don't know. So information... Oh, man. I think I would rather say information is... I think information is an observable, which doesn't necessarily have to be energy. You click the link, what happened? I think they're different. And now, oh, now you're famous. Information is observable. Hold on, buddy. I want to say information is just an observable. Might be my final answer. I might stick with that. You have to use energy to get observables. Energy, what is an operator then? Something that transforms state. What is its operator then? So there's energy eigenvalues, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, geez, now you got me thinking. The ViewBot. Let's see here. Okay, focus. Is energy information? You might have changed my mind. No, I just don't feel like, so energy seems more fundamental than information to me.
Well,
Because for classical observations,
weird.
oh, so LeviewBot, thank you for the follow. Also, Dark Crusaders 419, thank you for the follow. I just feel like information is more fundamental, or energy is more fundamental than information. See, I don't think all energy is information. I think all, oh, jeez. I can't make statements like that. I don't know how to make the logical statements, Tropical. Because for classical observables, there are corresponding quantum mechanical operators. Yeah. So it depends. So firstly, it depends on what you're observing. So like momentum, that's an observable. So you have a momentum, but there's an energy eigenvalue that describes that momentum. But like the information is within, I don't know. I didn't even think this was a loaded question. I thought this was easy breezy. I thought this was going to be easy peasy. But now it's a very complicated question when I'm thinking about it. What about thermal energy? That's an approximation of something quantum. Maybe it's better to think of thermodynamic. Oh, come on, guys. It's true. Let it go. Statistical mechanical is a large n approximation. It's all statistical mechanics is good for. Large n approximation. Come on. We talk about individual states here. Okay? You want large n, you gotta go talk to Tyrion. That's where you talk about large n. Here, we're on the individual states, which probably don't exist. No, but let's see. So no troll, no cap. But I don't. So I honestly, I just think thermodynamic energy. That's not as fundamental as. I still don't think it's as fundamental as quantum, as like individual energy from individual states. So like, if you want to talk about energy or information, you'll want to talk about, like, so statistical mechanics is just averages, though. Energy can be measured, and that measurement expressed in numbers is information. That doesn't make energy information. Okay, so there we go. This is what I was thinking. Energy can be measured, and that measurement expressed in numbers is information. That doesn't make energy information, or am I wrong? I think that's what I'm stuck on right now. Because energy is how you describe observables. Observables are the information. So you use energy values to describe information. You can't even say that like energy is like something and information is a relationship, because energy is only a relationship. Unfortunately. Negative plasma. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, so. I don't know. You can thermal energy that doesn't have information. Energy not equal to information. GG QED. So how I would think of it is energy is a physical quantity which can be measured. It can only be used to store information about a physical state. Integrals review and integral setting. Ah, well, welcome. I'm an enabler. So the final answer is energy transforms into information. They are not the same thing. But maybe I could say energy communicates information. Like there's something more to information that energy doesn't have, and there's something more to energy that information doesn't have. But energy can communicate information. What is the mathematics we use to talk about information theory? Does anyone know? Who talks about information theory? I'm about to lurk for a bit. If you pass on before I return, thanks for the stream. Thought you timed me out. Be back, but hopefully you won't be streaming then. Thanks, buddy. Why is energy not the information on the status of space and time? So space and time are described by events. So energy makes more sense in quantum mechanics than it makes sense in relativity. Relativity uses energy to for its equations, but I don't know. I don't ever see special relativity as a way to solve energy. So those events generate energy, but the generation of energy itself is a quantum mechanical process. Because what's energy? Energy is a change from one state to another state. Information sounds like a human construct. I don't know enough about quantum. Well, it's a human construct, sure, but we use it to describe things that happen in quantum mechanics. Energy is a human construct. It's a difference between, states. I typically think of information in terms of entropy. Okay. But you can also you can also talk about energy in the terms of entropy though. In before statistical mechanics. Everything in physics is a human construct, but talking about things, information, theoretically, seems to be more fundamental than anything else. Yeah, so if anything, it'd be the opposite of it. The more I talk, the more I kind of agree with that it's a little bit more fundamental than anything else. But, okay, I digress. Let's move on. I don't know. I would probably say that energy is the spherical? The bug? Am I supposed to say spherical? That's funny if I am. That's good. That's really good. Yeah. Measure and describe that phenomenon. And yeah, so I'm gonna say this is my final answer. Energy communicates information. Energy is yeah. I think information has a lot more to it than energy does too. But interesting things to talk about. Thanks for sharing your dream cow. Yeah, it should be spherical, definitely. Chocolate milk cow. No, we're not. I think I don't know. Well, so energy is still just like a human measure, right? We just use it as something. Calling everything information seems like a trendy computer era way of talking about things. I don't think that way though. I don't know. I think it has a very significant role to play. Yes, is it computer era? Sure, but so is other things. Insert trendy topic. Conductors. No, superconductors. We'll call them. Superconductors are also computer era things, because they were around that time. But that doesn't make them any less beneficial. Yeah, so it definitely has to do with that. But okay, let's move on. No more. Let's move on. Okay, commentator. If energy doesn't escape a black hole, does it mean the energy is destroyed when the black hole evaporates? So information and energy, again, this is one of those things where I think it's different. Saying energy doesn't escape black hole is a confusing thing. because I don't ever see energy as something that can go inside of a black hole. Again, energy is just a difference between two things. So like energy is not like a thing. Like I guess that's a good, okay, so a good going on what we talked about before. I don't want to go back to it, but let's just make a statement about it. So I don't want to make the statement, but information would be describing a state. And the state, and that would be something like, oh, gosh. Now this is getting a complicated word salad. Okay, these are really, really difficult questions, commentator. If energy doesn't escape a black hole, does it mean the energy is destroyed within the black hole evaporates? The answer is we have no idea. We have no idea if information, energy, particles, or anything gets destroyed when the black hole evaporates. That's something that that people are constantly looking at. That is, and there's 100 papers on both sides of the argument, hundreds of papers on both sides of the argument. People have no idea whether or not information, energy, we'll just say information because that covers everything, including energy and matter and states and everything like that. We have no idea if it gets destroyed. No idea. We have a bunch of really good ideas about whether or not it does. I may be wrong here, but it wasn't recently shown that the radiation produced by a black hole can be used to determine the information that fell into the black hole. That is called the holographic principle, and maybe not proven. It's a good idea. People are experimenting it. Juan Maldacena and Leonard Susskind, I think, maybe, who worked on it. Yeah, that's the holographic principle that basically, like, there's a 2D printed image of the things that have fallen inside. That's where the information is. And once it evaporates, as it radiates away, it radiates that information away or something along those lines. Yeah, it's far from proven. It's very, very far from proven. It's a good idea, and people should continue to investigate it. But again, it's one of these things where, like, even like Leonard Susskind would be like, we don't know. And he's the one that came up with the holographic principle. But great question. Okay, LaViewBot, what is the Fourier transform of a Dirac delta function in momentum space? That's why we have textbooks and Google. I don't know. Here, I'll sketch down something that it should look like. I don't remember. Integral of d 4k over 2 pi to the 4th. I don't remember. E to the I k x. Or I k minus k prime to the x equals f of x. I don't know. Something like that. Just read a book. Oh, man. I have no idea what it looks like. Something like that. I just literally tried to like put the integral form of a delta function into a some thing. I don't know. Susskind made holographic string theoretic. To Hooft came up with it. Oh, cool. Okay. Excellent. Perps. What is percolation theory? We discussed this. It's a conformal field theory that happens during a phase that describes a phase transition. I have no idea what that means or what it's used for. Are you using radiance? There comes a time in your life. So Snake Eye Wolf says, took quantum physics this past semester and never really understood what the Heisenberg uncertainty principle was applied to and how it's used in finding momentum probability and position. So the uncertainty principle, I don't know if it really has anything to do with finding momentum probability and position. Really, that's just going back and forth from one state to another state. I think that the real beneficial thing about the Heisenberg uncertainty principle is just the fact that that certain things don't commute, right? Like certain operators don't commute. There's a property of operators that makes them non-commuting. Okay. And it happens to be that the position and momentum operators fit the bill for those two operators. So, yeah, so that's it. That's what I would say. It's fascinating. It's fascinating because that doesn't fit with our classical viewpoint. But we found that there's non-commuting operators that have a certain mentality, like they equal IH bar or whatever, right? And it turns out, or H bar over 2 or IH bar, I don't know, something like that. And it turns out, you can list that. That's a property of certain operators. And then it turns out that and then I think that was more of a consequence that it turns out that the position and the momentum operators are two operators that fit the bill. Which is really interesting because then you have two operators that happen in physics that, you know, that don't commute. And it's like, wait, hold on, what? And so instead, you can rewrite this as, I have a YouTube video on it, Snake Eye Wolf, if you're interested in more of a more in-depth view of this. But yeah, it's a very cool consequence. But I don't think it's anything more than a consequence. I don't think that you can use them to find probability. I think you would need to know things about the wave function and then go back and forth between the two, momentum and position. And then, so you can find the momentum and the position by using the wave function that describes that particle and solving. But then, if you want, then I think the cool thing was to say, whoa, these operators fit the bill for this non-commuting thing. What happens? And what happens is you actually can't know both of them at the same time. There's always going to be a level of error between the two, which is interesting. So. Cool. Commentator, can energy transfer into information? Yeah, like I said, I think it's the communication. I think it's communication of information. So that would be my understanding of how energy and information are related. Is communication-wise. That's about it. That's a much better explanation than what my professor did. Yeah, like if you know enough stuff, you could use the relationship to find one versus the other and everything like that. But to me, like, you're better off just looking at the wave function. The wave function has all the information you need, and then it's just find it in position, or Fourier transform into momentum and find it in that way. But the class of operators that had this weird thing happen, I think was known before before the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. I think it was just a fact that like certain matrices don't commute. And then what type of matrices are they? And then they did a bunch of things to look at the type of matrices that don't commute. And it's like, oh, this is an information thing. Oh, you're up next, Alistar. Should I wait until you get back or should I go now? You tell me. What does it mean that they commute to? What does it mean that they commute to? Though? That's a little bit too far off for me to understand, Cosmolano. For the people who want to know the Fourier transform of the Dirac delta in momentum space, it's of course a plane wave. Now you say that, it's like, okay. Touche. You got me there. I should have known. IH. Okay, wait a turn. Cosmano, what are you saying? Oh, what does it mean that they commute to IH though? Oh, so, I see. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. Like, what should I ask? What should I take as an intuition from the? Yeah, I have no idea. Good question, though. You know what? I'm going to take that one. Haha. Actually, I'm going to take 2 because I answered Cosmolano's too. Jeffer asks, what's a tensor? I'm a newbie. Yeah, so a tensor is something that transforms like a tensor. Okay. Meme's old. It just felt bad saying. It just didn't feel like a good meme anymore, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? So what a tensor is like I said, so I like to say a tensor is something that transforms one vector to another vector. That's a good base knowledge of what a tensor is. After that, you have to know some more things. So if you don't know what a tensor is and you want to know what a tensor is something that takes a vector that describes an object and transforms it to a different vector that describes the same object. That's it. And you could do all sorts of mathematical wonders with that. Now, there's a lot of more complicated stuff, and you don't need to know any of that until you get into like general relativity, and then you need to know more about tensor analysis. Okay, next up, commentator. Can the Hadron Collider technically create gold? I don't know how to create gold. I don't know how to create gold. How do you create gold? Jennifer says, blue pill or red pill? Which does which again? Red pill wakes you up, right? Ready when I get to my turn again? Okay, thanks for saying sure. You explode a star. I know that, but I don't know what the actual process is. Shoot a proton at platinum. So probably, right? Just put a platinum in the way. Yeah, probably. Just shoot a proton at platinum. Oh, that would make sense because you'd go down in energy level, right? Yeah, that's the one. Okay. We're going to do that. Yes, the LHC can make gold by putting platinum in the proton beam. I don't know. So blue pill or red pill? Red pill is the one that wakes you up, right? I always have to look it up. Red pill is the one that wakes you up because there's that Reddit called Red Pill, and it's last time I looked, it was annoying. Yeah, but it is red pill for sure. Is this a 24-hour stream? No, but we are about to go on 6 hours. The one that is blue and red. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely a red pill, but like I'd be questioning everything, so I'd probably be sad. Oh no, commentator. Okay, so Alistar says, in the hypothetical where there were tiny gears or building block making existence, just puny particulates, puce motion, would it be called a field or particulates? Or sat particulates? It'd be a lattice. It'd be a lattice. So stuff like that we talk to about as lattices. So you'd have lattices where, yeah, at the vertex of the points, you'd have something there. So like that's why we were talking about LQG. Like LQG is like one that's similar to this. Basically, we have two observables in physics that commute to a constant. Then it tells you that if you perform a consecutive measurement of these observables, they are related. Interesting. Hey, Dr. Derp, good to see you. Sure, you can. But yes, like I said, we put it on a set of lattice, so it's usually like the vertex is something happens. So LQG did people do this, the loop quantum gravity, where at the each lattice point is like an object. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's an object that describes like how, yeah, how it behaves, I guess. I don't know loop quantum gravity, but it's something at each point in the lattice that describes how it is. But yes. Okay. Click. If two observables commute, then you can perform a measurement willy-nilly without affecting the outcome. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's an interesting Levuba. That's interesting. Very cool. Yeah, I've heard that before. It just slipped my mind, so it's a good refresher to have. Just use QCD instead of LQG. It's easier. Yeah. And if there were fundamental gears, building blocks, is there an existing best technical term? I don't know. Right now we just talk about things in particles that have wave functions. Particle. Particulate sounds weird. Particle sounds good. But a wave function, did he get the correct answer to my question? I said a corny answer to your question. I said a corny answer to your question, Mandry. It's good to see you. Welcome back. Particle has connotations. Well, not really. So the particle is controlled by a function. A function that is super manipulated. You can take a particle function and pretty much do whatever you want to it. It's just about it's really all about how you do it. That's not the path that helps me. I guess I don't know what a particulate means. It should have been a Conan answer to my question. Conan? The barbarian? I think I said that the feeling of when everything is fits really, really well. When the feeling of being really happy because everything is just you're at inner peace, peace. And then the next question was why, coincidentally. And the why for that was because you go through struggle, you recognize struggle, you deal with struggle, and then you get through that and everything feels really good. And you feel calm and at peace and inner peace and happiness. And I said a couple instances when I feel that happiness. I can be with my wife and feel that happiness, or I can be with my kids and feel that happiness, or I can be outside on a sunny day and blue skies and lots of green grass and everyone's happy. I feel that way and I'm super happy. So you can measure these two observables simultaneously without running into issues from the uncertainty principle. Cool. That's a very, very good explanation. I think I talked about that a little bit in my YouTube video, but that's really well said, LeviewBot. Okay. So if there was tiny building blocks that never change, I use the term immutable, no duality, no divisibility, no permeability, no flexibility. So yeah, I don't really know what you would call that. I don't really know what you would call that. I don't think anybody right now is working on anything where they have a object that they would consider is like that. Even loop quantum gravity people are open to the idea that something's more fundamental beyond what they're thinking. It's generally a good idea to err on the side of caution that the smallest object in the universe is divisible. But keep going. I'll keep looking at this, and if I miss anything, just let me know. So commentator, is warp drive really going faster than the speed of light? Yeah, technically, because warp drive would be the thing where you wormhole it, right? You get the paper, you turn the space, you do the space thing, and you change the way the space looks, and you get a wormhole thing, and you're warping space so that you're not going the same distance, and you're going a faster distance in a shorter time. That's what warp drive is from this. Whoa. Oh, I'm dying. Hold on. I gotta change my mics. Hold on. All right. Are we back? Are we back? How's that sound? Is it loud enough? It sounds really quiet now. Maybe I can turn this up a little bit. Is that better? But the relative speed is slower, so no loss broken. Yeah. If it was macro scale machine made of spheroids, it'd be called macro scale machine. I wouldn't even know how to be. Is this on? Am I really quiet to you guys? Hold on, I guess maybe I just crank it. I guess if it was, I guess this is macro machine style things. I wouldn't even know where to begin with that. It's very confusing. Mandry, thank you for the 5. Inversion Psi, Procyon, Professor EXP, Astrono, yeah, Xand, HOSG. If you guys are here, make sure you drop a thank you. Are we on the internet? Yes, we are. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure I follow you, Alistair. But you're welcome to keep trying. I have nothing in my repertoire that would be good for describing that. Nothing. The whole thing about existing in the lattice things I got, but I don't know a bike inventor, but I don't know how to properly describe the parts of the bike I invented. Didn't want to say the thingamajig and the whatchamacallit. Yeah, to me, I'm not sure. I don't have anything like that in my repertoire where I could just say, like, I'm comfortable saying that this is what we just, like the lattice, that I'm pretty comfortable with. But this I don't. And I would say it if I did, I just don't. But yeah, so warp speed would be changing the way that the shape of space to get to make a very long distance a very short distance by warping space. That's how I understand warp drive. There is different versions of it. I don't know what they are. I apologize. Are we gonna hit 100 questions? We are gonna hit 100 questions. Okay, let's keep going. We're doing good. In 10 minutes, I'm gonna have a drink. So if you guys are of age and would like to drink an alcoholic beverage with me, let's have a beer. We'll have a beer and we'll keep answering questions. Will Google open source their alpha? This is from Perps. Will Google open source their AlphaFold algorithm? I don't know, but I doubt it. And this is why I say I doubt it. Because there is a lot of things going on right now where my advisor and I had this long conversation on Friday during our group meeting about how everything is going behind NDAs for quantum computations, and it's very difficult to talk about how machine works. So what does that mean for the NDA? That has nothing really to do with the source code. We write the source code. We physicists write the source code. However, anything that could be even slightly telling of the processes used in the machine, the actual functioning quantum computer, is a breach of NDA. So the source code is going to be hard. Basically, anytime we want to publish results, we have to send the paper to whatever company. First of all, you have to be allowed to use the machine. Secondly, you have to sign all sorts of contracts and be in touch with like a representative who's going to walk you through like everything that you're allowed to do, say and do and everything like that. And then you have to write a paper and approve it through them. And then you can, you might be able to publish certain aspects of the program. Maybe. But we write programs based on what the machine's gonna do, right? Like why would I write a state for, okay, so quantum computers work off of certain algorithms. So like say you wanna do a quantum computer that is using photons, right? Like, okay, I'm gonna write a code for photons. Then I write a paper on it. Other physicists in the field or not in the field are gonna know that the machine is using photons and how it's using the photons because you're writing a code that's, using that. So, will they open source their AlphaFold algorithm? Not anytime soon. Not for a long time. I don't see any company who owns a quantum computer allowing open source code for almost anything that they do. Yeah, everything's going to be really hard to get into and behind a lot of NDAs. But unfortunately. But anyways, thank you again for the gifted 5, Mandry. I really appreciate it. I'll sell you time on mine. Really? Do you have, Dr. Derb, I don't know enough about you. That could be real. Do you have a quantum computer? I'm interested. Physics says, how much time should I spend in the lab versus reading and writing? So this would be a better question for Dennis. I think Dennis is like 75-25 reading and writing to the lab, but I don't know 100%. I'm gonna phone a friend and shoot Dennis a text and ask him. Hold on, I'm gonna ask Dennis. We're gonna phone a friend on this one. Dennis is one of the model physics students. He's really, really good at what he does. Where is it? I'm gonna use my, I'm gonna do this. Honestly, I don't know where it is. Now I'm starting to get bothered. Okay, I'm gonna go off, oh, there it is. Never mind. Why'd they change the icon? It's through AI computation, not quantum. Oh, I don't know why I thought quantum. I do quantum computation. That I have no idea. If I would still venture to guess that it's the same, because it's the same concept, right? Like people don't want their ideas stolen. Is there static on the mic? Maybe a little bit. I don't really think it's a problem. Let me ask Dennis. What's your ratio of lab time versus reading, writing? It's for science. Okay. We'll ask. Okay, so I would, like I said, I would venture to guess that it's the same deal. NDAs are a big deal. These people don't want their information taken. And it's really, really difficult. In fact, if anything, I think AI would be even worse because it's literally everything exists in the code. So like it seems like all of the information for AI would exist in the code. I think it would be a lot worse, but I don't 100% know because it's not my field of expertise. So physics, we'll wait for an answer. I'm gonna do one for perps question, but not one for physics yet. We'll wait until we get a good answer. I trust Dennis with these things. I could have texted him too. I should probably text his phone. I doubt. What time is it? It's a Sunday. He's not going to be on a computer. He's not going to be a computer. He's not going to be on a computer. Come on, what is that? I can't copy a message? Let's see here. Hold on, let me ask him again. Question for science. For science. Dennis, exclamation mark Dennis if you want to know who Dennis is. What's your ratio of lab time to reading and writing? There we go. Okay. NC, you're back. D-Wave is now shipping its $15 million 10-foot tall quantum computer. That's pretty cool. If you perform an experiment that's... Oh, okay, I see. You're talking. Excellent. Have you answered this? Sorry if I stepped away for a moment. I have not. All the gold. We still got a couple people on the list ahead of you. I am just going off of a list, so I will get to you. I promise. That's the point of the ask-a-thon, is to answer questions until. Oh, I see. Sorry, NC. I thought you left. Tyrion left. So that's the. Anyways, how much? Yeah. So we'll ask Dennis, and we first witnessed the energy from rivers, which is due to gravitation. This is from Animaniac. Due to gravitational force, now we have electricity, which is due to electrostatic force. Is it possible for in future that we have something like that for nuclear forces? I mean, like, kinda we do, right? Like nuclear power, right? Nuclear power to me seems like that fits the bill. I can't think of anything else off the top of my head. Anything utilizable, utilizable? But beyond the forces that we already know about, I don't know. So Alistair says, okay, I'll revisit that in a second. I know how to maybe best express the help I need. I wish to have you absorb the fundamental elements of a suggested, come on, chat, of a suggested lattice that may be fundamental to existence, not for purpose of analyzing with intent to confirm or refute. That would take the deep analysis. What I'm hoping for is help with describing the attributes of the suggestion as technically. If you can get the mindset of understanding the elementary fundamentals, what elevator pitch would you come up with to describe it? Yeah, see, Alistair, like, I have zero clue where I would even start with that. Like, really, I do. Because to me, like, I don't know what fundamental could even be. Like, as a physical, like you said, building block. So we're talking about building blocks here. I don't know what a fundamental building block could even be. Because right now, like, all I see is particles that are fundamental particles, but there's nothing in my mind that tells me that those are actual fundamental. I still think they're made up of smaller constituents. I just wouldn't have any idea what they would be. Yeah, sorry, Alistair. Yeah. I mean, I wish I could understand, but, like, I've been conditioned to think a certain way. And that's the way that I'm stuck right now. You are thinking, could this be? Yeah. How do I describe what I see? Oh, yeah. Okay, so like... Okay, so say you have something that you could describe, you know, that you see something, and you're thinking of a way to describe it. You'd basically have to come up with the same thing as the particle wave function, right? So like what the particle people did was come up with a particle wave function. So what you need to do is come up with a function that does something with that. But like, yeah, that's starting from mathematical building blocks that I wouldn't have any clue where to go. Yeah. Yeah, see, those don't, like, the pictures don't mean anything to me. I don't know what that means. So what you would need to do is you would need to come up with the same thing. Yeah, well, that's what it was, though. Like, if you want to describe it to a physicist or describe it to anybody who knows, you have to analogize it. Analogize it. Analogize? Analogize it. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's keep going. Or else people just wouldn't understand. So, Dennis hasn't gotten back to me yet, so we'll keep waiting for that. Yeah, so, Anime, to answer your question, I think we're going to go with nuclear power. Yeah, the terms you're used to hearing. Yeah, I don't know. Cute little puppy doing things. I don't know about that. Doubt. Doubt. The thing says cute little puppy doing things. Right. Doubt. Okay, is false vacuum true? I have to refresh my memory on false vacuum. But if I remember right, yes. That is not actively decaying. Oh, okay, so yes. So yes, in some fields of physics, and I don't know about quantum field theory, but false vacuum is common in condensed matter and solid state. So condensed matter and solid state, there's a whole group of people who are trying to find vacuum states, ground states of fields in condensed matter. And it's possible, they're using very clever methods to try to get to lower and lower states. It's possible to be in a low energy state and not be in the ground state, but be in a bit of a well, where like it's like impossible to get out of the well that you can see in the local minimum. This is what density functional theory is used for. One of the ways to do it. There's lots of ways. People are clever. But okay, Alistair, go shoot for it. Like the eggs. Yeah, kind of like being hungover on a Sunday morning. So they're clever, and they, like, condensed matter physicists are clever, and they try to look around these smaller things for something deeper. And then there's ways of mapping it out so you can actually go like really, really far and look at the lower. And he's one of the professors at Binghamton University is known for this. He's known for finding lower energy states in particles that were presumed to be at the lowest energy state. And yeah, he's not like famous, but he's kind of like well known in the field for being able to find a bunch of these lower energy states using a certain methodology that I think he came up with. But don't quote me on that. But maybe. But yeah, so is false vacuum true? In some situations, false vacuum is very true. In other situations, I don't know. Maybe, probably, but I don't want to say convincingly that it's 100% true. But yeah, it's just the space where something lower exists. And we know that false vacuums exist because we found them. We found vacuums. Like I said, a professor at Binghamton has found many and is well known for that. If I was going to ask about the suggested lattice of immutable spheroids on a Discord, invite others to help me best technically describe it. Is there a place hierarchy to put it? Probably particle physics. Because what you're talking about, actually probably relative. Oh man. Nah, just pick one. It don't matter. Yeah, I can't guarantee you anyone's gonna want to engage, because that's not. I don't ever ain't try to ask people to engage. But if someone wants to engage, they're more than welcome to. So I would put it somewhere where, yeah, either particle, general relativity, classical mechanics, all of them are fine. Not like E and M. Even statistical mechanics would be fine. Yeah, wherever you want. Sounds like it's a bit of everything. Okay, so is false vacuum true? Yes. Night Snipe. Well, any tips on handling digital electronics? I love everything except that flip-flops, latches, registers have totally wrecked my brain. I love everything except that flip-flop latches. What do you mean by flip-flop latches? Let me get a drink. Oh no, do I not have a bottle opener? Wait a second. What's this? This is not a bottle opener, but I bet you it would be. I bet you it could be. Who's gonna have a drink with me? We are drinking Stone Exotic Destinations IPA. I don't ever deal this thing where like people like are all like, I don't bottle opener, you have a piece of paper? Yeah, but like I don't know what a wormhole is gonna do for us right now. This isn't working. It's too round. Oh, a bottle opener. All right, break time. I will ask in Discord. Good. Hey, dude, what do you do if you don't know what to do with your life? Job I never had, and I'm 29. Dude, I went back to school at the age of 28 to go to school for physics. I was a chef and cook and hated it, and I went back to school at 28. Kind of hit a lull in my life, a big, bad thing. A table could do it, but this table's damaged enough, and I don't really. Nah, I'll get a bottle opener. I gotta go bathroom anyways. We've been streaming for over 6 hours. Let's go. We're doing good. But dude, 2001, 8, what? I don't know how to read numbers these days. My teeth taste like liquid potpourri. Lies. Needle nose pliers. My needle nose pliers are stuck. They get stuck too easily. I gotta go to the bathroom anyways, guys. Let me go to the bathroom. Listen, I'm gonna think about, oh, let me answer dude really quick. And dude, if you want, we're doing an ask-a-thon, so if you have more questions, feel free to ask. Yeah, but I was 28 years old. I was miserable. I was a chef cook, hated it. Went back to school for physics. There's a lot of things. We talked a lot about it earlier on stream. You're welcome to join Discord and ask away. Can I order you food? No, it's good. I think I have mac and cheese and turkey hot dogs somewhere. I appreciate it though. How long did it take you for your graduate? Well, I'm 3 years in, apoplectic. Let me go to the bathroom really quick. When we get back, we'll answer more questions. We'll talk more. If you have more questions, dude, answer it or ask away. It's very, very complicated situation. I would love to talk to you about it though. You can always join the Discord and ask me there too. Be right back. Hello, I'm back. And look at, I have macaroni and cheese with hot dogs. Turkey hot dogs, because I can't eat pork and beef stuff. And also a beverage. Let's go. Let's have a drink together, if you can drink and you want to. Where are we with that? So, okay, so, so yeah, dude, ask anything that you'd like to know about my time going back to school. I can give you, I have like a, BMP, I'm crushed. I just sat down with a beer and mac and cheese. Oh, what do you mean bad timing? You did that on purpose. Come on. Okay. Oh, here we go. No, it's good for me. It's good for me. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. Yes. Yes. Spirit only. I will get to your question for sure. That's funny. There's glass on my floor. Okay. Okay. Now I have at least an hour, so I can drink and eat. Okay, so. Oh man. But dude, I will say this, like, just a little bit to the you missed the I talked a lot about earlier in the stream. If you want to check the VOD, but there's a ridiculous amount of work that will go into it. A ridiculous amount of work that you can go into it. But like for me, it was 100% worth it. It was incredibly challenging. Terribly, terribly difficult. Okay. I have my mac and cheese. Let's see here. So Night Snipe. Any tips on hand? Yeah, I don't know. Latches, registers. Night Snipe, if you're still here, can you elaborate on that? I just don't know how to understand that question. Okay. I'm gonna say I didn't get this one, so we're gonna hold off on it. I'm not gonna give myself. If Night Snipe, if you're here, can you elaborate, please? I don't know what the latches thing are that wreck your brain. Switches? I don't know. Will you ever play Mario with me? How do you play Mario? Do you have like a a capture card, or do you emulate it? Or do you play it on like there's like programs and stuff? I'm so out of touch. I like Mario. I play on N64. So then what do you do? Do you do like a capture card? Capture card, yeah. I like Mario. I'm down with Mario. I'm not good at it. I can't do no speed running. Cosmolano speedruns on Twitch. You should absolutely follow him if you like speedrunning Mario. Physics, okay. Hold on, you can do that. I can answer that one. Oh, well, I mean, I can answer it. I have no guarantee whether or not the answer is correct. Oh, wait. Wait, what? How did that happen? Did I not copy it? Copy. That was your other one I put in there. Oh, no, that was a different person's. There we go. I got it now. That was all the golds. Okay. I would love to play Mario with you. I just have to figure out how to set it up. Okay, next up. Commentator, I have an affinity for biology, but I can't help learning about physics, especially Mindscape podcast. Do you think my interests lay more in physics? Biological physics. That's a real thing. Biological physics is a real thing. There's a biological physicist at Binghamton. I 100% you look into biological physics. If you have an affinity for biology and like physics too much? Check out biophysics. That might not be for you. Maybe one of them is a hobby. Maybe one of them's just a hobby. Maybe physics is just a hobby, and biology is where you want to study. Maybe it's vice versa. I'm aware of biophysics. Yeah, biophysics might be a little bit of. Maybe one of them is just a hobby. I don't know. I don't know of, or actually, commentator, maybe check out a place like the Santa Fe Institute. Maybe there's a place that exists like the Santa Fe Institute that you would like, where it's like you have like particle physicists working with biologists on consciousness and neuroscience on consciousness and things like that. That might be something that's cool. But there's lots of crossover. It might be hard to find, but there's lots of crossover. But the Santa Fe Institute, I would look through them, see if they have some stuff where they have like some weird crossovers between someone who's into the deeper like particle and cosmology physics. Medical imaging or astrobiology is true too. Those are both great suggestions. David Grimspoon, right? On CosmoQuest, the Venus guy, right? He's an astrobiologist. His stuff is really interesting too. Grinspoon, Grinspoon, right? David Grinspoon. What intersection does cosmology have with biology? I don't know, but people at the Santa Fe Institute just study all sorts of things, so it's worth a look. I couldn't tell you. If I could tell you, I would just be like, there it is. But I don't know. I have no idea. People are clever, though. They come up with stuff. Okay, next up is Tropical Geek. If you were not streaming, could you finish sooner your PhD? Maybe, but not guaranteed. The streaming has done a couple things for me. It has forced me to study topics that I was not strong on, like path integration, Lagrange mechanics, E&M. It has forced me to get better at those, and it has also made me work harder, which like I work a lot better if I'm under stress or under like a time constraint, right? But yeah, it's used a lot of time. So, is it possible for me to have worked faster and be farther ahead on my PhD? Yes, absolutely. Would I have used that time wisely to advance my PhD? I don't know. I am not the best when I have a lot of time. I don't do a lot of work when I have a lot of time. I am much better if I have a lot of deadlines. So if I had to guess, I would probably say streaming was an overall net positive, just because I know myself pretty well. But
welcome to the channel. Things get a little bit weird.
Footnote, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I'm just eating some I'm just eating some food. Well, Spirit Obi, I'm not very good. I'm not very disciplined. Like, I'll be real, like my self-discipline has been a struggle for a long time. So having deadlines makes things easier, because then I have to do it. Like, it's easy to convince myself I have no choice if someone else is telling me you have no choice. Spirit Toby. Oh, it's a trick name. Spirit Toby. Gotcha. Bye, Rooster. Thanks so much for being here. Okay, so, oh, I see. Few chat interactions. I gotcha. So let's do this. But Alistair, we're already taken care of. QFT says, lately discussed this with my supervisor. What do you think is the hardest field in physics? The hardest? I'm thinking while I eat. It's a tough strategy. Here, I'm going to do this so I don't ASMR y'all. Nope. The one made of fermionic matter. That's good. That's good. Get it? Can I share the mac and cheese with the chat? Yeah, of course. All right, so there's a couple things. I'm going to say that mathematically, the one that requires the most knowledge is, I'm just going to say particle physics, because that means a lot of things. I don't want to say string theory and loop quantum gravity, but it's like those are the two that are like far down the road of math. And that's very, very challenging. Physically, the hardest thing is QCD. Very hard physically to understand, in my opinion. In my opinion, phenomenologically, QCD is the hardest. Conceptually, would have to be philosophical, physics philosophy stuff. That stuff's hard. You want to rack your brain. Try to have some try to actually keep up with a physics philosopher. That stuff's really, really difficult. Eric thinks string theory isn't physics. It's not proven physics. It's proven math. No, but all jokes aside, I would say probably mathematically the hardest physics is like the higher end stuff, superstrings, loop quantum gravity. That's really difficult mathematically. Phenomenologically, I don't think string theory and loop quantum gravity count. So that would be quantum chromodynamics. It's really hard to like connect things in experiment. What QCD people do is pretty remarkable. And then I would say conceptually, it's just physics philosophy. I'm eating mac and cheese with turkey hot dogs because I can't eat pork, so I have turkey hot dogs. It's good. Turkey hot dogs are cheap. QCD or GR? QCD. I think QCD is harder to understand phenomenologically than GR. I think GR is I think so. If you put all of the QCD people in GR would be very extended. Like it'd be a lot more extended and into cooler and more like smaller things. Quantum chromodynamics, the things that make up quarks, so hadrons. So no, I'm serious. Like GR is not a popular field. General relativity. So general relativity is not a popular field. Let's be real about it. General relativity is not a popular field. Whereas QCD is much more popular. So general relativity, the only reason I think QCD has hit more of a roadblock phenomenologically is because it's had more people working on it for a longer period of time. Whereas general relativity is the way that space is shaped and describes motion through space when it's shaped. So it's how we describe gravity, right? It's general relativity. So yeah, that's the thing is yeah. I do think that if there was as many people working on GR for as long as for as many and as long people working on QCD or general relativity as work on QCD, I think general relativity would take this place. But GR is just as sophisticated as QCD. I don't know. I just think QCD people have gotten farther because there's just more manpower on it, or woman power. I didn't mean to be weird about that, but it's true. There's lots of manpower is not something we should have in our dialogue anymore. QCD has by far what? Why did it do that? Weird. Yep. I don't know about more successful, LaViewBot. That's a completely different thing. I mean, maybe, but I just didn't want to say it like that. That's really bold. I don't know about more successful than GR. Because QCD is only approximate. It is just statistical. It's really good. It's really good at statistical. But, okay, let's keep going. Yeah, so QFT, that's my answer. Those are the three fields that I think are the hardest, respectively. And experimental, I don't know. There's better people who can tell you that. I have no idea. What would be the hardest experimentally? Does the fact that hours repeat cyclically means we are using a compactified coordinate system? To make sense of time on Earth, is time a compactified dimension in gravitational fields? again, I think this is something that, like, those are different. I feel like these are different times. So clocks describe moments between time. That could be like tau, right? Where do I send the misses the drinks? Yeah, but the cyclical stuff, that's just tau. That's like the proper time. That's different. That's the stuff I don't think is infinitely small. Whereas the time that makes up the compactified dimensions, or wait, no, hold on. Or the coordinate system time, that one I think could be infinitely small. Where I don't think proper time can be infinitely small. I might have to adjust my thinking on this. I'm not 100% sure. Let's be real, I'm almost 7 hours into this. I'm not 100% sure I'm thinking straightly. Meaning, I do wonder though, if it makes any sense to think the way we talk about time being cyclical as compactified dimension. Oh, I see what you're saying. Maybe a little less compactified. Yeah, a little less compactified, I guess. All right. ABC says, who would you write a hit piece against? Ooh, that's a good one. Who would I write a hit piece against? Tyrion? Could it be that easy to just say Tyrion? Stop making Tyrion a mod in your channel. No, I don't know. There's no one legitimately who I want to write a hit piece against. There's people I disagree with, and I do think people are being dangerous. I think people are being dangerous with what they do, but I don't know. I mean, like, you could kind of give, like, corny answers, like, so let's be real, like, I disagree with the things that, like, a lot of the intellectual dark web do. Like, I just think that they're a net negative in society. But I could never go toe-to-toe with them. I'd get mopped. I'm so bad at debating. I would get mopped up by them. I just disagree with them. I think what they do is net negative to society. Net positive to them, the intellectual dark web, the IDW. I think it's a overall positive to them, but I think it's a net negative to society. But they would be able to, yeah, they'd be able to wipe the floor with me if I ever tried, like, to go toe-to-toe with them. Kazuma. Okay, next. How we doing? Are we making headway? It's gotten a little longer. Is the universe expanding or contracting? We did that. Did existence, space-time, have a beginning, or is existence eternal without origin? Well, so we think that time started with the Big Bang. So it would all matter about how, like, so currently time goes off. Events travel through time at the speed of light. So like you travel through space-time at the speed of light. Everything travels through space-time at the speed of light, right? So in that sense, like, with these thoughts in mind, you can talk about a starting point, the Big Bang, right? That's the starting point. But if you were to, like, walk a clock backwards, like if you could figure out how to reverse time, would you go back infinitely? We don't know. Even if it was to a Big Bang, like, we assume no. But, like, there's all sorts of things. It has to do with, like, the variable speed of light, if that's a real thing. It has to do with the way gravity shapes time and everything. There's a lot of things that's, like, very much convoluted in these terms. So I'm not 100% sure I'll be able to say anything meaningful other than we have no idea. So there's a couple of other ideas. Like, if we want to get away from inflation and go to, like, conformal cyclical cosmology, then that would be like a never-ending time where you just, that has like definite structure. You just go back to like the last crunch and then it gets bigger and then a crunch and then it gets bigger. So if you were to walk backwards through time, then you would actually see those things happen, but you could walk indefinitely. Whereas the one we have now, it's like 13.7 billion years, is the age of the universe. I don't know how to think. There's a couple good like articles on it. I couldn't figure out. I don't know them off the top of my head. But like about talking about how time is to be perceived if you were to walk backwards in time and everything like that. But presumably my best answer would be existence space-time did have a beginning. As the best, and this is like the one that physicists use the most and is the most successful model of the universe. It is not proven, but the one where there's a Big Bang followed by a piece of inflation, a piece of time known as inflation. Man, these words are not behaving today. And that one, presumably, you could walk back to the beginning, if you could reverse time or whatnot. But yeah. The best model we have for the universe has a beginning. And see, oh wait, I haven't put the clicker up. I think I have two, at least two. We'll do two. Okay. What is the real difference between isotropic and homogeneous? I don't know. I thought they were the same thing. So I always thought isotropic meant in every direction, as opposed to homogeneous, which meant everywhere. Intellectual web of dark. It's like the difference between divergence and gradient. Ah, yes. One's directional and one is not. It's just scalar. Yeah, so that's how I separate the two. One is directional and one is just everywhere. Divergence and gradient. Well put. I like it. Commentator says, do you ever get confused or lost by any physics concepts or physics talks? All the time. I went to a talk by Justin one time. I was so confused. I understood some words. And then I tried to reiterate it back to him and tell him what I thought he said. I missed a lot of it. I listened to the whole thing. Woo. But no, it happens all the time. And now, like I said, now that I'm in condensed matter, switching from cosmology, intellectual dork web. That's good. That's really good. No, but it does happen frequently. Maybe it's that if a field is isotropic at every point, it's homogeneous. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, and see, that's kind of like what I was getting at. Yeah, I don't know what immutable means. Yeah. I'll start. If you're asking me, I don't know. Yeah. There we are. So, Cosmologist says, what's the difference between a green bean and a jelly bean if green is the color of envy? Deep. Real deep. In high school, they called me Envy Bean. Fair question. Yep. I have no idea. Man. You guys are hitting me with the heavy ones. No, they did not. No, they call me String Bean. Who am I joking? Negative Plasma says, does pi equal 3? No. It does not equal 3. And the sloppy notation that people are using is just absurd. Pi does not equal 3. We're not engineers. Okay? We're not chemists. Pi is equal to 1. Thank you, Cosmolano. Natural units. Pi is equal to 1. Pi is equal to the charge of an electron, which is also equal to 1. So, coincidentally. Cry says, really? Are you kidding me? No, I'm not kidding you. Just set pi equal to 1. It doesn't matter. In physics, like when you see a pi, it just ends up in the answer. Like pi doesn't change. When you're working on pi, like in like an actual physics problem, it just always shows up in the answer. It's just like, I don't know, or just drop it, or like you're missing it, like you're supposed to have pi and it's not there, and you're just like, oh well. If I'm off by a factor of 3.14, I know why. But no, I'm not kidding you at all. It's a great question, though. All right, Negaplasma says, when do we know when something is true based on mathematical property and when it's true due to a property of a natural law? Experiment. That's it. That's a pretty easy one to answer. Because a lot of people hate that. A lot of people hate like that, I don't know, that answer, I guess. But experiment is true. It's a property of a natural law if it's backed up by experiment. It's a property, it's a mathematical property if it's true otherwise. But there's all sorts of mathematical truths that are not physics. They're not physical, right? I think that's the nature of mathematics, which is cool. And like, you want to talk about, and you can say all sorts of stuff about that. Like, you could be where like the universe is all mathematical, like the mathematical universe idea, where like everything is math, and like the math that we've done is just waiting for physics to be discovered. And while that might be true, it's certainly not a natural law. Even if it's like, so even if it could be a natural law, it doesn't make it a natural law. What makes it a natural law is when you find it in nature. That's what makes it a natural law. So experimentally backed. Proven theory. Done. Look at that arm. Okay. This is like talking to your drunk friend at the bar around 1 a.m. when you... It's 7:30. Eric is going to need your help answering a question pretty soon. I'm pretty good at saying I don't know, so there's always that. All right, all the gold. You're up. What hobbies or activities do you like to help calm your mind? Sometimes it seems like all the things I want to do demand high levels of creativity or intellectual demands, and when I'm tired mentally, I've got nothing to do. I'm a bit of a junkie for content on streaming and stuff. I mean, you think the Ask-a-thon was my idea? I like to watch content. I like to watch YouTube. I like to watch Twitch. I like to watch those two things. So, like, you know, I'll see something. Like, I've been following Ludwig's Subathon. I think it's fun to watch. I think it's cool. I'll, like, check in every now and then to see where the timer's at, see what he's doing, see how his mental stability is holding. I think it's fun. But yeah, that's all. I just like, people are doing subathons. There's another person doing a subathon that I was looking at, and I was just like, okay, can I do something physics related to that? Yes. This. Where I don't sleep on stream. That's not happening. Don't ask. It's not happening. But anyways. But that's what I like to do. I like to watch content. I watch Veritasium. I watch Vsauce. I watch World Science Festival stuff. I listen to Brian Green, or Sean Carroll's stuff, Brian Green stuff. And then hot tub stream when. But the other things that I like to do is music. I like to do music, and I also like to play video games every once in a while. Look at me talk like, who talks like that? I like to play video games every once in a while. It's my little secret. I don't like to tell everyone about it, but I do like to play a video game. I know a video game. But yeah, right now I'm playing a little bit of Valheim. It's a lot of fun. We have the same hobbies. True. You talk like that. Eric, you talk like that. That's true.
Things get a little bit
Paul Hill, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow. Okay, next up. What else we got? But that's my hobbies. It's hard to find stuff to do outside of physics, but like, that's what I want to do. I just want to relax sometimes. So instead of watching TV, I'll pop on a Twitch stream or a YouTube video. I bet, and that changes. Sometimes I'll watch TV. My wife and I went through a thing where we watched every Marvel movie, starting at the beginning, and that took a couple weeks. But I don't watch a lot of TV. Sometimes I watch TV, but like, the only thing in TV that I've liked recently, well, then I've been watching Schitt's Creek a little bit, which is really good. But kind of on. Not fully, more on the side. I've been doing other things while watching it, but it's still pretty entertaining. I still laugh a couple times throughout the show. So that's pretty funny. But yeah, no, I just like, I consume content because I want to make content. So that's what I do in my free time. The Asplanon. But yes. Oh no, I deleted commentator's question about Microsoft. Commentator, re-ask your question about Microsoft. Maybe I can catch it really quick if I can find you here. Oh, I found you. Hold on. Let me find your question really quick, if this thing works. Oh, maybe the reason I couldn't find Sarah was because it was pulling up in the back? No, I don't know where this is going. Yeah, commentator, redo your question about Microsoft. I figured out how best to end my question, Eric, but I won't until next time we talk. Okay, cool. Yeah, give me time to like reset too, because I don't think the answers are gonna be getting any better anytime soon. Yeah. The Microsoft commercial isn't important. Okay, cool. Isn't it weird that vaccine made me want to buy Microsoft products? What? That's funny though. But yeah, my answers aren't getting any better, guys. I'm gonna be straight up honest with you. It's yeah. We hit 100 questions. The answers to these questions are on a quick ride the hill downward. Have you taken a StatMech class? How interesting the topic. I love StatMech. I loved my I love my graduate StatMech. My undergraduate StatMech I didn't really like too much. It was kind of a little bit of a it just was, I don't know. I didn't like the textbook. I think that was the biggest thing. The textbook was just, it made me bitter. But graduate, using old Pathria and Beal, graduate, statistical mechanics is awesome. This book is phenomenal. Most people disagree. That's a hot take right there, but it shouldn't be because it's really good. But I like statistical mechanics. I think it's a lot of fun. And now that I'm in condensed matter, I'm doing a lot more of it too. Mac and cheese. Perp says, do you think the protection of intellectual property will hinder scientific progress? 100% it will. 100% it will. Yeah, Melgo, we're still streaming. We're going. We're answering questions. But no, 100% the protection of intellectual property will hinder scientific progress. It has in the past, and it will continue to do so. The more that the industry... But here's the deal. There's always two sides, right? Industry thrives on competition. Goy, I don't even know what to make of that. GoyMTV.tv? Oh, I'm probably not clicking that, to be honest with you. So, there's two sides. So, the industry has competition, and they have money. And those things are huge. Like, those are very, very, very beneficial things for pushing scientific resource because you have to. You have to stay alive. Whereas academics has had the benefit.
Get a little bit weird.
Yeah, I don't really know a lot about that, Goy. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Yeah, I don't know what that is, Goy. Sorry, I don't know who that is or what they do. I kind of stick with mostly just physics stuff. But yeah, so there's two sides to it. There's the idea that the industry people have to deal with the competition. They have to deal with they have lots of finances, and that pushes their projects more. The downside of that is there's no going back and forth between people. Like, you can't collaborate with things. Like, people who are working on the code for like my graduate group won't be able to collaborate with someone else who might know the answer to the questions. We can't ask them certain things. We can ask them like candid questions, but we might know someone who could easily solve our problem, and we can't go to them because of an NDA. It just gets in the way. So, oh, okay, PhysicsC, thank you. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yikes. Thanks you, PhysicsC. Cool. Okay. Let's keep going. But yeah, I do think it'll get in the way. So All the Gold says, do you know much about AI alignment efforts? I don't. I am admittedly not an AI guy. I don't know anything about machine learning or artificial intelligence. What was the positive for academia? It was collaboration. An NDA will prevent people from collaborating. And a collaboration could make a problem that could last one group, a year or two. It could make, you could solve it in a matter of days if you were able to collaborate with someone who focuses on it. But an NDA could get in the way of that. Especially if like that group is not under the same NDA as you can't talk about your project with them. So it could really, really slow down the efforts academically. Now, yeah, so unfortunately I don't know a lot about the AI alignment efforts. Yeah, sorry all the gold. I'm not an AI guy or a machine learning guy. As that is probably, I can even do some like black hole stuff, but like AI I'm pretty far from, unfortunately. Apologies. We'll do one for the one before it, but I feel like I let all the gold down on that one. Are there any moral, spiritual ideas you know of where people follow the laws of physics as if they were the laws of God regarding moral and interpersonal affairs? I don't know of any. This takes the law of physics to be the closest to the will of... I don't know what the end of that is. But I think I can gather what it is. And that's... So no, I know that some people do... without the simulation thing, we're talking like real religious experiences. But I don't think anybody in physics, so I think people in physics can be religious. Like, I think that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I don't think people can actually view physics as religious. Like a real religion. You know, like they could like say like, oh, they could do like the whole thing that like Einstein did where he referred to like God as like the nature that describes the universe because he's hard, you know, he was a hard determinist. But, like, that's fine. That's just a viewpoint that you have. But I don't think anybody could be, like, really religious about spiritual. At some point, you always... I don't know. I keep a copy of MTW next to my bed like a Bible. So, really like a nightstand, though. Like, you just put MTW on the floor, and then it's right next to your bed, so you can, like, put drinks on it and stuff like that. But, yeah, so... I don't think anybody would do it for religious reasons, but I think people can be religious and also a physicist. That's fine. I also think that people can think about, like, do, like, kind of existential ideas and stuff with physics. But again, there's a difference between, like, being spiritual about physics. I think people are pretty, like, all across the board against spiritually behind physics. It doesn't make any sense. Cool. Are you drunk with power yet? No, I've only barely started this. I've hardly had anything to drink at all. Mandry, can I order you food? No, I got mac and cheese and hot dogs. I know, we already answered this one. Let's go up a couple. Ba-boo. Spirit Obi says, I have a hot babe. I'm trying to woo who loves science. What science experiments could you do on a date with her? Here's what you need to do. Get yourself some dry ice. 90% isopropyl alcohol. Okay? Get yourself a nice slab of aluminum and a piece of Tupperware, preferably very clear Tupperware. Okay? That's what you're going to do. Now soak some felt in the 90% isopropyl alcohol. Put the aluminum slab on top of the dry ice. Then take your Tuppermade thing that has isopropyl alcohol on a felt pad glued to the bottom of Tupperware. Flip it over on top of the aluminum slab. Okay? Then you're going to put a piece of radiation inside. Doesn't matter what you do. Just get some uranium or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's no biggie, right? Put a little bit of radiation. Not a banana. Bananas don't work. That's not true. Put a piece of real radiation, right? Put that inside, okay? Then you're gonna watch particles zipping around. You know, I got a YouTube video on it. Follow me on YouTube, !YT in chat. Get to see yourself a particle detector. And you can call them out, be like, that's an electron. That right there, that's a muon. We call that, in the business, yeah, 100%, we made this. We made this on stream. Yeah, there you can get like little like harmless like lab style radiation things. They're really cool. And they do give off radiation, but it's small doses and you just handle them with like tweezers and stuff and don't like put them in your mouth and you'll be fine. Yeah, but we made one. You check it out on the YouTube. It's real. It's fun too. But yeah. Then you say like this one, we call that one in the business cosmic ray. That's what they called me in high school. I could hear the cringe from outside. From outside, yeah. All right. Next up. We call that one the old glue balls. How far from a stable wormhole travel? And which do you think we will get first, FTL or wormhole travel? The only faster than light travel that I know of that's not a wormhole is impossible because you need an infinitely long cylinder. Is that how you got the wife? Called it. I think we lost some of K-Girl's questions because I think she asked how I got my wife. So K-Girl, if I somehow I think we lost your question. I'm sorry. But I met my wife at a summer camp and we fell in love at a summer camp and dated long distance for 6 years, got married, and now almost 11 years later, happily married, 4 kids. Love of my life. Met in high school. That was it. She was the one. No cap. Which do you think we will get first, faster than light or wormhole travel? So yes, like I said, the only faster than light I know of, yes, we worked at a summer camp. It's true. We fell in love there. It was romantic. Wait, how did that not go through? Oh, I think there's quotation marks. Hold on. Ace, let me put it, you don't need the quotation marks. Let me grab that. Pow, 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 pow. Pow, pow. Got it, Ace. Okay, cool. All right, let me, like I said, the only fast and light travel I know of, you need infinite cylinder. That's not happening. So I think probably wormhole would be the only way that could happen. Again, I think the energy, currently right now, I think our understanding is the energy constraints are too high to exist in the universe. That's my 5-second answer on which one of those is realistic. Neither. If by wormhole you mean quantum by wormhole, I mean you take a piece of paper and a pencil. Okay, that's the second time I've done that joke. It's so beaten to death. Okay, let's go on. Oh wait, click that up. We're at 105 questions. Let's go. We're almost at 7 hours. We can do it. How much, did Dennis ever write me back? No, Dennis never got me back. Physics, I'm afraid I might not have an answer for you. If I had to guess, I would say Dennis is like a 25 in the lab, 75. Actually, Professor Melko might know. Professor Melko, the question on the table is, how much time should I spend in the lab versus reading and writing? I think it was like 25% in the lab versus 75% reading and writing. But I don't know. I was just trying to go off of what I think Dennis the Laser God does. But yeah, okay, so we can create antimatter. Are we able to create little black holes as well? We can, but they're not stable and they disintegrate immediately. They're not stable black holes. They're not like gonna start growing. As a grad student changes year to year, early on it was 75 reading, 25 lab years, 4 and 5, probably closer to 50-50. There it is, physics. Excellent answer. Excellent answer. I'm going to take that one for me. Yeah, so we do create little black holes in these colliders, but they're very, very tiny, unstable, and they decay immediately. I think faster than like any of the particles that we detect even. It's like remarkably fast decay. So there's no way to detect them or anything like that. Okay, we're going to stay in order. Uno momento, por favor. I'm going to take a quick 5 minutes. I got to go say goodnight to my kids before push-ups come. So I will be right back. Quick 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Welcome, 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 welcome. Okay, where are we at? Okay, so we did that. Let me grab this because I deserve it. And we're done with that. Spirit Toby says, are there degrees available between physics and mathematicians, or just that huge gap of reality? String theory. String theory is the mathematicians who do physics. No, like, there's all sorts of ideas about this. You can... Okay, so there's a degree called mathematical physics. Like, you can actually, there's a profession, I should say a profession. I have a degree in mathematical physics as a bachelor's, but that's not this. Mathematical physics is when you actually try to prove physical laws using axioms. Very complicated. You don't get very far usually. You need to start making assumptions at certain levels. Certain levels of your program, you need to start making assumptions about the system so you don't have to keep trying to do axioms, I guess. I don't know. So like one thing that axiomatic field theorists did do was talk about spin well. Spin is still unproven, like, as to what it is. They don't know what it is, and we don't really know why things have spin, the quantum number spin. But like, so, axiomatic field theorists were able to talk about spin kind of in like an axiomatic way, where they would be like, talk about like, okay, so if everything had spin, if everything had all spins, you know, could we get fermions out of that? And they were able to get spin 1/2 particles, right? So like they were able to do stuff like that. But yeah, like axiomatic field theory usually don't get very, they won't get to, like, you won't get the charge of the electron, okay? It's getting colder. So yeah, so you won't get the charge of an electron. It's too difficult. Or, excuse me, the magnetic moment. You don't ever get the charge of an electron. It's one of those transcendental Johns. Okay. But yeah, that's the degree between the two, is trying to do mathematical stuff without making assumptions about physical reality. Hard. Difficult. Wow. You might need to hit his question. You're missing Matlock for me? I don't know. You're in spot number 13, so... No. Oh, we answered physics. Never mind. You're in spot number 12. Spirit Toby, I saw a few years ago where time travel to the future with black holes and some math behind it. Does that still hold up? Okay, so we kind of talked about that a bit. Yeah, we talked about that a bit. So wormholes, like I said, right now, the idea is that the energy constraint is too high. The energy that you would need to make a wormhole is too high, doesn't exist. Nothing can make it exist. Dunzo. And then the other objects that I know of, which is the infinite cylinder, basically you have to travel a certain way next to an infinite cylinder that's rotating, and you can travel backwards in time. Crazy, I know. That's the GR people for you. Cosmolano. So but yeah, it's possible. No, I don't think so. The energies right now, I'm kind of like, I have to go with the experts on this one because I don't know enough. But I agree with, I listen to them when they say there's not enough energy to do that. But yeah. Perps. What is that? I've never seen that before, Perps. Oh, that's funny. All right, next up. Do you think... What's that? What's a zeitgeist? Googling a word. Moment. Interesting. Oh, why? Oh, so why? Oh, okay. Is GR dead? GR is really good. GR is really good. That's one of the issues. That's one of the reasons why I don't think it's as popular as quantum chromodynamics. It's because it's really, really good. It's like... like, I don't think people just kind of want to like live in Einstein's shadow anymore. You know? Like, so computational GR is really good. And I think it's going to get bigger and bigger. Because you can actually do things, but you're also not solving GR equations. GR is really good. No, okay, so with the advent of gravitational waves, GR is going to take off again. Gravitational wave, and I think it's going to transform a little bit too, because now you have gravitational wave astronomy, which is huge. And like, I think you can make good progress in gravitational wave astronomy, and I think GR is going to have a bit of a burst. Okay, so what articles do you see about general relativity versus what articles do you see about particle physics? About particle physics, you'd be like, oh, fifth force just discovered, or someone asked a question about the fifth force too. Fifth force is donezo. I think there's enough evidence against the fifth force. Very recently, there was a very, very good paper put out by someone who's well known, who basically just put the final nail in the coffin. I think the fifth force is donezo. Over. That whole X17 thing or whatever, I'm pretty sure the general consensus of the community is now toast. But like, you see stuff like that all the time. Or like the Otterons, like, oh, these mystical particles that everybody's been after for a very long time have just popped their way into a laboratory. You know, like, that's cool and like fascinating and everything like that. What articles do you see about general relativity? It's always Einstein was proved right again. Tests against general relativity fail. You know, it's just stuff like that. It's just like Einstein has a message from the grave, and it's like another general relativity thing proved right. Like, general relativity is really good. Like, it's really, really good. It's like one of the exciting things. Because, like, how do you have a theory that is just constantly just shows up to be accurate? And of course we know of places where it fails, but, you know, like, okay, I'm gonna say it, dark matter. It fails on dark matter. But that might be because of our understanding of the mass. So you might have the wrong terms put in for the mass and energy. And like, that's a thing. Like, it's possible that we might have the wrong terms to put in for mass and energy because like we need to account for more particles and stuff. And then in which case general relativity would be right again. It's like, Animaniac, it's 5:30 and you're awake? You've been with us the whole time. Yeah, 7 hours in. 7 hours strong. We're going. Question-a-thon. It's definitely going good. I was afraid we would be, my biggest fear was I'd be like, I'm gonna end when the queue is empty, and then like 1:30 would come by. And nobody would be saying a word. But I think we've answered a lot of questions, and most of them very genuine, and I'm really excited about that. I think there's been a lot of people who like, I want to do something with my life, I want to do physics, or I want to do something, you know, I want to be inspired, and I think we've helped a lot of people like that tonight, and that's exciting to me. So yeah, I think general relativity will take off again. I think it's going to see a big influx of people the more we do with gravitational wave astronomy. How much food do you engulf for dinner? I don't eat okay. Sometimes I eat a big dinner, and then I don't eat anything else, or I might have a light snack. Like last night I had a huge dinner, so I only had a little snack after dinner. That was it. But other times I eat really light dinner, and then just eat kind of heavier later. I have like a large meal in the evening in 2 parts. And which part comes first and which part comes second, yeah, it varies from night to night. But I do eat a lot.
Melko, I just took the subathon and I just changed it a little bit. Usually it's a subathon, and they go until people stop subbing. But I thought to myself, why not just do ask-a-thon? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's just changing subs for questions. Okay. That was just between you and me, Melko. Nobody else heard that. It's just you and me. Okay? You can use it. It's fine. You can change it to something else. It's fine.
Okay. RGPT, can I ask an algebraic topology question? It's an ask me. Stream is muted, I think. isn't ask me literally anything, so you can. But one of the rules of today's Askathon was I'm allowed to say I don't know. And I've enjoyed that quite a bit today, actually. I've enjoyed that. Quite a bit. So what's next? So that's how much food I engulf for dinner. I have one very large meal split into 2 sections. One's at dinner time, one's after the kids go to bed. Sometimes I'll just have a snack with the kids when they eat dinner, and then I'll have a meal with my wife when the kids go to bed. Sometimes I'll have a meal with the kids and have a snack after the kids go to bed. Sometimes I'll just eat a small bit before and a small bit after. Like kind of like medium, I should say. That's it. I just tied. True. Well, if it's any consolation, Professor Melko, you're tied for my favorite streamer as well, with me. So that's that. Spirit Obi says, I am leaning towards the Big Bang, Big Shrink theory lately. Can you help me shift back to string theory, please? Nope. No, you're probably on the right track. You should stay there. Kerno, thank you. Yeah, I'm still going. I think I answered one of your questions too. You said why, and I gave a why to the question before. So it's just ask, not askathon. But RGP, yeah. So if someone's on Discord and they can answer it, we have a few people who are good at algebraic topology. Justin again. What is that guy not good at? Okay, so ABC resubscribe for 4 months. Thank you. Ooh, and Fem from Mars, thank you for the follow as well. So ABC, thank you for your continued support. 4 months. Got it. Wait a second. I didn't miss anything, did I? Okay, good. I think that as well. No, I do think you're on the right track. I'm not going to help you get back on to Discord, because that's bad. Yeah, it's bad. No, it's not bad. The string theory is fine. I just don't know. I have no idea where to begin or what you're talking about. But the Big Bang and Big Shrink is an interesting model. But that would have to do with. So what does that mean? That means that the universe is closed, right? Because if it was open, it would continue to spread. If it was flat, it would continue to spread, but kind of like a different way, and a different shape. And if it was closed, then it would bounce back. I don't think closed is doing well, but again, this is that Hubble constant business, so a little bit out of my spectrum of comfort. Right, yes, right, yes, indubitably, yes. Okay, Spirit told me again, what did you just say was the best theory of the universe just now? Big Bang, Big Shrink, or what? Oh, inflation. Yeah, Big Bang to inflation. And then probably flat universe. I want to say flat is the most popular. But again, that's so the flat, open, and closed is the idea of whether or not we have a grasp of the Hubble constant, which, guess what? We don't. We don't have any grasp of the Hubble constant right now. So inflation is tending to be the good thing, but what the universe ends up at, I think, is something that's going to be pretty spicy in the near future. So stay tuned for the shape of the universe. Stay tuned. For the next installment of physics, we introduce the shape of the universe. Commentator says, do you think other physicists get confused by other physicists or other physicists' works? Oh, 100%. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah. I can't get over the flat earther. Now it's this flat universe? Yeah, I saw that. Your question's coming up again. We'll hit it in a second, for sure. But yeah, so my serious question about dyslexia and physics, did you get to? I did, Colonel. Let me hit that again really quick, because that's an important one. But yes, physicists absolutely get confused by other physicists and their works. That's not a secret. Most physicists don't hide it. Some do because they have an ego-centric personality. But I would say the majority of physicists are okay being like, I don't know what you're talking about. They might not say it like that. They may just be like, does this mean this? Does this mean this? Does this mean this? And that's code for, I don't know what any of that means. Because half the time when someone stands up at a conference and is like, so this term here, is that like supposed to represent this? That means I have no idea what that thing is. I might have something that it's related to, so I'm going to shout that out, And what you're going to do is be like, no, it's not related to that at all. And then you're going to tell me what it is related to. So I feel like I've convinced everybody that I have an understanding of it. And then you're going to give me the answer for free anyways. So it's a win-win. Zero-sum game. What? Zero sum? Zero something. I vote heat death. So Kurno asked earlier, Kurno said that they said, how does someone study who has dyslexia? How do they do it? I gave us some anecdotes because I don't have dyslexia and I don't know of good methods. I can't give you like a one-fix-all for someone who has a learning disability like dyslexia or ADHD or autism or something like that. I worked with people, I tutored people with dyslexia. That's my anecdotes. I met a lot of people who had dyslexia and talked to them through a lot of their difficult work, okay? And this is basically what I told chat earlier. I have never seen people work as hard to understand things before in my life. Like dyslexia, to kill the stigma, is not someone reading things backwards, it's someone who reads things kind of jumbled up, right? So in order to compensate for things being jumbled up, my students had to read things over and over and over again and redo assignments over and over and do more assignments than everyone else. And he would come and see me with like pages and pages of exercise, and we would work through them and like go through them, and we would take extra time and we'd work through them even more. And unfortunately, I had no like great easy answer for that. But their whole methodology for solving this problem was to just do an absurd amount of work. Yeah, that was it. That was just some anecdotes that I gave on the situation. I wish I had like a better idea. And like you might be able to find someone who's done this with dyslexia and who can give you good answers and good tips and stuff that they used. But unfortunately, the only things that I saw were people who just did just absurd amounts of work. And really just hats off to them. Like really hats off to them because they really put in the time. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Let's see. So yeah, that was my answer for that, Colonel. I wish I had more knowledge. I just helped people with it, but I never. Wait, it's not dyslexia? Did I get that wrong? Hold on, I'm getting a correction. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's the same concept though. It's like yeah, it translates. It's the same concept. I see. Sure. I tutored math, so that was like I tutored math students with dyslexia, so I assume it does translate like that. So thank you for being understanding, Colonel. I'm sorry that I mixed that up before. And thank you for the correction. Yeah. Yeah, but it's like that's yeah. Again, apologies, but yeah, that's all I got. So do you think? Okay, so yes, they get confused. Have you ever taken real analysis? I have multiple times. It's very good. I liked it a lot. I took it once at a community college. I went to a 4-year university. They said you can't take real analysis at a community college. It doesn't count. I took it again. Failed, took it a third time, did really well. And then I did a real analysis too and did pretty well in that class as well. I liked it a lot. Real analysis was fun. I don't remember anything, but it was a lot of fun. So Spirit Toby says, what in your opinion will physics prove or disprove an afterlife? I don't think it's something that can be proven, unfortunately. An afterlife is not something that I think can be proven. Because what do you need to prove something? This is a good thing about physicists. What do physicists need to prove things? They need interactions. An afterlife, it's almost by definition, can't have interactions. Like any type of physics you do, if you want to prove that something exists, you have to talk about the interactions that take place. That's interesting. I'm down, Alistair. You can sign me up. I'll do 100 push-ups for that. But yeah, you need interactions for proof. And an afterlife is almost by definition, you can't have interactions with. So proven in the traditional way that physics proves things, no. Not possible, unfortunately. It'd be nice, because then you wouldn't have, you'd have one less thing to worry about. So which came first, physics or math? Because BMP is in chat. Oh, I have to change it? Philosophy. We talked about that. BMP was in math the last time we talked about it too. So I'm counting that. Spiritobi, why do a lot of experiments have different results but get published? Or talked about anyways. I realize there's a lot of variables, just need generalizations about it here. Not a complete answer. Experiments have different results but get published because you might learn something subtle about the physics by changing things. So if you do an experiment and change a parameter, you get different results. That's not a weird thing, right? And it's not unheard of that someone might be interested in the new parameters that you impose. Yeah. Because like I said, model builders just change parameters. They just go in, they take a model that works fine, they change parameters and see what happens. And they say, hey, I changed this parameter and this is what happened. And then they go to the LHC and find out that it didn't happen. Sorry, model builders. Will Foster, the dog is gone. 30 minutes apiece while he's lost it. Has he lost it yet? Close. I'm eating mac and cheese out of the pan. I'm just really hungry. Boring Math Brother says, math greater than physics. Herder, herder. All right. Yeah, so you might get like some interesting result. People might be interested in different parameters. It could be really helpful. So, yeah. Definitely a good thing to do. And definitely a good thing to be published. But yeah, poor model builders. Changing parameters. Ah, Tyrion. Let's go. Well, Tyrion's out of redeems for the day. There is a limit. Tyrion's hit it. I don't even know how many I'm at. Is this going to take me to 80? I think this is going to take me to 80 push-ups today. A 7-hour, going to be an 8-hour stream, probably before I'm done. Tyrion's made me do 80 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can you see me? Okay, good. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I should wait till I get up. 15, because I almost skipped one again. Give me a second. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. No, 40 are yours, because you can't do more than twice. You have 40, ABC has 20, and BMP has 20. You know what? I deserve another drink for that. That was a loud gulp. So again, if you're of age, Melko, are you having a beverage tonight? What are you having? Another IPA. Delicious. My favorite, even. I deserve that. Okay, let's keep going. Whew. Why is Steven so famous? I was a bit hungover this morning. Oh. Professor has a wild side, does he? So anyway, so that's the answer to that. Give me that. Get rid of that. Stealthy Sumo says, is it math or maths? Yes. Absolutely it is. Professor Melko says, how does your wife let you stream for 6+ hours? 7+, going on 8. Like, how much does it cost you? Monka, Well, never mind. I'm digging that one. Tyrion says, are you drunk with power? Yes. Yes, I am. No, double chins. Wait, get rid of that. That didn't happen. They were. I am drunk with power. So Sashka says, do you accept infinite as a description in an answer easily? Whenever I hear the word infinity, I think to myself, ruh-roh. Space might be infinite, but not sure about that. Yes, I do take I do take the word infinite seriously. Sashka, have you heard my reasoning? And this I totally just took from Steven Strogat's book, Infinite Powers. Great book. I don't think I finished it, but I read a bunch of it. It's really good. And here it is. It's like, here's his explanation, which I totally take and teach every first-year class that I've taught. So this is just for Sashka. Well, actually, you guys can all say it in chat. It's fine. How many sides, how many edges does a triangle have? How many straight sides? We'll say straight sides does a triangle have? Now, you guys have asked me questions, so I'm going to ask you questions. How many straight sides does a triangle have? If you know Steven Strogat's work, you know exactly where this is going. I'm going to eat while you guys are answering. I will not continue this stream without answers. Three. Good. Two. Why? Why? Okay. So 3, right? How many sides does a square have? 4. Right? How many straight sides does a square have? How many straight sides does a pentagon have? 5. How many straight sides does a 6-sided object have? 6. An octagon, you know, what's it, septagon? I don't know what they are. What are they? An octagon, a dodecagon, a Decepticon. You know, so basically the idea is, as you get larger and larger, the sides of the objects get smaller and smaller, right? So then I say, how many straight sides does a circle have? And everybody says, in unison, infinitely, right? So what does this mean physically? That means that as things get smaller and smaller and smaller, you can have a finite object. It depends on the plane you're using. You can have an object, right? A circle with infinitely many straight lines because it means circles don't exist. But that's the thing, is like that's a physical manifestation of infinity, right? It's just taking a polygon with infinite sides. And then this translates to other things like infinitely small changes. Like, you can imagine the same concept coming, or the same concept thing. Like, so say like you have an average velocity. So the Earth is infinitely flat. Yes, thank you. Now we're getting somewhere. Hi, Doctor. It's good to see you. I called you Doctor instead of Doc. Is that really professional or like bad? I don't know what to do. Hi, Doc. Round earthers in shambles. Right, so like, yeah, so the circle is the first physical manifestation I try to teach people about infinity, and then the other ones that we end up teaching people is like, how do you talk about the length of a, how do you talk about the length of something? Oh, I love this stuff. Earlier we had exotic destinations. Whoa, wrong camera. Exotic destinations, IPA, and now we're on to this. Doc, do they put the labels on upside down on purpose? I'm kind of confused by that, but like half the bottles in there are upside down. Anyways, so circle is circle has infinitely many straight lines. And then like if we want to talk about a line, then we take an infinitesimally small piece of a line, a particle, and then we integrate it from one spot in space to another spot in space. So like the other way that I teach my students physics is I always say that like we know how to handle particles. Particles are our friends, right? Spherical cows, that's a thing. Someone came in earlier and asked me my favorite cow. Spherical, of course, naturally. So then like we always know how to handle particles. Everything you first learn in physics is about a particle. And then you integrate it out of a particle and into a distance or a finite length. And then you do it in 2 dimensions because I always go from length to area to volume. But we always start with a particle. So I always tell my students, I say they know nothing about anything except particles when they come to my class. And then by the end of the first class, they can take a particle and turn it into a 3-dimensional sphere. And that's just using the power of integration. All of that is done with infinities. So like while it might feel like a rut row type of deal, in reality, it's just taking something that we do understand and changing it into something that's harder to grab. And then the changing part is the cool part, where we take that infinitesimally small particle and change it into a length. You know what a length is, you can deal with that. But you might not know what an infinitesimally small particle is, but that change is the cool part. That's the part that physicists do. Same thing goes with that circle analogy. So I hope that helped, Sasha. A little bit of physical realities to back up some of the math. Did I just delete a question on accident? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. So someone asked, I'm sorry, whoever asked this, oh wait, it was, I'm gonna read the question. You can remind me your name. I forgot your name, I apologize very much. I put it into queue. They said, I want to become an inventor of new technology. Do you think engineering physics would be a good undergrad to take? Absolutely. Listen, let's have a one-to-one, little, you and I. Whoever asked the question, I forget, I'm sorry. Engineering is a perfectly fine degree. Engineering physics is a really cool degree for inventing. You learn all about how things are actually fundamentally made. It's really cool. And it like satisfies the people. So like for me, like I liked math, but I wanted to know how things worked, right? So I liked physics. It was like a secret, I was like a secret physicist, right? And someone else in chat really liked, they really liked physics, but they also wanted to understand atoms for some reason. So, they ended up, becoming a physical chemist. I really liked math, but I also wanted to know how nature worked. So I became a physicist because I wanted that, understanding. And like if you want to do engineering physics, it's because you like how things are put together. You like how they're built. You like having interesting and innovative ideas, but you also want to understand how they work. Like that's the thing that makes you tick, is understanding how something works. So you become an engineering physicist. That way you can understand how something works with the physics background, but you still get to do that tinkering, that building, that, like that cool, basically every like building stream we've done, It's like that. It's like, that's the type of physics that engineering physicists do, where they really break something down to like the fundamental steps, and then they build up into something that's cool. And everything that I built on the building stream is really cool. So, hope that helped. That's a great question, though. And I apologize if you left. Your answer is here in the VOD somewhere hidden. Boring math professor, I'm thinking about becoming a physicist. What vague, cool-sounding things should I confidently repeat after hearing them from some Wikipedia page in order to fit in? I would do something like the wave branches of the universe entangle upon measurement, and the superposition is a constant. The decoherence is a manifestation of the electromagnetic interactions that happen in your brain. Okay? All right. How did I do? Good on that boring math, professor? Yeah. Do wormholes connect black holes? I don't know, but people are studying that very intently, and I'm watching, wondering what's going to happen, because I'm curious. Again, it's one of those things where like you could mathematically prove it, but it's pretty far away from physical phenomenon. Again, wormholes, the energy to exist doesn't exist in the universe. Could it exist inside of a singularity? Maybe, because it's like not inside the, because singularity is like, you know, not in the realm of the universe. So could enough energy for a wormhole exist inside of a singularity, or at least like within the black holes? People are looking at it, so I'm curious, but I'm gonna go ahead and say like probably not. Probably I'm skeptical, but I'm watching intently, and by the time that I'm old, 5 years ago, I would have liked to know. Alstar asks, how many dimensions are there? Thank you, Uncle Bill. Okay, so there is 3 plus 1 dimensions. There are 2 plus 1 dimensions. There is 1 plus 1 dimension. There's 4 plus 1 dimensions. There's, then we can do Gaussian. We can do, not Gaussian, we can do supersymmetric dimensions. So there's 8 of those, so that'd be 7 plus 1 if you count the Grassmann dimensions. Then there's string theory, which is 10 plus 1 dimensions. There's infinite dimensional Hilbert spaces. Grumpy2, how did you learn physics so easily? Oh, it wasn't easy. It was not easy at all. It was many sad days, many sad nights, lots of beating my head against the wall, lots of being frustrated, lots of being highly devoted to the craft. It is not easy at all. But okay, so no cap, let's see, the amount of dimensions, it completely depends on what you want to study. It's, you know, we use dimensions to talk about different things. So if you want to talk about space-time, that's 3 plus 1. But you can also talk about space-time in 2 plus 1. You can talk about space-time in 1 plus 1. And each of them, currently right now, I'm working on a problem that's 1 plus 1 dimensional. It's just difficult. I mean, like, it completely depends on what problem you're wanting to. What am I, Justin? Yeah. It completely depends on what problem you want to solve. Listen, I make a joke like that, but it'd be awesome to have the knowledge that Justin has. Yeah, so yeah, I am gonna pull one from Justin's playbook. It completely depends on what problem you want to solve. Yep, that's it. So so sweet to me tonight. So can I just pick my own if I make the math work? It depends on how in touch you want to be with experiment. Anything experimental you want to eventually collapse to a 3 plus 1, or some easily translation back and forth. So my 1 plus 1 problem is because it's a real physical problem, you know? It's easily to extrapolate to the 3 plus 1. Yeah, so if you can do something in 42 dimensions and extrapolate it to 3 plus 1 for an experiment, then yes. That's perfectly fine. So 12 or lots? Like I said, it completely depends. The kind of question is short. It's dimension of what? Good. That's good, Justin. Lies, learning physics is easy because spherical cows are easy. True. So what else? What else was I gonna say? But yeah, you can 100% pick yours if it works, so as long as dimensionally it works out in the end, and you can compare it to a 3 + 1 dimensional experiment. Real cows are hard. Yeah. So it didn't. So where do you start to like learn on your own?
Things get a little bit
Well, you can
weird.
start here. That's a good spot to learn. I do physics content every Monday, Friday, and Sunday. Shameless plug. I have a YouTube channel with a bunch of physics content of all levels of difficulty. But in a real talk, if you want to actually like contribute to research, you want to start at square one with like an intro physics textbook and work your way through it. But the nice thing, Grumpy, is you live in the information age, which means you can just go online and look up, a topic that you're interested in and get hours upon hours of material. So, maybe you just stop by on my channel from time to time, chat me up a little bit, get something that you're interested in, and then immediately leave my channel, just about face and head to Google, and then just Google or YouTube search or do all sorts of stuff, and you'll be interested in it. And you'll find all sorts of good content on it. I mean, being in the information age is like the best age to study physics on your own. The downside of studying physics on your own, as I've talked about on the channel a couple times, is you're not part of the community of researchers. So you may be doing things that are already done. You may be doing things that it is known can't be done. Yeah, you miss out on opportunities when you're not in the community. But it's 100% possible to do on your own. These are just things that you have to go and do. And you can do it with me if you'd like. Okay, how many dimensions are there? We answered that one. Very good. I think I took a counter for that. Still wooing same hot babe as before. I promised I would get a black hole named after her because nerds. How do I get that done? Semi-legit, it's accepted. Budget is $4 or less, please. So Spirit Toby, that's a great question. Really good question. So let me repeat it so I understand it. You are trying to woo a hot babe, and you want to name a black hole after her, and your budget is $4. I would take that $4. I would buy one single flower and apologize. That's it. Apologize because it ain't happening. No, so there is this way of. Bye, Justin. Thank you for hanging out with us today. No, so she's thermodynamically hot. What's her entropy though? What's her entropy? No, so there is a way of naming celestial bodies. I think it costs more than $4, but there is a way of naming celestial bodies, and it's through the Astronomical Society of something or other. But every 9 years or something some arbitrary number, if I remember right, they have a meeting where they talk about new things and people can name stuff. It was a creative and unique idea you thought of. Okay, what's next? Yeah, sorry, there's no simple answer. Some astronomical society helps you name things, but I don't know how or where, or how to contact them. So, good luck. Count that. Alsar says, if there is no time, only relative tempo, like the subtle difference between mass and weight. Oh, what if there's no... that's totally possible. People study that. Emergent time. That's 100% just emergent time. And there's hundreds of papers on it. Many people swear up and down that that's the only time that matters. Sure thing, Tyrion. Sure thing. Let's see, but that's it. People study that a lot. I don't. Spirit Toby says, what does flat universe compare to the big freeze? Everything just keeps flying apart? Okay, so no, the things that, so there's a heat death thing. Okay, so one of them ends in a crunch, One of them ends in a heat death, and one of them ends in a freeze out. I don't know which is which. If I had to guess, I would say flat ends in a heat death, and open ends in a freeze out, but I don't know. But those are some things to Google, Spirit Toby. So Google the freeze out, the heat death, and the big crunch. Those are the 3 things. Yes. Means you just passed your 1 billion seconds mark. True. 1 billion seconds on this planet. Is there any works by physicists or maybe even a mathematics? Just turned out to be just gibberish per se? Yeah, unfortunately. So like some people might say that about Michael Attia's work. Some people might say that about Wolfram Alpha's work. Probably, well, or Wolfram Alpha. I keep saying that. It's Wolfram. Stephen Wolfram. But yeah, it's hard to say. To prove something is gibberish requires a lot of work. I will say this about the 5th force. I don't think really many people consider it gibberish. Just wrong. I think most people think it was a good idea. It just turned out that nature didn't work that way. So like, don't think that things like that were just gibberish, because they weren't. Like, people had good ideas, and someone else might have a good idea that stems off it. It turns out that the 5th force people keep trying to change it and like try to re-up their 5th force idea. I don't know a whole lot of backstory, so I won't get into it. You can look that up or whatever. But like, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. Probably, it's unlikely, Alistair, for sure. But yeah, like, I mean, gibberish is an opinion. The 5th force people, theirs wasn't gibberish. I don't think many people think there's gibberish. Is Wolfram's gibberish? I don't know. I didn't really look at it too much. Some people would judge it so harshly. But yeah, there's certainly people who put out work that was just complete gibberish. That was just nonsense. Who in a cage match between William of Ockham and Schrodinger? I have no idea. From Occam's Razor? No clue. I don't know anything about William of Ockham. Simplicity, yeah. I mean, that was kind of like the Einstein approach, though. And he couldn't best Schrodinger. But then again, Schrodinger couldn't best Schrodinger. Schrodinger hated the Schrodinger cat experiment. Like, he hated it. So, and now it has his name. Oh, rip. F's in chat for Schrodinger, that's for sure. That didn't go well. I don't know. All right, so Kern asked earlier, do I know anything about vacuum decay? It baffles me. Yeah, so the thing we talked about with vacuum, false vacuum, is that in condensed matter, you study false vacuums for like, for spots in the energy levels where it seems like it's the lowest, but it's not. There's a professor at Binghamton. I can link you his page, Kern, but not here. So if you like message me on Discord, ! Discord or socials, one of the two will get you to the Discord. I can give you more information about him, but I'm not going to do it live. And he actually developed like a theory that found like a ton of these false vacuums. Like they were able to like go and find a bunch of so a false vacuum, if anybody doesn't know, it's a little dip in the energy gap where it seems like you hit the ground state, but you haven't. Or the energy levels, I should say, not the energy gap. Where it seems like you hit the ground state. So like everything is pointing to the ground state, but there's another one that exists next to it or exists somewhere else that you haven't found, right? So this is all condensed matter false vacuums. This is not quantum field theory. That one I'm a little less familiar with. The condensed matter ones I'm a little bit more familiar with because of the professor at Binghamton who is, you know, well known for this. And he developed the theory, and it was like a lot of like density functional theory and things like that, where he was able to like look a large distance away from the false vacuum to see if there's anything lower, and he ended up finding with it a lot of ground states that were lower than the false vacuum. So, yeah. it does exist. It's very, very helpful in a lot of fields of physics. I don't know anything about condensed field or quantum field theory as far as that, but it's very, very helpful in condensed matter and very studied in condensed matter. It's one of the more popular things to study. Commodore says, wouldn't the afterlife technically be another form of life, more or less? I don't know. So the afterlife is something where I think significantly, or I think primarily of consciousness, right? Like consciousness persisting to the afterlife. Or else what would it be? Reincarnation, where consciousness doesn't persist? I don't know. But then, like, how could you do interactions with something that doesn't have memory, right? Right. So in order for consciousness to persist through, there have to be interactions, and I just don't see that as being a likely thing. Because I don't know if consciousness has interactions that exist outside of the 3+1 space-time, right? Interactions are tough, because you talk about interactions in higher dimension, but then when you go, you better be extrapolating like 3+1 dimensional data. And it's still life, though. Well, with consciousness, yeah. But without consciousness, is it? That's a rabbit hole I'm not ready to get down to after almost an 8-hour stream. So let's move on. Yeah, I'm not ready to get down that rabbit hole. So Alcer says, if there was an infinite divisibility, what would stop the sun from freezing? If there was infinite divisibility, what would stop the sun from freezing? Gravity? That's what stops things from freezing. Things get cold and then they collapse under their own weight. Because the interactions of the nuclear reactions inside, the nuclear interactions, yeah, those are what causes the sun's stars to not collapse. So eventually those die enough where gravity will overwhelm the star and collapse. So gravity is what stops the sun from freezing. Weird take. Actually, that's a great question. But that's what I see it as. The interactions of the nuclear reactions are what keeps the sun from collapsing. And then when they get low enough, the sun's gravity causes it to collapse. I think that's a good answer. It's still life, though, if it can't interact. True. Well, see, I don't know if it is or not. I don't know. Depends on what consciousness is, right? I venture to guess to say consciousness can't be defined without interaction. To me, that's a solid answer. If black bears beat Battlestar Galactica, does physics beat math? Yes. Bears beats Battlestar Galactica, 100%. Is there a place online to get a free intro to physics textbook or even a high school math textbook? That's a question for Discord. I don't know off the top of my head, but they're very resourceful on Discord. Someone asked for physics resources, I think, as someone relatively new to the channel asked for physics resources, and Aspirant, Tyrion, Admiral Entropy, everyone started listing some really good resources. I'm really impressed. So go to Discord, ask. You'll get a bunch of good hits, I guarantee you. They know a lot more about I do. Still going strong, dang! And the questions are just as complex. You should keep this VOD and attach to any resume you send in the future. Does physics beat bears? I used to fight off the bears to protect my wife. That's true. Yeah. It's real. We used to take walks through the park, and any tree branch that would snap, any leaf that would fall, it was probably a bear. So I would just scare it away. We never actually saw them, probably because they were so scared. Can you explain entropy in simple terms? Because the way I look at it, it's ordered to disorder. That's correct. It's the amount of disorder. So you take something that's ordered, and you disorder it. And we have developed mathematics that supports that, right? Now, the whole concept of order disorder could seem kind of confusing when you think about all the analogies that constantly get spouted off, like papers getting mixed. I don't mean the big guys at bars in college. No, I don't mean those either. Although if they were in the woods in some rural park in, the boondocks of New York, I mean, might as well have been the furry creatures. All right, this is. Put some mac and cheese. Anyways. So yeah, so a lot of times there's analogies for like entropy, like, oh, you take an ordered book of pages and you mix them up and then you're like, well, the ordering's arbitrary, right? We just put numbering on the pages. But they've actually been able to do that mathematically, like explain that mathematically. Like how order actually can matter in mathematics. So then changing that, you can measure that quantity of change, right? Chris, 12 months? What? You've been hiding your subs to me. Chris, thank you so much. A year? You were with me for a year subbing. You've been hiding. Thank you for all of the months that you've never said anything. I appreciate that. 12 months strong, Chris. It's been a year. Haven't been in a while. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a minute. I missed lunch with you earlier this week. I was very envious. I was lamenting to chat earlier how I missed soup date with Dennis this week. But I think I lamented more my chance to have lunch with you both. But anyways, thank you so much, and it's good to see you. It's been a year. We got to catch up soon. But thanks again for the 12 months. Appreciate it very much. Yeah, I thought it was listen, teach. Listen here, preschool teach. I can't take my daughter to preschool. The Broheims have to get together. Why are beer bottles glass brown? Something about light. Like they're not allowed to have light get in or something because it can spoil it or something, I think. Oh man, my one true rival. Okay, we have one question left. Here we go. Last question of the night. Have you ever checked to see if Schrodinger's cat is alive? I did this and it was dead. No. No, so like, yeah. I mean, like, I used to play this game. I used to have thoughts like this as a kid. Look at queue is empty, everybody. The queue is empty. 132, roughly, questions later, the queue is empty. It's been an 8-hour stream. I went live almost exactly 8 hours ago. We had one disconnect, so the uptime's a little bit weird. Last question. So yeah, so like I used to play this game. I don't know if you guys used to play this game where you look at something and then you look away and then you look back to see if it's still there. Schrodinger's cat, right? Like that was why, Einstein said God doesn't play dice, because he didn't want to believe that there was a possibility for something to not exist when you're not looking. And that's true, that's weird. It's like, it's a strange concept. And I think Sarah, thank you so much. If you're here and you just got a gifted sub from Sarah, please say thank you. Thank you so much, Sarah. 10 gifted subs. Do I like lamps? Okay. The queue was empty. What's your favorite potato dish? Tater tots. Sarah, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate it. Everybody who supported the stream today, thank you so much. This has been an absolute blast. Yes, what a fun stream. I'm really happy I did it. I was hoping to end around, like 9 was literally the dream. 9 was the dream, and I can't believe that we actually hit it pretty much spot on. We answered 132 plus questions. We had all sorts of fun, like science and discussion, life discussion about going back to school, about being, you know, a student later in life. We had really good questions today. 132 questions, very few of them. I'm very proud of you guys too, because I was afraid there was going to be a lot of troll questions. There was only a few, and most of them I didn't even count. I think I might have counted like one troll question from Tyrion because it was only half of a troll question. But the majority of, almost all of the questions, almost every single one of these 132 plus questions were legitimate good question. I'm really happy. I only had maybe 2 or 3 I don't knows, which is like a really good ratio for mine. Yours was a legitimate question. It was a great question, and I answered it honestly too. Physics troll. No, we love you here. Stop that. Stop it. Listen, next week, Wednesday, or this week, I should say. Wednesday, we're back to our normal 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. roughly. Electricity and magnetism, old man reads old books. We'll be talking about some sort of history thing. Friday is another study stream. We got good music, got different music. I'm gonna probably do this playlist so that the camera's a little less laggy. But we'll have some nice scenery. We'll do some studies. We'll talk. I'm gonna introduce a 2-minute timer for our. Okay, so no archive versus archive. No, no archive versus archive. But I'm gonna introduce a 2-minute timer. I am Tyrion. We literally just finished. The queue is empty, so I'm logging off for the night. But yeah, I'm glad you guys really liked it. It seemed like people really enjoyed the stream. If you're not following me on the socials, please follow me on the socials. And, I wrote social instead of socials. I missed the last keystroke. There it is. Please follow me on the socials, the various socials. Let's find someone to raid. An 8-hour question and answer. An 8-hour question and answer stream. So Devil Miss J is on. Oh, Enceladus is on. Let's raid Enceladus. What's Enceladus doing? Using Microsoft Azure for machine learning with swag giveaways. Sounds good. Raid Enceladus. That's a long name. Yes, commentator, thank you. That was your question. I hope you have a good night. Anyways, thank you so much for sharing this time with me. I hope that you guys learned some stuff, that you were intrigued. Thank you so much for sticking with me. A few of you stuck with me the entire stream. So thank you very much for that. I had an absolute blast. I hope you learned some things. I will catch you on Wednesday. Bon voyage.